Okay, hit him with that intro.
Oh, sorry about that, Burp. How are you today, little guy?
I'm doing swell. How about yourself?
Okay, yesterday was crazy.
Yeah, I don't really understand like what the heck that was all about because they kept advertising about making peace with people and not fussing no more, but the whole time they were live, they were just talking bad about Aiden. And every time I went on the channel, they wouldn't let me get a word in edgewise.
That was crazy. It was crazy last
It was
night.
just stupid. The whole thing was
Yeah,
stupid.
it was. Yeah, it went crazy.
How can you have a Christian
But
show where you spend
you
over
see,
an hour talking bad about somebody who's not even a believer?
I don't know.
It's weird.
I think he was going like having like text wars with Aiden.
Text message wars. Azo, I know you're out there, so I'm going to tell Azo what those guys over at the Proverbs channel need. Azo, I wrote a song about this a long time ago, and this is exactly what those guys need. Are you ready? I need you to confirm in the chat that you're ready, Azo. Are you ready? Let me get that confirmation station. Let me have the confirmation sensation. I'll have to wait on Azo's confirmation. I don't know if he's ready. Offer the
Oh,
confirmation oblation.
yeah.
What'd you say, Logan?
Oh, this buddy said earlier. Never and name calling. Oh no.
He's got
What
to
do you
do the
think?
confirmation narration. All right, he's ready. He's ready. All right. So, Azo, this is what those guys need. Are you ready? I present this to you in the majesty of song. They need to get born again and again and again and again and again. That's what those guys need. Because those are the kind of guys that get born again like 3 times a week, according to them.
Oh.
I wrote that song about guys like that. Born again and again and again and again and again and again.
Oh, but what would you say last night? I thought you were
I
talking to
never
him.
got a chance to talk. Like there was 1 second where I was like, "Hey, I'm Christian," and that was all the talk that I got the whole time.
Wow,
I don't want to go on a show where I have to scream and interrupt just to get the floor.
wow, that was
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to
crazy.
go scream and argue and interrupt people just to get the floor. You know, the Bible says to do things decently and in order. And if you have to interrupt just to get the floor for a second, then things are not in order.
Oh, what aboutism?
I was wondering about that.
Mm.
I'm sure
Yeah,
that would be their rebuttal.
oh. Yeah, it was crazy last night.
Born again,
But
again and again and again.
do
Hey, you're breaking up, Logan.
what you and then oh,
I can't.
okay, that's speak. Oh, I seriously think they never invite you to speak.
No, that's exactly right. They never had any intention of letting me speak. And actually, Azar, I went to go back on another time, and they didn't even let me back on because I didn't
Wow,
realize that
that was
Dan.
all crazy.
I didn't realize Dan was talking about Aiden when he was saying all that rude stuff because I was like tuned out, not paying attention. And then when Aiden told me they were talking about him, I was like, "What the heck?" So I went to go back in, and they wouldn't even let me back in. I think I'm in the wrong lane, doggone
It
it.
was crazy last night. Aiden, they allowed him on it. He just it's just snapped at him with some. It was crazy.
It was so stupid. The whole thing's so stupid. They don't even know what peace is and how to make it. They don't even know what it is.
Time
Hey,
to
I'm gonna
make
put you on mute for a second because I'm going through this automatic car wash.
time to make peace. Better time to make war. Oh, sorry. But yeah, it was crazy. But how are you today, Azel? Little guy? What you doing there, little guy?
I'm going through this car wash, Logan.
Going to the car wash,
Hey,
baby.
check it out.
What?
The car wash.
Oh no.
I'm going through it. This
Wow.
guy's giving me the scrub down. He's giving me the scrub down, Azo.
Oh, that's good.
He's putting the old scrub diddly on me.
Oh. But
He's doing me like Hillary Clinton did that server and scrubbing it clean. He's doing like Donald Trump tried to do with that $130,000 and scrub Stormy Daniels clean.
wow. Ooh, guys, what do you think of this guy?
I like him.
Oh, but I want to ask him, what would you do if you actually met Richard Dawkins?
Probably get his autograph on my copy of The Selfish Gene.
Yeah, I would try
That
to.
book, that book changed my life. That's a great book.
Oh, that's good. What is this? Cash working.
About to go through this car wash together, Logan.
Welcome to the car wash, baby. Welcome to the car wash. What do you do if you see this guy do a car wash there? I'll show you.
I mean, I'm going
This
bald.
guy.
What? Oh, yeah. No, he definitely needs to wash a lot more than just his car.
Oh, what
a lot
about
of those guys at PGs need to wash their mouth out, actually.
no.
What copy, Azo? What you got? I bet you ain't got the extended Selfish Gene with the nice hardcover with the original artwork. I bet you ain't got that.
Wow.
I got the bonus chapters in the back.
And if I could, I would get an autograph from him just for you, little guy.
I believe you would, Logan. I believe that. Richard Dawkins is pretty old now, and the chances are he'll get dead before I have a chance to meet him. I sent an email to his team one time trying to reach out to him, but they don't ever respond because he's so busy. But I'm a big fan. I've always been a big fan.
Oh,
The car wash, Logan. The car wash. The foam.
wow.
The tentacles.
Wow.
This car wash is sick.
Need to get some medicine for you. I think you muted yourself.
I put it on mute because it's so loud.
Wow. Wow. Crazy. Wow. Welcome to the car wash, babe.
Oh.
Are you welcome to the car wash? Welcome to the car wash.
Car wash, Logan. It's the car wash.
Oh. Oh. Pike, what are you doing for Christmas?
What'd you say?
What are you going to do for Christmas?
It's so loud. For Christmas? Yesterday I ate a lot of buttermilk pie, and I hope to eat more of that.
Oh, Bruce would be proud of you.
Release me, car wash. Release me. Okay, I'm escaping the car wash. We're skipping the vacuums today. It's too cold outside. This car wash is nasty though. They have like glass cleaner and all-purpose cleaner with microfiber rags that you can use.
Oh,
You could like come here and detail your car. It's nice.
oh that's nice.
I
But
should do
Bruce
it.
will be proud of you with your buttermilk.
Oh, they freaking knocked my mirror in. Come on, car wash. Car wash got an attitude to push my mirror.
Oh no. But Bird Pike,
Yes, sir.
what would you do? What show do you want to do today?
Park in the middle of the road, son. Oh, yeah, a show. Yes, I suggest that we do a teaching this evening because I have nothing else to do this evening.
Oh, that's good. Would you like to do teaching about the good
So,
news?
that's usually what they about.
Okay.
Right now, my mind has just been in the devil because I'm working on that book.
Uh-oh. Are you possessed?
By the Holy Ghost.
Oh, that's good. I thought it's not all right to. Well, it's all right to say you're possessed by the uh, OEG.
Well, I mean, that's really what we are. You know, people don't think of it that way, but the same way that an evil spirit possessed people in the four gospel accounts, God's spirit possessed. The analogy that Jesus gave about the house with the guests and the spirits and all this kind of stuff was about a new guest coming into the house that could keep the other intruders out. And that has to do with the baptism of the Holy Ghost. So, really, you have to become possessed by the Spirit of God in order to be safe from other possessions.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, people don't always phrase it like that, but really, that's what happens.
Oh, that's good.
I'm about to go to Whataburger, Logan.
What about the burger? You ever went to Chick?
I've been
I
to
like
Chick-fil-A
Chick.
463 times.
I like Chick Fil A.
It's
Just
fine. I
the,
think it's a little overrated.
it tastes like KFC meets Burger King.
Chick-fil-A closes on Sundays, and so like it causes people to think that they're better than they are because you always want them on Sundays.
Oh. Do they? Do they? I heard they close it because it's the Lord's Day. Is that true?
I mean, I don't. I think every day is the Lord's Day, but I believe they do it sincerely to honor the Lord, which is a good thing. I don't really believe in holy days. The Bible says there's no such thing as holy days, but they do it with good intentions.
Guess who's here?
Who?
The great teddy bear.
The great teddy bear. Jens, I've always had
Uh,
one over here. Sorry.
As we just went to that car wash together,
I know my hair's wet now. Thanks.
and this
Forgot to
car
roll
has
the
been
window
needing it,
down.
son. This car has been needing it.
How are you
I
today?
got a topic that
Okay.
you can do at some point if you would do it, Mr. Pike.
Yes, sir.
Me and Deviant were talking yesterday about what heaven's going to be and what the Bible says that it's going to be, sort of thing. Because basically, I was taught, that the streets would be paved with gold and yada yada yada. Well, once we started kind of we actually almost had like a Bible study, two atheists, believe it or not. Over this, we had the scriptures out, got into it, and I even forgot about the New Jerusalem. So I would like to see your take on what heaven. I don't know whether what it looks like, what's expected, what you're going to do there, or how far you want to dig into it at some point.
No, that's a great subject. And I mean,
Yeah,
honestly, if heaven ain't a lot like Dixie, then I don't want to go. You feel me?
yeah,
Hold on,
yeah.
let me pay for
It
this
all
Whataburger.
started over a joke I made about okay, everybody worries about hell. Lava's only so hot, but like if streets are paved with gold and the sun hits it, it's a lot hotter. But then,
Well, there is no sun to hit it. That's the thing.
but the way I was raised, and I just making a joke out, kind of out of that, and then we got into a great discussion, for a while.
That's a bit. I could do it. So I don't know if I'll be ready for that tonight.
No, I just said at
Um,
some point, kind of like probably do that in May of 2027.
Yeah, like maybe we'll do that. Like if JD Vance wins or whatever. No, yeah, I can schedule that. That's a very interesting subject.
Oh,
I just got to get some of them Nizzotes.
oh. Well, teaching what you like to teach tonight, little guy.
I have not figured out yet. The idea just came to me as I was driving to the car wash.
Walk through the car, watch
I can-
baby. Oh, oh,
Heaven ain't a
uh,
lot like Dixie, and I don't want to go.
oh. uh, Mr. Teddy Bear. How's your
Pretty
day
good.
been, little guy?
Other than I woke up with the cough
That,
is back again. That's why I keep
I've been
muting.
fighting that crazy thing for a week, man.
Oh my god, I've been since Monday.
That
And
joker, I actually didn't even go to work on Monday. I stayed home on Monday, but I felt horrible Tuesday too.
yeah, see, Tuesday I had my long day at the hospital where I see my oncologist, and
Ooh.
she's like, "Let's just go ahead and do," because I wore a mask just to be safe. Not that it does that much, but it made me feel better a little bit.
I
And
mean, it
talking
probably
to
helps a
her,
little bit.
yeah. But she gave me the flu and COVID test, and I was negative on both of them. Which they told me I went to my family doctor, did that same 2 tests, and they told me I come back clean.
What is it? Like, if I've got it, like Tammy had it, a bunch of people had it. Like, what is it then?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, but then the hospital or the doctor, my family doctor, this has been like months and months ago, calls and say, "Oh yeah, you've got the flu." Meanwhile, I thought I was, not contagious. I went to get my hair cut. No, actually, it was January because that's the last time I've had a haircut. Last January is when this was, and I felt bad after they called me because I told the lady I'm wearing a mask. I don't look very good. I just went to the hospital or to the doctor, and they said I'm, not contagious. So I'm hoping she never got it from me anyway.
Man, if I was you, I'd be pounding those emergencies and taking them zinc tablets.
Ooh, I'd take too many pills now the way it is though.
You ever do those like emergency powders? What you mix in a water bottle?
No, I know. Yeah, I don't need to talk about. I never have done those.
They're pretty good. They work a lot better for prevention, to be honest with you, but they do
Yeah,
help. They do help a lot.
yeah. What's weird is I started drinking orange juice prior to
It's the
getting
same
all this.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, for vitamin C, and it's like, how do I
Yeah.
get sick after drinking, a half a gallon of, orange juice in
Well,
2
them little
days?
powdered things, what they are, they're 200 or they're like 2,000 whatevers of vitamin C. So it's like drinking a whole gallon of orange juice.
Oh yeah,
You do like
yeah.
one a day.
Emergence or
And then,
something. I think the one that I'm thinking that's like that.
yeah, it's like a little packet.
Yeah, I might actually have to try them or keep them on
Thank
hand.
you. You too. If this burger is not made properly, I'm about to go postal in here, Asa.
Uh-oh.
I'm about to murder, death, kill all these people if it's not correct.
Uh-oh.
Because my convenience is really what matters in society.
It is. So this means we're going to have to bring Sylvester Stallone back from Cryopod.
I'm
Oh,
bringing him back. Bringing him back.
wow. Damn it, Wesley Snipes.
Kill them all. I'm going to kill them all, Asa. Well, hold on. Let me just check. Before I make the assumption that people have done things wrong, perhaps this will be the exception in history.
Oh,
Oh,
what?
it's so
Father
loud.
Charles doesn't like gens or something now, or what?
I
You better
said
not give Jen no wrench. I got a rule against that. Oh
Far
my God,
Charles
the
said
burger's right. The hell?
gave me advice not to gave him a wrench and stuff to Fire Charles.
Jen's, I would give you my wrench. I don't even use it, but it's kind of funnier this way, to be honest.
Oh, okay. But Mr. Angry Teddy Bear,
Yes,
what would
sir.
you do if you won $1 billion?
I guarantee a lot of people that are in our community would be getting together for a massive get together and wherever we decide, Bahamas, France.
With dirty underpants?
You're going to freaking France?
Well, with everybody, you're going too. Your whole family is, Mister.
No, yeah. If I have a choice in the matter, I choose France.
Oh, okay. As I said, it'd be a group decision if people really could actually get away and do this.
No, I want to go like to South France and visit like all those old vineyards that have been there for like
Oh
1,000
God, that
years.
would be that would
That's
be
what I want to
awesome.
do. I want to
And
go
I'm not even a
taste
wine
freaking
drinker, but
blueberry wine from 1,000 years ago.
yeah, I'm not a wine drinker either, but I want to do a wine tasting. Just it's on my
Man,
bucket list for some reason.
look, I don't drink anymore because obviously I'm in the ministry now, so it's just easier not to. But
Right.
I love the taste of red wine, and that's like one of my favorite hobbies.
Wow. You're a aficionado. Yeah, that's what always got me though is like you'd have, and I understand. I guess what you said about it's just easier if you don't drink because it's like when I was growing up, we were having like youth pastors sit there tell us don't do drugs, don't do this, don't do that, yada yada yada. And we had to get together at one of their houses one day, and all of a sudden here he is drinking beers. And still telling us, not to do the drinking. We always thought that was kind of
Welcome to
hypocritical.
religion, Azo.
Yeah, exactly. But
May I invite you to religion?
yeah, but I was always told, well, Jesus said it's not what goes in your mouth that defiles a man, it's what comes out. I said, well, but if you drink enough through your mouth, it comes out. That's pretty vile.
I like people want to build a whole religion around one scripture.
Yeah. Well, that's just like, if I wanted to start my own religion, I have just as much, it's just as valid to pick out even the shortest verse. Jesus wept. and say, to be a true Christian, you have to cry regularly.
I
You
saw a
know,
guy one time. There was a pastor. I was at a service. He's a friend of mine, and he was preaching, and he said, "Folks, some of these ministers like to pick and choose and cherry pick their scriptures." He said, "I'm going to show you how that works."
yeah.
He, he said they'll take a verse over here and put it with a verse over here when they don't go together. He said, "So there's a verse over here that says that Judas went and hung himself, and there's a verse over here that says, 'Go do ye likewise.'" That old codger's funny, boy.
Wow. That'd
That's
be
my
some
friend.
kind of
You ever
sermon.
heard? Hold on. Have you ever heard the rumors that Stephen tried to start about me preaching at racist churches?
No, not at all.
So
I'm
that's what
learning
he's
more and
talking
more
about.
about what some of this crap that Steven's done. But yeah, no, I haven't heard that one yet.
That's what he's talking about. There is a church that I preach at that has a lot of people that are very racist in it. But what he didn't mention was that I reasoned with them about that till they let black people visit the church on my behalf. He didn't finish the story.
Right, of course, it's
Right.
convenient.
But yeah, that old codger is the pastor of that church, and he's funny as all get out, man. Like he said one time, there was some preacher that came up and visited the church that said something he didn't agree with. He was talking about understanding this, understanding that. And he got up behind him and he goes, "I'm glad the Bible never said to he that understandeth all things, but just to he that believeth all things." He's so awesome. I was like, you know what, Brother Rule? You might hate black people, and we can work on that because you're pretty
Right.
cool.
Jeez. Yeah, it's just like, with that mentality that Steven's having or criticizing you for it, it'd be like, how dare a doctor start treating sick people?
It's
You
so
should just
crazy.
see
The
healthy
whole point
people.
of going somewhere is to help people.
Right. I mean, isn't that what his commission is to go out and preach to, the unsaved, not the saved?
Correct. Well, even those people, like they're really good, sweet people. They just happen to grow up in a part of the
Right.
country where that mentality is still prevalent.
Right.
But they have always been respectful toward me. They know that I don't agree with them. And actually, I was ministering down there one time, and I didn't even plan this. It just happened. There's a young black minister from Commerce, Georgia, a friend of mine, who has been wanting to visit me. So he called me one day, and he's like, "Hey, Brother Pike, I want to come hear you preach. Where are you going to be at?" Well, I just so happened to be there that weekend. So I was like, "Man, this has got to be the Lord." So I
Yeah.
told him, I said, "Look, I'm going to be at this church. Come visit if you want to." He came there, sat on the front row, was the most attentive person in the service. And after church, they all walked over, shook his hand, hugged his neck, were very polite to him. It was good for the church. But I preach at racist churches, Ezra.
Well, you got to go where the need is, not like, once again, go to the sick, not the ones that don't need it.
It's just such a crazy way of viewing the world. Like, okay, so what is your very specific sub-denomination? Let me just go there and tell them what they already know.
Yeah. Well, wait, goes by the new. Go ye into all the world and judgeth every. Exactly, Phantom. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, see, I came here to judge all people, Azo. I don't just want to judge the black man, but I also want to harshly judge the white man,
Especially the white man.
especially the white man.
If I'm racist, it's against the white people. I mean, literally, look at our history and everything we've done. Awful. We try to wipe out the Native Americans.
I try to spread the hate evenly.
Exactly. Why can't a black man hate a white man just as much in the church and be just as justified as the white man?
People say, "Christian, do you hate black people?" And I say, "Hold on now, Hoss. I hate Asians too. You know,
That's
don't make me look partial."
I'm an equal opportunity bigot.
I don't care. Like it's like a Teflon Don with me. None of that stuff sticks because I don't give a rip. Like I'm from a part of the country where you can't cancel us. No one cares.
Yeah, that's like me. There's nothing that they can. I mean, just like what I went through on the other channel that I was a part of, or not, I wouldn't even say part of that community. That an outsider looking in, sort of thing. That once you start seeing stuff, you can't unsee it. The hate, the awful. What's weird is that I Killed Earl just did a blazing essay that she wrote. It's a long read, and I read it. I've actually posted the link earlier before the show started, talking about a lot of this. How people are driving people away from things because of you know stupidity.
Yeah, exactly. It's so foolish. Like, I thought we wanted to be soul winners. I guess I misunderstood. I thought we were all in this to convert unconverted people because we thought that was what was best for them. I didn't realize we were doing like the rock throwing contest to see who can throw the most rocks. If
Yeah.
I had known that, I would have came with a different attitude.
Well, that's why I know that Stephen has never sinned because didn't Jesus say he without sin cast the first stone? He's a sinless man,
It
along with
just
the
irritates
other
me. I don't know. Like,
clowns.
you can't say. Anyways, I don't want to make the whole show about them. They get on my nerves. They did this whole thing yesterday about we want to make peace, we want to make peace. Then they spent the whole 2 hours bad mouthing Aiden, who wasn't even there to defend himself.
Right. Well, 90% of it was Drano Dan. Just I don't even know what the heck he was talking about most of the time, honestly.
That's wrong. Drano Dan. I don't know, man. I tried and tried. God knows I've tried with those people. If I could show you, as though the miles of text messages.
Yeah, it looked like it. Oh, actually, that's a different video. I'm not even gonna bring that one up yet. It's a different subject. It's like, oh yeah, no, that was a different show.
So crazy. It's so crazy. I've tried, and some of those guys are great, and the ones who are great leave eventually. I predicted Tim leaving a week before it happened. And I'm not no
Well,
prophet. It was just obvious.
I predicted that the first day I saw him, and everybody said, yeah, he's over at PG's a lot. Said that boy ain't gonna last over there at all.
No, he didn't last. They
No.
brought him in. Steven brought him in. Excuse me. Steven brought him in for the same reason he had brought me in before. He wanted a guy on there who was just quick witted enough, just educated enough, just different enough that he could use him to do debates on his channel to be the debate guy. It's the same thing Steven used to use me for because he felt like that was a market that he could tap into.
Yeah, but he also probably believed that you and Tim were controllable, and found out eventually that yes, you're both of you aren't.
The thing about it that's so crazy, Azo, is if Steven would have just came to me and said, hey, I disagree with whatever it is that nobody even knows, for God's sake, but I disagree with this. We have a difference of opinion about this. I would prefer if we didn't talk about this on the channel. I would have said, sure, no problem. It's your channel.
Right.
I would never have made a big deal out of that. I don't care. Like, how often do I interrupt people just because they say something I don't agree with? I'm not known for doing that. I don't care. I go on Daniel's show all the time, and Daniel's orthodox.
Yeah.
And I think Daniel's awesome.
Oh, I do too. We're actually planning at some point, I don't know when or if it'll even manifest, but get together and have a talk about how I got to where I was,
Yeah.
sort of thing. Because I've already done it twice on two atheists, but the more and more I get to thinking about it, I just overanalyze crap. That's just me. And, it's like, not that I changed my story, but reword it, because I used to say I was a believer, read the Bible, bam. But really, it never took to begin with. And I always said that what I did was fake it to make it sort of thing.
Yeah,
So
no, I mean, I've gone through things like that where sometimes you'll tell it and then you'll think back and say, well, that's not exactly how it happened. And, people
yeah,
a lot of times will seize on those opportunities. Say, well, this person changed their story, this person lied.
right.
When all you're trying to do is just reflect and get a more accurate rendition.
Hey, BMM, wait a second. Where's it at? Speaking of text messages, Dan was trying so hard this week to get my Facebook.
Oh, Phantom, for God's sake, take it from somebody who knows.
Don't
Son.
do it.
Don't do it. You will regret it. You're going to go blind. You're going to get cataracts trying to read all the messages.
Bruce gets on you for not interrupting enough.
Yeah, Bruce. The other day we were on Daniel's channel. It was that night, actually. And me and Daniel were just like talking about the good Lord. We weren't arguing doctrine. We were just like sharing experiences and just talking about the goodness of God. Imagine that. And Bruce comes on and he's like, Brother Pike, I can't believe you let him say all these things uninterrupted. I was like, Bruce, I'm a guest on this channel. He wasn't asking my opinion. I don't feel the impulse to interrupt someone every time they say something I don't agree with. That sounds like some very childish stuff to me.
Yeah, Aiden did come on their show, but he ended up cussing him out, I guess. Well, sits up and left. It was crazy.
I'm not surprised. I mean, like, what? How is that really going to end? You know what I mean? Like, how else can it end? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't understand those guys. I don't really think that they have the same goals in life that I do. Maybe.
No, no, they're not even the same universes that you're in.
I don't know. I thought we were like preaching the gospel and winning souls, like feeding the hungry. Like, I've never had any of those guys come to me and say, "Hey, Christian, we want to feed some hungry people and clothe some naked people and do something for the widows and the orphans." Never once have they ever approached me with any ideas like that.
But yet, me as an atheist can go out and spend a good chunk of money to buy turkeys and ham for Thanksgiving for families that aren't.
That's what we're supposed to do,
You
you
know,
know.
and we're all atheists. You know, I put a big chunk in. We all threw a bunch in, and not just my community here, but you know outwardly.
Yeah.
Several, many families. I mean, $500 worth of turkeys and ham just for me. That's going to do a lot of good. And I'm not ringing my own bell by any means.
No, it'll do a lot of good. Of course it
Right,
will.
but that's what I don't see with a lot of Christian groups. It's like, okay, and they ask for the money, but yet you don't see, and not all. Not, I hate general blanket statements because I know that's not true. Otherwise, we wouldn't have places like St. Vincent's or St. Jude's or on and on and on sort of thing. But there's a lot of churches that just are within. They'll have like dinners, but for the congregation.
Yeah.
The other day I drove by our community church. And they said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have Thanksgiving, for our congregation from blah 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 blah. All members welcome." It's like, well, why not all people welcome?
Yeah. What is the point of it if it's just the members?
Yeah, I mean, anybody can come, as long as it's for a service. But when it comes for a meal, no, just members. That's, to me, that sends the wrong message.
It irritates me because, like, Dan, like, hey Dan, if you're listening, which half the time you are,
Of course.
the next time you send me a message to argue with me, just send me a message to like do something for the homeless, and I'll help you. Send me a message to
There
feed
you go.
somebody, to help some kid who's sick. Like, send me one of those messages, and I'll help you any way that I can. I will sell things just to get money to help you. If you send me a message about something like that, I don't want to fuss and fight with you about the Trinity. I don't care what you think about the Trinity. It's meaningless to me. I don't care. I'm not trying to convert you, Dan.
Yeah, if I trusted Dan, I would be more than willing to help out. Just financially a little bit, but I don't trust him enough to, because it's pretty bad. Well, I want to see receipts first, and then I'll give you some, money, sort of thing. Because with his missions, sorry. Um, oh
I
well.
would give him a chance. I'll tell you why. Because my grandfather said something one time that always stuck with me. He said, if you give $1 to charity and 10 cents makes it to the person in need, then it was worth the whole dollar. And so I believe that. And I'm willing to give somebody a chance. And if I get burned, I just get burned. Because I always worry about missing an opportunity versus being burned. It's worse to miss an opportunity.
Right. Well, at least then you don't have to step. And this is hypothetically, if I believe, playing devil's advocate. I mean, I wouldn't want to stand in front of the Lord and him sit there and say, "Well, why did you bypass these people?
Yeah.
When you could have, had an opportunity, or why didn't you, or
See, I
if you
think
help
about that.
them,
I think
that,
about that.
yeah, it's that. I mean, from that point, I understand. But for me, being as you say, a worldly person, hell no. if I, if I want to do something like that, I'll give it directly to the people that I know that need it.
Yeah. No, I don't blame you, man. I've had to do that. We did for a long time, and I'm hoping to start it back up. But we used to have this program for my ministry called Homeless Care Packages, where we would buy book bags in bulk and just pack them with a bunch of stuff, and then go to different cities like Macon and Atlanta and stuff, and go pass them out to people and just walk the tent villages with them. And that was awesome. I really intend to start that program back up. We did that for a long time. What happened is I lost the house I was living in at the time, and that was my workspace. So it just became so difficult to operate that I just kind of put it on hiatus, which I regret. But that was one of the coolest things we ever did. We'd get these backpacks and we'd put like little rolled up blankets and canned foods and gloves and waters and all kind of toothbrush, everything, and just pack them to where they couldn't fit nothing else. And we would go down to like Macon, Georgia, and just walk around and drive around until we found the tent villages, or like go find a homeless person and ask them where they were.
Yeah.
And we would go walk these tent villages, like, and there's way more than people realize.
Yeah.
There's way more than I realized.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
actually, the Lord healed one of those guys. I want to write that testimony down because people don't believe in that kind of stuff. But there was a guy named James, a black guy, who we gave a homeless care package to that caught me the way it was really crowded, so we were just kind of like knocking on the tent doors and leaving them at the doors. And this one guy called out the door, and he said, "Hey, will you guys pray for me?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's kind of why we're here, anyways." So we went back over, prayed for the guy, talked to him, and he showed us this big baseball-sized thing on his leg where he was getting a biopsy done because he thought it was cancer. And I mean, it was. You could look at it and see.
Oh,
And so we prayed for the guy. Well, I didn't think no more about it. And we went back to Macon, like, I guess it was like 4 months later, to do the homeless care packages again. And I ran into that joker. And he showed me
damn.
his leg, and he was thanking God his leg was totally healed. And I was like, man, people don't ever hear about stuff like this, but this is a good testimony. God did something for this young man. This was worth the whole trip.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, that kind of stuff I'm interested in. You know, when it comes to benevolence and helping the needy and doing something for those who are in need, like, I don't care if you're Mormon, I don't care if you're Catholic, I will lock arms with you and I will help you.
Mormons. Oh my gosh.
I might even do it with the Mormons, as I might.
Ooh.
I've
Yeah,
had
stay
some
away from the
rounds.
JWs. That's my area.
I've had some rounds with those crazy Mormons.
Yeah, I when I was with them and was going door to door, once we actually ran into a couple of quote unquote elders, and of course my elder and the other two young kids were arguing about who the real false prophet was, and I'm thinking, what the heck? If you're a false prophet, you're a false prophet, you know. But there's
Who the
no,
real false prophet was.
yeah, you know, okay, yeah, you're 50%. I got a 50%, success rate. You've got
That's
25.
funny as crap.
I'm the truer prophet. It's
That's
just
funny.
it laughed, made me laugh.
I was talking, I mean, I've had, my God, so many rounds with the Mormons, and a lot of them are really sweet people.
Oh, they are. I mean, they're just crazy as all
Well,
get
they
out.
just have a really, like, I know all religion is crazy, like, I understand that. But theirs is, like, extra crazy, though. Like, they know theirs is made up. There's no question.
Oh
You
yeah.
know?
Well, I don't see how people are Scientologists.
No, that's
You
another
know?
example.
Yeah. I mean, I can keep naming and naming and naming, but to me, and I'm still convinced, it'd take a lot for me not to believe this anymore. And it's nothing, major, but I'm convinced that Superman was based off of the Mormon religion.
Really?
Well, think about it. Their Jesus came from another planet, came here because their whole thing is that everybody can be a god of their own planet eventually if they extend, or, however the terminology that they would use for that. But how did
Yeah.
Jesus get here from a different planet? He had to fly through the, or teleport or something like Jesus, and had special powers when he got here. They're Jesus, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, it just the names are because what
Hmm.
is it? Did Superman come from what, Cabal? Or God, no, not
I've
Cabal.
heard people talk about, like, the Nazi idea of the Ubermensch, and they thought Superman was based off the Ubermensch. I don't know. I know this burger is good, though. If I do say so, what a burger.
Okay, what has that got to do with what? Oh wait,
What's
I
that?
put I typed in there. Where did the moron Jesus come from? I'm like, why isn't it popping up? It's Mormon, you
Oh, thanks,
idiot.
Ezra. That makes me look good on streams when you do stuff like that.
Yeah. I just all I wanted the planet. Okay, wait. Mormons believe that Jesus appeared in the Americas after his crucifixion in 33 AD. That's not where he came from.
That's not where it came from.
I'll have to do research. I can't remember the name of it now.
I can tell you this much, Ezra. If heaven ain't a lot like Dixie, then I don't want to go.
Yeah, because you got to be a bigot everywhere. Yeah, that's what we want to be.
I ain't putting up with them because they're colored.
Yeah, hell, we need somebody to. No, that's not. I'm not even gonna do slave jokes.
Is it too soon?
No, well, the thing about it is, the old adage: don't ever say something that confirms something you're trying to conceal, or
Oh
not even
yeah.
conceal.
Yeah.
That's
It's a scripture actually somewhere. It doesn't say it just like this, but it says like something like many a truth was told in jest.
Well, no, well, I was talking about it's better to keep your mouth shut and
Oh,
get
I know
them
what you're
to
talking about.
guess you're a fool than to open your mouth and be a fool. There you go.
Yeah, it's the
Basically,
way they say it is better to remain silent and let people think you're a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
exactly. There we go. Oh wait, we got roundtable media. Whoever.
Yeah, I'm driving. You gotta tell me what the comments say. I can't see them.
Let me see it. Hey guys. Or hey, guys. You were trying to say an atheist is more benevolent than the Church of God. ROTFL. He also goes on to say, who do you think builds hospitals and missions? Well, actually, not all Christians and many secular things are done too. But if you were listening, I did say we do have St. Jude's, we do have St. Vincent. So your point there is kind of moot. And it's not
Yeah, I mean,
just Christians,
I'm a
many
minister.
atheist
Like,
donations that are part of that. It's not, hospitals aren't built based on a religion, they're based on the healthcare itself.
yeah, I
So
don't know exactly what they're saying, but like, I am a Christian, so you know.
who do you think does constant outreach to the poor and downtrodden? Yeah, it's just Christians. Christians are the only ones in the world that do that round top. True religion is this to clothe the widows and feed the orphans. And I don't see a lot of that going on in a lot of Christian communities, to be honest. And I just said that earlier. So it's not, oh, you hurt my feelings. I'm going to rebut with something better.
Oh, are we arguing with this guy? I guess.
No, I'm just being matter of fact. He just wants to be a tool, I guess. That's it's fine.
Round Roundtable Media. I don't know who you are, and maybe you didn't hear the whole conversation, but I am a Christian. I'm a minister, and I believe in
Well,
benevolence, and I promote
whoever has
benevolence.
it,
So I don't.
they've got a wrench.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's fine, I guess, but
Oh no, it's
I
not
think you
bad,
just didn't hear
but
the whole conversation.
right. That's what I'm saying. I think he walked in and didn't hear it all, or just wants to argue.
Yeah,
But no,
I
it's
mean, I'm
not
not
just
really
exclusively
arguing with
Christians. Believe it or not, Muslims do a lot of community service also. Mormons do it. Jehovah Witnesses
him.
don't do it, no
Yeah, I don't
matter
want
what.
to argue because like it's Friday. Like, who wants to argue on a Friday?
Well, you can't have a Good Friday without a good argument.
I don't know. I feel like you probably can though. I don't know. Roundtable, whoever you are, hello and greetings. I hope you're having a nice day.
Yeah. And the opinions of the atheist aren't necessarily his. Does that better?
Yeah, I mean, I know obviously a lot of atheists who do benevolence work. There's many charities in the world that
There
are not
is.
religiously based.
I mean, it'd been different if I said no Christian ever did anything. That's just totally untrue. I mean, it's like, and actually, I want to qualify what I said about the JWs. The JW board doesn't do anything for the community because they hold on to their money. They do have though individuals. Me and about 6 or 7 fellow future brethren, I thought were what was going to happen. All went down to uh, what Katrina, Louisville, God, Louisiana, New Orleans. There we go, and did a lot of cleanup work for several months. But we weren't all atheists. We were a mixture. We're just friends. They get along.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You know what people think, but I think we should help people, and I think Azo thinks that too.
Oh no, screw the people. Just send your checks to asshole 64 Incorporated.
I'm not going to be like totally dishonest here. The thought has crossed my mind. Screw the people a time or two. There have been times that the people have let me down. Well, we're doing a show tonight. I don't know what about yet.
What
Well,
aboutism? There you go. You just came up with it.
Hmm.
uh-huh.
I should probably do a show on why I'm not a Trinitarian because people are always asking me that.
Because it makes no sense.
Correct.
And I'm guessing you're a modalist. I don't know if
I
that's what
don't.
you call it,
I
but
don't know what they call me. I never got involved in all the different groups or
right.
whatever.
So you're basically, I mean, because from listening to you preach, and don't be offended, this is just my take on it. You sound like a oneness Pentecostal,
There's a
with
lot
your
of people that
beliefs.
consider me oneness Pentecostal.
Okay.
I don't identify that way, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Um, as far as the Pentecostal, I agree with Pentecostals about a lot of things that they teach, but the word Pentecostal is sort of inseparably tied to the initial evidence doctrine. And I don't believe that. I think it's anti-scriptural. So I can't really identify as Pentecostal because I don't teach initial evidence. Now, as far as the oneness thing, there are certain divisions within the Godhead that I don't hear oneness preachers identifying. And so I'm not sure that they would agree with me if I called myself oneness, because they almost kind of like pretend like there's not three parts of the Godhead. But I'm definitely a lot closer to oneness than I am Trinitarian.
Right. Yeah. What I thought, I mean, I don't want to get too much into this because if I say everything now, then I won't have anything to talk about if and when I do the thing with
Oh, now
Daniel.
this guy's arguing with me about this. Do you just
Yes,
want to
that's what
argue
I was going to
today,
say, but
guys?
I just go ahead.
I'm sorry. This guy just wants to argue. Look, whoever you are, wink, wink, Dan, stop arguing.
You're welcome, and I'm glad you're here, man. That's awesome that you're here.
These guys run this crease as a piece of shit, and it deserves exactly the fate that it's received.
That
What
was
am I hearing?
yesterday's show.
Oh,
Gigi, do you know that your mic's on?
now
Sorry.
go.
No, you're okay. I just don't want you to, put that out there if you weren't intending for everybody to hear it. I don't know if you're editing or what you're doing, but
Let me respond to Roundtable. Go ahead, Logan. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. You want to join? I'll ask him.
Well, I'm going to do a show tonight. I don't know if it's going to be on the Godhead or not, but Roundtable, you don't know my position on the Godhead. You have asked me 0 questions about the subject. If you have a question, I would be happy to answer it. As you know, the word Trinity is not in the Bible. And the only where that the word person is used is to describe the part of the Godhead that you would call the Son, which is Jesus. The word person is never used to describe the Father or the Holy Ghost. So you guys added all that stuff. It's not in there.
yeah, he just wants to argue just for the fact that everything I said, I misspoke. So I guess he knows my life experiences also.
Well, he said that I'm saying an error. What was the error, Roundtable? What was the error? You and I both know the
Unitarianism
Bible
in
never
general
teaches no Trinity. Y'all invented it. I mean, what's the error? I don't understand what the disagreement is. You said Jesus is God. I said Jesus is God. We're saying the same thing.
Okay,
What is my position on the Godhead? That I believe in it. What's yours? I mean, what is your position, Roundtable? The word Godhead is in the Bible. That's a real Bible word. You're not here to defend the word Godhead. I am. You're here to defend the word Trinity, which is not in the Bible.
But neither is Baja Blast, to be fair.
That one should be.
That should be. And I hate it.
Yeah.
Just
So
for you, though,
Roundtable
I
just wants
want it
to
in there.
argue. Roundtable, if you want to argue, you probably should get better at it, to be honest, because you kind of disproved your own self in this argument. It's weird for someone to say, well, what you believe is heresy, but I think Jesus is God. My whole Godhead theology is based around the idea that Jesus is God. That's the whole foundation of my understanding of the Godhead. Yours is that he's just like kind of part of God.
Well, he got you fired up, Garp.
Anyways, I just don't know if people want to argue from the comments. Just come on if you have that much to say.
What happened about having a Good Friday?
Yeah, I don't want to argue on Friday. You
asked
me,
for now. Put it on the
what's
table.
my position on the Godhead? My position is that I believe in the Godhead.
Oh. I put a link in there. He could join. Oh.
I don't know. I don't understand this arguing from the comments. Like, this has got to be Dan, right?
I don't know the spelling. Well, at first I thought it was in the very first comment because it was so whacked, or the one that he was. I don't know where it was. The one to me. It makes no. It's before that even. I first thought it was Dan, but after that, they type too good compared to Dan. Not that it's that great, but.
Well, I'm assuming Roundtable is a Trinitarian. That's what seems to be the consensus here. Roundtable, I don't care if you're a Trinitarian. It doesn't make me think any less of you. It doesn't make me think you're not a child of God. I don't care. Like, I really don't. The Trinitarians teach this idea of three persons, and that is not found in the Bible. The word person is only ever used to describe the office of sonship. It is never used for the Father, and it is never used for the Holy Ghost. So there are not three persons in the Godhead, there's just one. That's the reason I'm not a Trinitarian, because there's only one person of the Godhead, which is Jesus Christ, God personified. My
This
position is scriptural. What the heck is your position?
Christian, I got a question. Who would have called you Patrick? Because he's calling you Patrick. So it's somebody you
Patrick?
know.
Who's calling me Patrick?
Roundtable said, wait, where's it at? It just
He called me Patrick?
what you are saying is modalism. That's hearsay, Patrick. Too funny.
I mean, I know people named Patrick. Maybe he's talking
Right. I
about
just
me.
like, oh no. I was thinking your middle name Carp, not CPP. I'm a dumb butt. Sorry.
No, my middle name is Ryan.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I know that. Why did I say Patrick?
Well, this
Oh
guy's
well.
saying Patrick.
No, I know, but that's what I'm wondering. Because at first it's like, oh, he knows you if he's
And what
calling
is
you by
that
your
talking
middle
about
name.
heresy? Heresy is also not a Bible word, Roundtable. That's the second word that you've used that's not a Bible word. I thought we were talking about the Bible. Did I misunderstand? I thought we were here to discuss the Bible, not like made up Catholic nonsense.
Oh. He said he's going to come on soon.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Would it be Father Charles? No.
No, if it's Father Charles, I'll apologize for everything I said.
No, it's not Father Charles.
Okay,
like
just
Father
making
Charles.
sure. That's what I mean, I'm just trying to think of because they act like they know you, but then they don't.
Yeah, because I don't even know who Patrick is.
Right. But for them to have a wrench.
He has a wrench?
Yeah. He is
Give his wrench to Jens. This is my judgment.
Oh, that's funny.
Logan, I ask that you give his wrench.
Oh, wait a
to
second.
Jens.
Wait.
Or is that Richard? Is that Richard?
No, that's not Richard. I looked at his channel.
Oh, okay.
It's been a while. I thought it might have been this one guy, Lion's Dilemma. But no, I forgot. It's been a while.
I don't know. I mean, I don't care. Like, if somebody's a Trinitarian, it doesn't bother me. I'll still be your friend. Like, most Christians are Trinitarians, like the vast majority.
Yeah.
So I don't care about that. But when someone starts throwing around like words like heretic and other made up words like that, Trinity is a made up word. The way that they use person is made up. It's not the way that the apostolic writers used that word. A Trinitarian purports that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost are all persons. But the Bible only ever refers to the Son as a person.
Actually, here's another word he used that I learned from you that's not in the Bible. Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Hypocrite is in the Bible round table, but hearsay isn't.
I told Bruce that I could deal with hypocrite because at least we can define that one.
Right.
It's so crazy. It's just so crazy. I don't understand it. I don't even know this guy. I don't even know who you are, Roundtable.
It's been a while. I completely forgot. I forgot. I remember him other days.
If you're preaching Trinitarian doctrine, how are you preaching it? Tell me. Show me the scriptures that you're preaching it from, because I can show you those for my doctrine.
Oh.
Anyway, I didn't mean to get fired up.
Angry teddy bear.
I just
Okay, that's
think
right.
Carp is a hypocrite. He wants a Good Friday, but he's arguing with the wall.
That is hypocrisy. That's a better accusation than Bruce made.
See, some people think I don't listen or learn. I do.
He's sending me links.
Spooky hair. Yes, I think it's a comic video, I guess. It says, guys, it's a comic video. You should know it. I'll throw up the link, icebreaker and all. I've got to get ready for guests. I'll jump on panel with you if you are still going.
This Joker has a show?
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
Let me show you.
Yeah, it might just be his just a link in general. Just he said it was an icebreaker. You know, things got off the. I can respect that part anyway.
I don't know. It's whatever. I don't want to argue with the guy. Like, I don't care. If you're a Trinitarian, you do you, Hoss. I don't care.
This is
he's got to be a Lutheran. St. Patrick's bad analogy.
Oh, he's Lutheran?
Must be. Well, it says Lutheran. I'll tell you.
One of my favorite pastors in history was Lutheran. See, we have common
Lutheran
ground.
Satire presents, and I'm guessing they're Lutheran or making fun of Lutheran. I don't know. St. Patrick's bad, and I'll have to watch it later though.
I don't know. I like
I don't want
Lutherans.
my
I think
test
Lutherans are
very
nice people.
Oh yeah.
I'm Team Lutherans Roundtable.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
I mean, Martin Luther was. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, that's all right. I don't know. It's been a while. I talked to him a while ago, but it's been a while.
Hey, Spooky. I don't know if I said hi.
Oh, Spooky BedHair's here. Hey, Spooky.
No, you gotta say it like Mod. Spooky Bear.
I just want to know who the heck Patrick is.
Well, it's got to be about St. Patrick, whoever that is, because on this video it's St. Patrick's bad analogy. So maybe
Is he
just calls
calling me
everybody
Saint
Patrick.
Patrick?
Yeah, that's what they call everyone Patrick in this video. Yeah, I've seen this video
What does
before.
that mean?
I don't know.
Oh, you know what? I think I did see this video. I think Aiden sent.
Oh,
this
he's
to me.
not Lutheran.
Oh, so you're not Lutheran. So now you're Presbyterian.
Okay, thanks for clearing that. The Patrick, that's what got me. He said, I don't know if you can see comments, Carp yet, but
Oh yeah, he says God in three persons in one essence. Yeah, there's no scripture that says that, Roundtable. It doesn't exist. There's no
then,
passage in the whole Bible that says anything similar to that.
Yeah, then he says that's hearsay, air quotes, is a quip that gets tossed around. Okay.
Oh, okay, so it's like a joke.
Yeah, well, or an insult.
Whatever, I can understand it at least, but like for him to say, okay, so let me explain, the God is three persons in one essence and blah blah blah. None of that's in the Bible. Y'all made that up. Just because you can copy and paste from some theological text does not mean that's in the Bible.
And what
Yeah,
I don't
no, I'll-
understand from the councils that we've had, like the 325, whatever, Trent, Nicaea, and what's the third one? Whatever
Nicaea
it
was the
is.
first one, and I think Trent was the second one.
Yeah, but it's sad that hundreds of years after Jesus' death, they have to have something to define what Jesus and the Godhead is. So it was never established or really known, or they wouldn't have to have a council to define it.
It's just kind of crazy. Like I said, if somebody has a different understanding than me of a subject like the Godhead, I understand that because it's a big, deep, mysterious subject. You could spend years on it. I totally respect somebody having an honest, different opinion. But like he has quoted zero scriptures. He's made zero kind of like text justifications for it. You don't have a position. You're just regurgitating somebody else's position.
Here we go. I am a Reformed Christian. The Trinity is simple and it stands. Yeah, it's not simple or people wouldn't be dying over it for
What are we fighting about if it's simple?
Yeah. Or having to have councils once again, theme over all of redemption. Without it, you have no salvation, man. You say Jesus is God, then who is the Father?
You said Jesus is God, Roundtable.
Hey, nerdy.
Literally, Roundtable earlier in this argument said Jesus is God. That's what you said. And now he's tying the Trinity to salvation. You think something that's not even in the Bible that you guys had to make up because you didn't understand the subject is tied to salvation?
Well, what I don't get is the apostles questioned whether God or Jesus ever claimed to be God or not.
They had actually different understandings of it.
Right. And they were with Jesus the whole time. So then, even if Christian is wrong, hypothetically, because he's never wrong, big deal. His own followers that lived and walked and breathed with him and yada, 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 questioned everything, including when he was resurrected.
Yeah, they didn't even believe that. I don't know.
If you're
I just don't
asking me,
understand
Jesus says he played third base for the Dodgers years ago.
It's just crazy.
Close.
Like, if you gave somebody a Bible who had never heard of the Bible, they wouldn't come up with that Trinity nonsense. You got to be taught that in school when you're 8.
Yep. Especially when the Old Testament. Well, we won't even go there. Just leave it.
They literally have to teach that to kids at such a young age because they know if they get older, they'll never believe it.
Chuck is the father around here.
I got to go, guys. I just got home. But look, Roundtable, I don't know who you are. I don't want to argue with you. But if you would like to have a formal discussion about this subject, I will embrace you with respect. I'll give you the floor for half the time. I would love to do that. So you just let me know. Get in touch with Logan and we'll freaking do it or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, I need to show you guys a video.
Okay.
The crazy preacher Eder about Aiden when he came on the PGs.
I got to run, Logan, but I'll wait for just a minute for you to do this.
Finally, you're welcome.
I'm unblocked. Thank you for unblocking me.
Finally,
Oh,
you're
what this
welcome, and
is.
I'm glad you're here, man. That's awesome that you're here.
These guys run his cruises received.
Happened.
Is that where Aiden went on?
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm trying to sound like a Christian. Okay, nice.
Right. I really have to go. To anybody out there who's a Trinitarian, I still love you and I think you're a child of God. And I don't know why Roundtable's arguing with me.
Obviously, he's not around much because if he knew how I was most of the time, he would not say that I was an atheist acting like a Christian. We're having a discussion. Does that mean an atheist isn't allowed to talk about his take on the Bible?
As I give you permission. I authorize that.
Oh, so I ain't worried about Roundtable no more, whether he's a Smurf or not.
I authorize that.
And I did hear Mr. Carp, Gigi, tell you to give Jen's Roundtable's wrench. No, I'm trying, Jens. I really am. I am trying my butt off here.
Oh,
All right,
yeah,
guys, I got to bounce. I'll see you guys tonight if you're at the show.
I'll be there. Thanks.
Bye.
But I want to ask you something, Mister. It was crazy.
Okay.
They allowed him on there.
Yes, it was.
Was
That whole show
crazy.
didn't make sense at all. And what made me mad, worse than anything they ever said, was I kept petitioning for me and Jen. Well, I started with me, then I threw Jen's in there, then I started adding other people, in there for a wrench, and no one got one. Then I mentioned Missing Maud. She gets one instantly.
Oh.
I am boycotting. I don't know what I'm going to boycott yet, but I'm doing it.
Okay.
I know, Jack. Don't mind no buddies.
It was crazy when he came on there. They said they didn't even hear what he said. I kind of walked away a bit. I came back when that happened. It was crazy.
Good boy. Oh, come on.
Wow.
Oh, my dog's trying to get up here on my lap. And he doesn't realize 80-pound dogs aren't lap dogs. Jack, go somewhere. Either lay down or go in the bed. Go on. Oh, well, he won't.
Second best showing. But I'm going to apply traffic. But anyways, was that the PG? Yep, that was the PGs. Aiden came on there and just snapped at him. It was crazy. Dan and Aiden been fighting, I guess, and made it on to the show. It was crazy. Yeah, it was all crazy like last night. What do you think? Would you ever go on the show?
I mean, the one comment when I
you
went off on Steven that day, and in the comments he put something about, oh, Asshole's too much of a coward to come on and debate him or what. And I don't even know what we would debate, really. But, especially after seeing yesterday, offering everybody to come up there, but yet not allowing a whole lot of people to actually speak, especially Christian. To me, I don't play those games. Not at all. If he wants to come to my channel or a neutral site where, we both feel safe and, fairly represented or whatever, yeah, I probably would, depending what the topic was. But otherwise, there's no point. They have to have the control to control the narrative and write their story. As a lifelong Protestant, I am only recently beginning to investigate. Yeah, I'm not much into the Septuagint. Turns out it's the one that Jesus and the New Testament authors quoted and was used by Christians up until the Reformation. But yeah, also, though, that there's actually older and better manuscripts in the Septuagint. I'm not going to get into a Septuagint discussion. It's too early. Which begs the question, doth the Protestants protest too much? Oh, God. Mark, work on... No, that's the delivery. I did yesterday for a minute.
You have a channel? Oh. But on the acid, yeah, it was crazy. Like it. Yeah. That was so crazy. He just went off of them. That was so crazy.
Yeah, it was nuts. It's not crazy. It's nuts. That's my second opinion.
Yeah. I found this old video of a crazy street preacher going to a mall full of kids going to see Santa, and he says, "Santa's not real" to everyone. What would you say to him?
I'd be scared. Oh, Daniel's here. Nice, Daniel. Indeed, Mark Stoney, Septuagint was
Hi,
found
Dan.
accurate in the dead. Okay.
Oh, but oh, the PGs. I think they're having a show tonight, actually. But after this show, I think they're going to wait a while to have another show.
If I was them, I
What do
would
you think?
never have another show with the debacle they had yesterday. And that's really what it was nothing more than a
Bye.
game. Uh-oh, we got Dustin in the
Guess
house.
who's here?
What's up, everybody? Hi,
Nothing bothering.
everybody.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, everybody.
What are we
How are
going to
you
do
today?
today? Am I going to solve somebody's head or how many heads today?
Dustin, it sounds like you're talking into a 5-gallon bucket.
Would you be
That's better.
surprised any other way?
That's probably true. You probably got your head underwater trying to talk.
Ah,
Oh. Oh.
And stay out.
Uh, it does that to him a lot. I don't get why it just he has weird problems on
What I'm worried
Restream.
about if I go to the restream is that sometimes for me it'll show me like the chat error, and then I can't see chat anymore. So then I have to go back because I don't want to be on stage and then restart it and have to come back in.
Oh.
Not just that burning bush, but modern scholarship suggests that the Septuagint is closer even to the Targums that are considered to the proto-messianic basis for the modern Masoretic text. Wow, I can't believe I remembered all those big words.
Oh. What do you think? The great
Of
Dustin,
what?
the Dustite. I don't know, but yeah. You saw yesterday's show? It was crazy.
I think anybody who ad libs a writing to make it mean something other than what reflects reality um, is guilty of fraud. That's what I think.
Oh. You serious?
No,
Oh, okay. Oh. What would you do if? What would you do if you came on that show
I don't
yesterday?
know. I didn't. What show?
They had a show about making peace.
They don't care about
To make
making
peace.
peace. They care about ratings. I would have called it out right what it was because he doesn't care. Like neither does Dan. Dan cares about. Well, I don't even know what Dan cares about controlling the narrative and have. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I'm just done with the whole thing. Right? It's not what they say it is. It's not what advertised. And here comes Mr. I'm going to elevate myself by elevating the Bible Proverbs guy. Like, oh, if you don't understand the Bible the way I understand it, you're going to hell. And it's because of the non-inspired King James, whatever. Dude, I didn't like, bro. Like his whole spiel has gotten old. It's played out, and like the thing is that he's not coming up with any new tricks. I've gone so far around the wheel. I've found myself back where I started.
You know what happened last night? Aiden came on. I want to show you what Aiden did. It was crazy.
Hey,
Yeah.
Unblock.
Then
Thank
came
you for
on
unblocking
and
me.
dropped a bunch of
Finally,
bombs.
you're welcome, and I'm glad you're here, man. That's awesome that you're here.
Yeah,
His best friend is
somebody's got to
Grease is
tell
a
you
piece
you're
of shit, and
biblically
it
wrong.
deserves exactly the fate that it's received.
See?
Finally, you're welcome, and I'm glad you're here, man. That's awesome that you're here.
Yeah,
His best friend is
somebody's got to
Grease is
tell
a
you
piece
you're
of shit, and
biblically
it
wrong.
deserves exactly the fate that it's received.
I love it. I love it. Aiden's a stealth bomber, bro.
I'll tell you what, I've seen about 3 videos yesterday of Aiden in work, and I have to say I'm gaining more and more respect for that little dude. May not like him all the time, but
Well, look, I don't have to agree with his personal beliefs in order to have respect for a man.
right.
Right? Because principles are not linked to beliefs. However, there is a strong correlation.
Right. I mean, if you think about it, the only thing that separates us are our beliefs. You know, our lack of belief.
Well, that gender, ideology, personal scope, lens through which we view reality, third person perspective, the fact that your feet are not mine.
How do you know?
And except for all of that, we're exactly the same person.
I didn't say exactly. We all have to worry about, I mean, not all.
Well, I'm giving
we
you
have to
credit.
worry about surviving and everything that entails. You know, we all have sorrows, happiness, work, you know, bills, health issues, yada, 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 at some point in our lives is what I'm meaning. I might be a Yankees fan. You might be a Red Sox fan, but
I would never. How dare you, Saw?
You don't like the Sox?
How dare you, Saw? I am a Knicks fan.
I'm talking about baseball, not basketball.
How dare you, Saw?
Damn you for proving me wrong, sir.
You just went to the wrong sport. That's all.
Yeah, you discussed the wrong sport.
I'm telling you what, if the Sox ever were to meet the Knicks have taken the victory, baby.
Yeah,
dude. Now there's a concept that we need to do. We need to take a baseball team and put them on a basketball court.
Wearing football gear.
No, we don't want to basketball this up. No, I'm just saying.
We want full contact basketball, dude.
No, I'm just saying if we were to take athletes that aren't traditionally meant for sports and then try them out in those sports, right? That would be something worth watching. That would be a sports event of sports events. Okay? I don't see why that is not a thing.
Hey, Pope Timmy, how you doing? Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Yeah, I like the Giants, kind of.
Hi, Dave.
Basically because of McCovey Cove. I love Willie McCovey back in the day.
Guess who's here?
Somebody got a haircut.
That's right, I did.
Or did you wash it and it just rank?
No, I paid good money for this haircut. And I got it nice and short because I don't go there often.
Yeah, I haven't had a haircut in a year, but it's for charity, so got till January 1st and then I get a haircut. It's driving me nuts. Oh no, actually I lied. January 16th would be a year. Sorry.
You're gonna wait until after there's a new president. We're right before there's a new president, right? Yeah.
Much love, Tim.
Tim, join us. But Daniel, how you been? How was your
I think he's trying to remain neutral.
To what?
Oh, yeah. I know what you guys are talking about. You're talking about that let's make a peace thing where they tried to do the Sermon on the Mount, but they totally. Oh my gosh, they did not evidence knowing the Sermon on the Mount at all. That was really bad. That was really bad when Achilles was because I watched some of that because I thought about coming on. I was just like, oh yeah, I'll make peace with the PG guys. I like this. I like this idea. And then Achilles is just like, hold up. Before we go any further, I just want to say that I don't forgive any of these people. I don't think we can have peace between them. And it's just like, oh, that's how you're starting it out?
Achilles does things in protest all the time. He's just so deeply entrenched that Proverbs guys can't do anything about it. You don't understand. There is an internal struggle going, right? Like, you just got to see the cracks. Like in every eggshell, there's a few cracks you just don't know about them.
True.
But did they come together before the stream even started and been like, hey, look, we're trying to make peace with everyone? And did Achilles just like say like, all right, hold on, but before we even do, I'm just gonna let everyone know that there will never be any peace. Peace is a lie.
Yeah.
There's only war.
Well, Dustin hit it. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Dustin on anything. But it's for ratings. And you know what he needs for ratings? The atheists. And they were complaining about, oh yeah, the atheists just want to, you need us. That's the PGs, or they wouldn't have a channel. Flat out, they would not have a channel.
I'm not as stupid as you drunk I am, sir.
Drunk
I
I am.
ain't thinking as you drunk I am either.
Drunk I am.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, they're having a show tonight, but
No, officer, I don't have Dane Bimage.
but only other show schedule after that is the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And that's going to be one about Noah. Other's going to be about the poverty teens, and then after that would be not Noah, Moses. Moses, then poverty teens, and then Noah about the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Just as a personal aside, how do you expect God to reward you? You claim you're a church on YouTube. Yet, particular experience, if you serve two masters, you love one and hate the other. Why would God reward you with the Holy Spirit and bring you many eyes to subscribe to your channel if you are living in a double truth? It never made sense to me.
Oh.
Wow, Daniel's kicked back.
Yeah.
Put on some porn
I'm
music.
here for just a little bit before I'm gonna go out and make some money. Yeah, the shag pad, right?
Oh yeah, no, you don't do that.
Stone
No,
red.
Daniel, you don't sit there and say you gotta go make money after I'm talking about porn. Chicka bow bow. Repent, young man.
Only marriage will I do it again. I I plan to be clean.
I respect that.
Phantom Ass out there, they did the Sermon on the Mount, didn't you as well? Yeah, I saw that stream and I did my own Sermon on the Mount because they were only talking about the one beatitude, which is blessed are the peacemakers, but before they shall be called the sons of God. But you really should do the whole Sermon on the Mount. I think it's such a powerful part of the Bible. So much Christianity is right there in that Sermon on the Mount, and that's like where true Christianity comes out of is that sermon. So when people are like, oh, all I got to do is like believe once and then you're justified vertically or horizontally or whatever they say it is, like that's not Christianity. Christianity is hearing that Sermon on the Mount. It's a beautiful piece, but it also is self-convicting. Everybody should walk away from the Sermon on the Mount feeling like that talked about me. Like that was me. I'm the hypocrite. Yeah.
Right. Well, the one thing I would have liked to seen yesterday, and this isn't a knock on you, Tim, by any means. So I may misword it or whatever I'm saying, but I almost wish Tim was on that panel yesterday. Other than his, always screaming heretical or heresy or whatever, he, I think, would have been the voice of reason. And I can't believe I'm saying that about Pope Timmy. It's not that I dislike Pope Timmy, but he's got more common sense or like I said, the voice of reason than any of the ones that were on the panel from their side yesterday. Or the show may
The
not
voice of reason, you say?
Timmy, compared to those guys.
I mean, I don't think that he's trying to reason with them anymore. I mean, yeah,
No,
I agree with you. I agree with you in
principle,
principle, but I don't see him putting that same effort out anymore.
I'm saying before, okay, I should have said before whatever happened between him and the PGs.
Absolutely.
He would have been the voice of reason, I would think, and that would probably have been the reason he left, and not the prior to that. But it might have been a
Bro,
little
like,
bit different outcome.
something, I deluded myself for a long time thinking that Proverbs was just not thinking about what it was he was doing before I realized, man, he's just looking at reward consequence. Right? That's all it is. Like, look, he got married on a whim to a complete stranger. Right? He doesn't care about what the consequences of that might be one day. He doesn't care. He could care less. You're talking about a man who has child support payments up to his ears and he's getting married again. I mean, come on. Can you add 1 and 2 and tell me what that is?
Man, they're talking about cheese. I'm going to have to go get a sandwich or something. Blessed are the cheesemakers. Now we've got blessed are the cheesemakers, for they shall see curd.
Oh. What do you think, Daniel? Tell us from your great wiseness.
Oh, yeah. Well, you guys know the PG guys better than I do. I don't really. I try. I'm going to try not to engage in gossip. Because I know that's not good. It's not good for the soul. It says not to do that in the Bible. But I did watch the stream, and from what I saw with my own eyes, they did not understand the Sermon on the Mount or what it means to make peace.
Right.
It's not how you do it.
I don't think it's a fair categorization. I'm not gossiping. I'm saying some people need to be warned about what it is they're walking into when they engage in that channel, because you're not going to be able to see it coming in some perspectives. Like, I didn't see it coming, and if I can be blinded, I imagine there are a few other people that can be as well.
Well, by Tim's reaction, I'm not trying to drag him into this, but he's also seemed like he was blindsided by it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The story that I'm taking Timmy at his word. I like I said, I have more respect for him than I do those guys, and he doesn't seem the kind to be totally hot-headed and just lie about something.
Yeah, and to be fair, Dustin, when I said I don't want to engage in gossip, it's because I don't know as much as you do. I'm not saying you're engaging in gossip.
Copy that.
You actually know these
Okay. Copy that. All right. No, I misunderstood what you were saying there. I'm not trying to gossip. I don't like gossip. Like I'm just telling the truth, dude. I can't take it anymore. Like, it's funny how he says, "Oh, God will take care of it," and he leans on telling the truth when it suits him, right? And he knows just as well as I do that if he takes the stand and he starts testifying on behalf of Kent Hovind, that there's going to be points where he perjures himself. And I'm just trying to explain that to him. And there's many situations where we've come head to head on things like that. And I'm trying to tell him, look at what you're doing, right? You're blindsided by the things that you're going to do. And the sad thing is, this is the thing that drives me nuts. Somehow he always gets bailed out. I can't explain it. It is the most astonishing thing I've ever seen. I've never seen somebody with that amount of child support without a felony, an active felon warrant.
Maybe his parents are
Never
rich.
seen it.
See, that's me gossiping.
I can't. Well, if they are, he's not staying with them. I mean, mommy and daddy probably cut that kid off. Then that's an outstanding amount of child support. It's a felony after a certain amount. You can't avoid that.
Yeah.
I'm confused. I don't know how the man is out there getting a marriage license, interacting with the government, and not getting arrested. I'm standing beside myself. I'm like, look, you are claiming to be following all the laws, rules, and regulations of the United States of America with outstanding debt that cannot be bankruptcied away. I'm like, what's going on here? But we live in the world we live in, not in the one that they say we do. So
You serious?
Dude, I'm not making any of this up. Child support's no joke. That law is like bulletproof.
Yep.
Once you breach certain thresholds, you are in delinquency. Delinquency means you change status, and if you don't declare something within 30 or 90 days, then what they do is they turn you into a fugitive.
And the bad thing about it is, you get arrested, go to jail, you're still responsible for the ongoing child support.
Yeah, that doesn't stop, or that clock does not stop. Because they keep giving her checks, and they're not going to stop. They just make you responsible for it.
Hey, Dustin, can you turn your volume down just a little bit? I guess it must be loud for them out there in side chat, just a little bit.
My bad.
No, you're okay. Like me, I don't know how loud I am. I could be loud as heck, or okay, or low. There you go, Buns. I hope that works.
Anyway, I'm done on that. I just I'm gonna get out of here. I got some things I gotta go do. Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm looking at the whole situation. I was duped.
Uh-oh, here's Hayden.
Hayden, who came on there and just said, he just waited for his opportunity to say, they deserve everything they got. You guys deserve everything you got. I'm out of here. Peace.
What's sad is he got to say more than Carp. I think Carp said he got one word in, and that's all they let him talk.
That was crazy.
So I hope that 30 seconds of less, noise mark was worth it.
Because I was at the beginning of the stream, so I happened to see when Aiden came in and was just like, you guys deserve everything you got. I'm out of here. Just the drive-by. That was funny.
Yeah, he should have had the soundboard with your shotguns. A true drive-by. On a scooter, even. Come on,
they took the risk of letting him on the stream, What do they expect?
I don't know if the scooter holds to, but I doubt it because he says it's a cheaper one.
Oh, wow. It was crazy.
That did not go the way it was supposed to go. That was supposed to make peace.
So my question is, do we have a truce?
The great Daniel. Guys, I need to ask you a question. I read the other day, they talk about asking, can a robot be a priest?
No, never. My goodness.
Yeah, it was crazy. I saw a news thing said that asking about could a robot be crazy? Yeah.
No, thank you.
How on earth could a robot be a priest? That's crazy. They could call robo priests. They could
Would
make
that
us
be a robot-based salvation?
What would the advice be? It'd be like, have you tried not being a sinful human being?
Have you ever tried transitioning to a robot?
You would follow the statutes if you were programmed like me. I'm trying not to sin. I'm telling you, I'm trying.
Blame it on me. I can handle it, Daniel.
How hard can it be not to do the thing you keep saying not to do?
How do you make peace?
Yeah. You said you wanted peace, but you made more anger. You have sinned.
You have caused war, famine. Going to go get a.
I pronounce you guilty.
Have you heard of this?
Yeah. Well, I think it's because of you, Gangster Ghost. That's why I heard about it. He's talking about the Swedish thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Because that was confession AI.
Wow, I missed that then.
Yeah, they built an AI with the relic, the Shroud of Turin face, and they're like, yeah, you can just confess your sins to this AI. And the AI's like, beep, boop, beep. Like, you shouldn't do this sin, but you are forgiven.
Beep,
and just
boop,
like,
beep.
man, you can't You can't have a robot do that.
Beep boop beep. Aiden did a drive-by with the Uzi. Flipped his scooter over. He skinned his knees. Poor lost soul. Sorry, Mr. Aiden. Yeah, no, Daniel's repenting. Dear Lord, help me. Help me not sin. I am not a robot.
Yeah, it was crazy. What if they made a movie called Robo Priest about a priest who gets killed? He comes back part human, part machine. He gets revenge.
So, Daniel, how did it feel dipping your toe on the dark side for a minute?
What do you mean?
You sin by mocking.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Sometimes with the PGs, that's why I don't go on their streams, man. It's too tempting for me to like say mean things about them because they say mean things about me, but that doesn't make it right, you know? So what are you going to do, you know? I just but sometimes I watch their streams, man, and that was funny. That was funny when they're just like, "Let's make peace." And before even anyone comes on, Achilles is just like, well, you know, there can never really be any peace because all these people, they're just the worst of the worst. I mean, Gangster Ghost, I don't know how you deal with them all day. They're just the worst on your stream. I'm not mad at you, but these people, I don't know why we would ever want to make peace with them.
How I can get banned myself over that. Because I even said toilet bowl in chat, all sorts of awful stuff, and never got banned. And then friggin' Steven, hi asshole, how you doing? I never replied to him. But the thing that got me is when Dan was saying something about, yeah, I talked to the Proverbs guys. Well, Gangster isn't, you know, or he's an honorary PG guy, not an official PG guy, because we don't want him to take any slack. And I sat there, I said, you know, that's BS, Dan. You know, we love our Gangster. I said, it's you guys that are always mocking him for hanging out with atheists, for doing things that you guys don't think is, you know, in your narrative. So that was a garbage statement by Daniel.
Yeah. I don't know. I've seen it happen before where they've sniped GG. GG, are you there? You've been sniped before. I've seen it happen where you're just like, I gotta get off my stream, everybody, and then you go over to PGs. I know they're contacting you. They're like, stop streaming, GG, get over to our stream.
Yeah.
I've seen that stuff happen before. That's a little toxic.
Yeah, I think Phantom isn't a fan of your Achilles impersonation. He said it sounds a bit Yiddish.
Yeah, I'm 4.5% Jewish. Oy vey, what can I say?
So you're a Greek Yiddish.
I got no Greek in me.
No, but you're trying to act like Achilles, so you're a good impression that you were.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. I can't be a Greek, you know. I mean, I love the Greeks, but
So what you're saying, it's Greek to you.
it's Greek to me.
Yeah.
Actually,
honest, Mark, repent. Oh, exactly, Aiden. That's what it was all about. And well, actually, I would say 50% railing on you and 50% keeping Christian off the stage. And maybe 60, 40, 70, 30.
The thing about that, this time I just, as soon as I found out about them, I wanted to go to their show because it looked like it's going. I don't think we reached peace. Oh,
wait, what was that dude's name?
What do you think, Daniel? Would you ever debate them in a debate?
Possibly. I really don't think it would. So here's the thing: they say they want to debate, but do they actually want to debate, or do they want an argument where they're constantly saying that my church is heretical and that the Mother Mary is a whore? Just saying things to I think infuriate me. Because they want to see me slip. If they get me angry, maybe I might say something that looks bad towards, you know, me, and that would reflect poorly on my church. That to me seems more like a trap. That's like what the Pharisees try to do to Jesus, where they're just like, so what do we do about taxes? What do we do about Caesar's taxes? And it's like it was clearly to get him to say yes or no, and to trap him. So I feel like a lot of times with them, they're trying to trap me. I don't think they honestly are interested in learning more about orthodoxy. I think what they're interested in doing is making orthodoxy look bad because they see it as a threat to them. If orthodoxy is true, then what they're doing up there is sinful. They're pretending to be a church when they're not part of the apostolic tradition at all, not even by a little bit. So what they would be doing would be what they like to call heresy so much.
Oh. What about heretics?
Yeah, yeah. Some people would call them hairy ticks. Yeah, because if they're going against the teachings of the church, which they are, and calling themselves a church, that would make them a heretic. They're claiming to preach the gospel, but they're not of the authority of the church.
Oh.
They made up their own authority.
Oh. Like, do you think that's? I don't know, but
Who?
I was just joking. Yeah, it was crazy last night. What Aiden did, that was so crazy. He just went off on him and then left. And yeah, it was crazy. They're doing a show today about don't let the devil make you slip, I guess. What do you think?
That they're doing a show today.
Yeah.
I probably won't see it. I plan on going out making some money, and then I got invited to go to a Thanksgiving dinner with my godfather and his wife.
Oh, is he that? Yeah. The Godfather. You going to talk to him?
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
a godfather. He's
Can you hear
the
me?
one who.
Oh.
Who is that? Oh, that's Josh Musics. Hey, Josh, how's it going?
Daniel, are you fasting? Because it's Friday. You better be fasting. I'll beat your butt.
Well, so far I am, but like I said, I'm being invited over to dinner by my godparents, and if they want to feed me meat because of Thanksgiving, I'm going to have to say yes because they invited me as a guest, and it'd be rude to turn down their food. And I think that's maybe what they're going to end up doing. But we'll see. Well, so there's special grace given during Thanksgiving because the Nativity fast falls under Thanksgiving, and we're Americans. We're the American Orthodox. So, we were all given grace yesterday to eat whatever. And if it's in the spirit of Thanksgiving and it's for hospitality, then yeah, you're actually supposed to always accept food. So basically, anytime you go over to someone else's house, if they offer you meat, you have to eat it out of hospitality. Like, for example, the priest one time went over for a house blessing, and the matushka had chicken noodle soup. And it was during a fast day. So, he shouldn't have been eating chicken noodle soup, but he had to accept it because it's considered rude to not accept food and to be like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't eat this because I'm a Christian. That even if it is a fellow Christian and it was a parishioner that should have known better. So it's just a tradition. Sometimes they do it with people that, you kind of want to spoil a little bit too. So I think there's a little bit of that goes on. But yeah, those are the traditions of the church that you are allowed to break the fast if you go over to someone's house and they offer you food that is not fast friendly.
If I was you, I'd be going over to all my atheist friends' house to eat then and have them invite you.
Yeah.
But what would happen?
I don't know. It sounds like an excuse to sin to me.
It's not a sin. So fasting is a piety.
I'm being an asshole. Don't even respond to that. Just ignore it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just so people know,
Josh,
fasting.
come on, we're all having a good time. Let's have a good date for once and no fire, dumpster fires yet anyway.
Yeah,
so the question I would have, Daniel, what if you went there and they offered you some food that you would find offensive, whatever that might be? are you still obligated to, or is it they're like the rules only within reason? If that makes sense.
This would actually kind of go down to just kind of basic human decency at this point. So if you're talking about like somebody offers you squid and you're not sure if you want to eat squid, is that kind of deal? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, kind of. I was even going to go to the extreme, but being
yeah, something like kind of gross tasting. Yeah. So we would kind of be under the sort of just human, the human hospitality aspect. So like, say you go to Alaska and they give you whale blubber, you're probably not going to like the taste of it.
Yeah.
But you're probably going to try it anyway, just to be nice, you know?
So as long as you try it, you're good. You know, just not rejecting the whole premise of whatever they're offering you since you are a guest.
Well, but so this isn't something that's out of Christian piety. And even with the Christian piety of fasting, again, that's not a sin. So if like you broke the fast, you're not sinning. You're just breaking a piety. Just like you aren't necessarily sinning by not praying right now. You're just not being as pious as you could be. So when it comes to eating food that has nothing to do with your Christian fasting, and it's just about you being nice, I guess that is under Christianity as just being a loving person, showing compassion.
Yeah, Jens brings up, what if, you're a vegetarian? Do you still have to eat meat?
No, of course not.
Okay.
There's lots of people
where the
that
line is
don't eat
being
meat.
nice and, keeping oneself.
What if you're
Go ahead, Gigi, sorry.
I have a question. What if you're meatitarian?
So a pure carnivore diet is actually not as ridiculous of a question as you'd think.
No, I know.
Because I know somebody. Actually, I'm gonna go over my godfather's wife. He actually is a carnivore diet, and so she had to get a special dispensation for her fasting of what to abstain from, so she can keep the spirit of the fast, even though she's going to be eating meat.
Right.
So it does happen.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's the Godfather. He's part of.
He's
you ever seen that movie?
Yeah. I don't know if I've seen them all or not, or if it's one of those movies that if I've seen it all, it's been so long ago that I should see it again anyway.
Yeah, I'm Italian. It's required movie watching. Godfather 1, 2, and I think there was a third one. I can't remember if there was. Matter of fact, they're playing it all weekend. I've watched The Godfather again for the first time in years, and it's like, man, I forgot about this part.
What about the Pa's father?
That's the dark side.
Oh, okay. But
even us atheists don't accept the Das or the Pa's father.
Oh. What aboutism? Oh, sorry. But
I can't answer that on a Thursdayism.
Oh. How are you today, Josh? Hey there, Josh.
He's eating, sinning willfully.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Josh.
Hi, Josh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in my car. Yeah, I can hear you. What happened?
Your sound is awful, Josh.
Yeah. We were asking how are you liking orthodoxy so far? You converted, right?
Yeah, I'm not really big on the Eastern Orthodox. I'm more into like the Oriental Orthodox, to be honest with you, Daniel.
Are you serious? You being honest?
Yeah, no, I hate both of them equally, but definitely I think the Orientals got it. I think the Orientals got it more right.
Yeah, so they're monophysites. So do you know what a monophysite is?
Can you explain it to me? I forgot.
Yeah, explain it anyway.
Absolutely. So monophysite means that Jesus Christ has one nature, where we believe that Christ has two natures. He's both has a divine nature and a human nature, where they believe it's just one. That's the difference between the Orientals and the Eastern Orthodox.
I thought that was the Filikoiki or Filisokwi. What is it?
That's the Catholics. They believe that there's a double procession with the Holy Spirit, that the Holy Spirit proceeds both from the Son and the Father, where it says only in the Bible that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father. And so we don't add a double procession because it's not biblical.
I have a question. What do you think what Brother Pike's thing is about the Godhead thing? I'm not sure what he is. Is he I forgot what was he? Angry Teddy Bear? Did he say what he was?
The Roundtree dude? Oh,
Brother Pike.
Well, he doesn't have a label because I was talking about him being a modalist. I tried to, if he knew what that was, and he did. And he said he was, accused many times of being a oneness Pentecostal sort of thing, but he's pretty close to, believing at least in the Godhead of them and not the Trinity. If that's what you're talking about, Gangster.
Oh, you ever heard of the oneness doctrine?
Wait, Christian Pike's not a Trinitarian?
No.
Oh my goodness. Lord have mercy on us all. I did not know that. Okay. Well, I hope he comes to the truth soon. So that's another thing with Orthodoxy. Like that, the Orthodox Church is the one that came up with the Trinity. The Catholics were the first ones to go against it. And even to this day, all the Protestants still believe in the double procession. Very few have corrected that doctrine because it is unbiblical. We keep the tradition the same, and we don't add human invention into the doctrine because we don't play games with God. It's not in the Bible, we don't believe it.
I still say the Trinity makes no sense.
It's not supposed to make logical sense, but so many people have died for it, and it's been revealed, and that's through the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, I can respect that answer. I remember how many times I've heard, people defend the Trinity tooth and nail, regardless, and just disregard everybody's, personal beliefs.
Oh yeah, because if it's about logic, modalism makes way more sense, than
Yeah.
Trinitarian.
It just makes God out to be a psychopath, or or no, schizophrenic.
There's some weird implications, but logically, you can get your head around it. You're like, oh, okay, he just changes, from Holy Spirit to the Son to the Father, depending on his mood and where he is. It's like almost looking at it like a force of nature. We believe in a God that is personal. There's three persons of one essence, undivided in the Trinity.
Do you think this is what the Trinity is, where God showed himself three persons? They're all equal God, and
yeah, the Trinity is of one essence, but they're of one because of love. So there's a relationship of love between the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and there's a balance between them as they look at each other. Like, this is a wonderful icon right here. These three angels are seen as being an example of the Trinity. Here's the Father and the Son right here. They're looking at each other. And you'll notice that the Holy Spirit is looking at the Son.
Can you move the camera just a little bit? I don't know if you've got it mirrored or not, but yeah, now we can see it a little bit better. You can only see like one or two, and then now you can see three. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, this is the sacrifice right here, the whole burnt offering. And this is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit being depicted as these three angels. So you'll notice that the Father and the Son are locking eyes, and they mirror each other. And then here's the Holy Spirit looking at the Son.
Ah, Brother Pike.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Maggots. That word was used a lot yesterday. Maggots.
Who was saying that?
Dan, he's over here whining about being called, and I hate the word myself, but quote unquote, for the story where Aiden calls him retarded. But then he proceeds to call people maggots, daymans, on and on and on. It just, you're such a hypocrite. Here you're trying to make peace, but yet you're insulting everybody while complaining that somebody called you a retard.
Yeah. Yeah, the word, like, I can understand why people get sensitive about it. I worked with individuals with intellectual developmental disabilities and autism spectrum disorder, and I know that word can hurt people.
Right.
But I also think that it's if you don't be a baby about it. Don't like let everyone. If you're so upset about it, don't tell the whole world.
Right.
If
That'd be
somebody
like
sends
me
you a
saying,
text
"Oh,
message and they call you the N-word, you don't have to say it to everybody.
right."
What if they call him the T word?
Transsexual.
No, what's it? I don't know. What about the call them the O word?
Aiden is pulling up the finer details of the monophysites for the meophysites.
Here we go. He does have knowledge. I give him that one.
Yeah, so technically, Aiden is right that the Eastern Orientals aren't actually monophysites; they're meophysites. It's a little bit more complicated than that. But normally, you don't have somebody who goes through the comb like that. But yeah, technically speaking, they believe that the nature is both simultaneously divine and human. It's not just one nature as such. That
But
it's
that's why
just
they're
divine.
right.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
What do I think of the issue? I believe that Christ has two natures. I think this is so important to the synergy of man, that we are to be an image of Christ, and we also are struggling with our human nature with God's will. He had them coexisting in himself, but when we call Jesus into us, we have the same hypostasis that we're working on.
I agree, Carp. He knows way too much. It says, Aiden's son, you know too much about too many or too much. But that's what an educated person does. Always seeking knowledge.
What do you think, the great Daniel? Can we
Oh, the great Daniel.
Yeah, Aiden is right in the chat, by the way. So good job, Aiden, for knowing your stuff.
Yeah,
and
I couldn't read it because I didn't know
me. You did accurately correct me. It is myophysites, not monophysites.
If you are a patron saint, what patron saint would you be of? Like saint of?
I don't know. My
Like you're
saint is
saint
Prophet
of-
Daniel. That's my saint, my intercessor.
Could you be
He
saint?
watches over my soul.
Oh, I know. You could be patron saint of driving cars.
There we go. The Uber saint, protector of Uber drivers everywhere.
That's right. Hey, I've been in some tumbles. I've been in some interesting situations as an Uber driver.
Friends that do it.
Yeah, you do it at nighttime. It takes it to a whole new level.
Yep.
That's what I'm going to do after I get off the stream. Is I'm going to do some driving before I go to that Thanksgiving dinner.
What about you, Josh?
I think Uber drivers are lazy. Yeah.
Well, okay, that's fair.
GG, highlight Carp's last comment, please. I think he needs to change his patron saint, though. I follow Saint Posy, patron saints of. Someone call Steven. Steven, get in here.
Well, Josh could be the Saint Josh of eating an ice cream.
Patron saint of music.
Daniel, does it bother you that your saint is watching you while you shower?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't bother me. Why would it?
Yeah, that's another man watching you shower.
Josh, do you have a problem with
Things are going to be different
shower?
in the new heaven and the new earth. There's going to be a different way of looking at things.
Phantom got it. patron saint of absolute morality.
What about
Not Dan. Try again, Phantom.
Yeah, but the God, the angels, it's not just the saints that watch you, you know.
what if it's Josh?
Yeah, Josh, you could be watching me after if you die before me and I'm taking a shower later and you're checking up on me. Am I going to get offended? Am I going to be like, is Josh Music's gay right now? No, no one's going to be gay in heaven, so it's not going to be a problem.
I'm alright, funny, like scary, like get out on the mirror, like in blood.
I feel like I'm listening to something that's on a CB. 10-4, buddy. Come back.
Yeah.
Just to be
Joyful and
clear,
happy?
there are no gays in heaven.
What about
No,
joyful and
there's no sexuality in heaven. There's no sexuality in heaven. That's what I mean to say. You know, nobody's having sex up there, whether it be straight or gay.
Yeah, you go to heaven for the atmosphere and the weather. You go to hell for the fun. Where all the fun people are.
You go for the weather, but you stay for the prayer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, it's your story. You tell it, but the fun people are still in hell, regardless.
Prayer's gonna be fun in heaven. Saying.
What do you think heaven's gonna be like? Saint Daniel.
I have no idea, but I trust it's gonna be good. And it said that work won't be toilsome anymore. So. And plus, we know that we can never fully know God, which means that, you know, there's this never ending journey towards God. So it'll never get boring.
Okay, I'm following. Pike, it's like, who's he going to have a discussion with? You're talking about Roundtree, Mr. Carp?
Well, maybe they guys could have a talk tonight. We'll talk right now. I don't know. But anyways,
well, he canceled tonight, didn't he?
Who?
Gigi? Christian. He said earlier. Yeah, right there. We are. Oh, we are. Sorry. I misread that. I'm glad I went back and looked. We are doing a teaching tonight. Please tune in and be blessed. All right. My bad, Carp.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's what I know. Because at first I thought Lion Demema, but he changed his name. He used to be called Lion Demema. He came on here once. It was in a debate.
Yes, that's Richard, isn't it?
No, it's a different guy.
Oh, no, it's not Richard. It's not Madsen, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah,
that's Demolished Doctrine.
Yeah, that's a different.
Okay, so that he just been Roundtree. All right. I'm not trying to say you were somebody else, Roundtree. I'm just trying to figure out who you were because by the name, but it's like Richard has some kind of weird. I mean, he's real polite. He's real, well spoken.
Peace and respect. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. So you know who I'm talking about. There you go.
Yeah. I've known Richard for a long time. I might have known him longer than Gangster Ghost.
Yeah, I think he did.
Did you say he's Richard Madison?
Richard Madsen, yeah.
Madsen. Okay, so now I know. Sorry, Roundtree. My bad.
But he comes on as Demolished Doctrine. Typically.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, I remember him. I think I met both of them from Miss Mod's show. But
welcome, Jenna. Anybody else new coming? Nope, that's all. That's the last one. I'm the welcome wagon, GG. By the way, still.
Oh, thank you. Who's Jenna? But anyways, he came. I met him. I think even met Richard Manson from Miss Mod's show, and they came over because of the Zetter. I think it was Richard Manson. I forgot. General. I can pronounce his name. Suspific. Have you heard of him? General Suspific.
No.
He came on Miss Mod's show. Well, that guy, he got into it with Aiden. Wow. It was crazy. But, and now I know where he's at. Round table. Yeah, I thought it might have been him, the Lion Dilemma guy. He came out there when Achilles was on here. Him and Achilles were debating everyone. No, that's not Richard Manson. But, yeah, what do you think? The great Teddy bear.
I don't think, because it usually kind of hurts. And I'm just letting you guys do your thing, so I can't keep interrupting. No, I had to answer a message from my buddy I used to work with. Sorry, I missed the question, Gigi. Totally, my bad. Thank you.
Oh, that's all right. He says he likes Richard guy, but he disagrees with him terribly.
Oh, I like Richard. Like I said, he's well spoken. He's polite. I don't agree with, obviously, I don't agree with Daniel or Carp or you or a lot of people.
Wait, you do agree with Daniel though? wait, what? Let's take it back a step.
Well, no, I'm saying I'm an atheist. Obviously, I don't believe in any of this stuff, but I still love talking about it. Theology is my hobby, and I like learning new stuff. I never knew anything about the Oriental, either the Mayas or Maya, however you pronounce it.
Yeah.
And it was nice. That's why I said that's why I like Aiden at times. He brings stuff up, and if it interests me enough, I'll make a note, say, hey, look into this. I'm always reading, studying, and and half of it I don't
one
retain
nature
anymore
that's
because of my
dual
age,
versus
but
two natures.
still bits and pieces. I retain some of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I think therefore brain damage Roundtree or Table. When I say Roundtree, I'm thinking of like Richard Roundtree, the black actor from years ago. I like Richard, but okay, here we go with him. Terribly Doctrines and Dogma. Yeah, and Roundtree, don't take anything I say as a personal attack. I don't take anything you say really as a personal attack. It's just I speak my mind, and I'd rather have somebody speak their mind. But I do love these conversations. I'm not an atheist trying to, act like a Christian. Because if you see me on my normal days, you would say, "Oh my gosh, that's the most awful atheist I've ever seen." Literally. But,
can there actually be an awful atheist, though?
Yes, in my opinion, because there's some out there that make me embarrassed to be an atheist by their actions. So maybe it's just more the person than the label of atheist. Or maybe they were abused. There's an excuse, or a reason behind it. Maybe I don't know, but
I hear you. I guess atheism has become an identity at some point, kind of like Christianity has.
I kind of disagree with you there. I mean, it's harder for an atheist to talk theology and be respectful, but it depends who you're talking to. Because I've talked to and said a lot of things that I've pretty much didn't sugarcoat, because I've got a lot of friends that way that are theists, and we have some great conversations. It's just how people take it, and the intent, I think, is what's important. Am I here to cause a disruption or bring people to the dark side? Maybe, just because we got better cookies and cupcakes. But am I here to hate anybody? No. I sit through Carp's teachings all the time, ask questions, and I'm not the only atheist that does that. And generally, if there's something that breaks out into fight, it's because of a theist. The hardcore ones, anyway.
That'd be Bruce. Bruce.
Oh, wait, here we go.
Oh, sorry. Bruce. Bruce. Sorry. Bruce Wayne. Oh, sorry. Yeah, he's a crazy guy. What do you think, Josh? See, he's Josh. But you there, Josh? I don't know.
Yeah.
But Daniel, could we call you Saint Daniel?
Please don't.
Okay. But you're a great Daniel. Oh, yeah, I think probably after the holidays and stuff, Fire Truck would probably can go around and see about having a show where he talks to you. That'd be awesome. Let's see, it'd be like Fire Truck talking to a younger version of us.
Yeah, hopefully we can get that done, and I won't be too busy, because I know things will get busier here soon for me. So I've been really enjoying taking the time that I've had and putting it towards YouTube, but you never know what the future brings.
Right. Roundtable. What's the name of that group you have? I might have actually been a part of it, or am a part of it, and just haven't been very active, because I've been on a few of them. I can't remember if I got rid of them all just for peace of mind and well-being or not. But anyway.
Oh, but okay. What would you do if you fall into another dimension Prophet Daniel's your price and you're his price, what would you do? Oh, I
Did
have
you
a
say
question.
Prophet Daniel?
Yeah. What would you do then?
Okay, let me. I think you got cut off, so I'm not sure if I understand your question yet. Say it again.
Well, I have a question. Do you think God
Okay.
created other dimensions?
So beyond the ones that we see,
Yeah, like
yeah,
other dimensions.
I think there's invisible creation. So I don't know if that's in other dimensions or not. So the answer is I don't know, but I do know that there is invisible creation, which could be explained through other dimensions.
Do you think her could be ghosts out there, like the ones that hunt teddy bear?
I think the
Ghosts?
phenomenon of ghosts is real. I don't know if they're actually dead people. It could very well be a demonic apparition.
Oh. What if you met a ghost and it was alive? It was a human ghost. What would you do?
Well, it'd be hard to convince me that's a human ghost. It's hard enough to convince me that even a living human being is a human being, really, if they tried to, if I was convinced otherwise. So I don't know if they could really change my mind on that. But yeah, I'm sure some ghosts would definitely say that they're human.
What if a ghost identifies a cat?
If it identifies as a cat, does it look like a cat, or does it look like a human but identifies as a cat?
It identifies as a cat. Kind of like Josh.
Then I would say that is maybe a transgender person who's passed on to the other side. I don't know. It's I've never seen that. It would take me back.
We think of that angry teddy bear. It's an angry teddy bear.
Oh, sorry, I'm in a conversation kind of with Roundtree. I just kind of it's just blowing my mind that him and Derek Lambert from Myth Vision started a Facebook group together. I used to follow Derek hardcore for a while. I liked a lot of it, but then he started getting this stuff I just wasn't into. Not that, some of the stuff he was doing. So I unsubbed because he just does so much stuff, pumping it out there.
Oh, what's that, Myth? Oh, Myth. That's a vision.
No, it's an atheist YouTube. I'm sure he's on other platforms too. I don't know how to explain it. It's no different than he's got quite a few subs though.
Oh.
That I remember. It's been a while.
Oh. Yeah, I think those mod videos. Daniel, where you took on where you're talking to the PGs and stuff. Would you ever talk to them again, or are you done talking to them?
I might talk to them again at some point. I don't really want to, just because what I've seen from them has made me think that Father Charles's advice to stay away from them was good advice. They seem like better people just to keep at a distance and pray for than someone to actually interact with, because I think they're just going to add a lot of opportunities to be angry.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, so like from the distance, I can look at their videos and be like, well, they're wrong. And they can look at me and say I'm wrong. But if we start talking to each other, I don't think it's going to get anywhere constructive. I think they aren't at the level yet to approach orthodoxy in a serious way, which it shows a lot about their maturity on their path with God. If I knew about the original church, I would be looking into it. I'd be looking into the history of it and doing a good, thorough job. They haven't done that. All they do is look at attack lines online from YouTubers that are like, what does the Protestant say to the Orthodox because we don't like them? It's like, yeah, you can find lots of attack lines, but you haven't actually unbiased, objectively looked at the history of the church and started actually making a real evaluation of this. So they're not approaching it at a level that they ought to. And so we, as a Christian, I had to think about what is appropriate for me. I know what the Bible says about people with wrong doctrine, that you're supposed to give them about 2 chances to correct until you ask them to stay away from you. And if they eventually come back and repent, then you accept them back as a brother. But if you know that they're claiming to be a brother, but they're saying the wrong doctrine, and they can't be reasoned with, it's actually better because they're bringing condemnation on themselves by saying blasphemy against the truth. They're grieving the Holy Spirit. You don't want to help them do that. So don't give them the opportunity by coming onto your stream. Let them, if they want to, they have the opportunity to say blasphemy about the church on their own. But I'm certainly not going to let them do it on my time.
Oh, okay. Would you ever debate them?
Well, that was like my long answer about that. I would say I don't really want to again, but if that was something that they absolutely wanted to do, sure, I would consider it. I'm not saying I wouldn't consider it, but these are the reasons why I don't have any inclination to do so.
Oh, so, have you that's right. But I want to
I
ask.
don't know. I think Josh must be sick. He hasn't talked much.
Are you there, Josh?
He's
Hello?
Hi, Josh.
Sorry, it's because I sound like I'm in Mars, so that's why I'm quiet.
Okay. I'm just making sure everything's good over there.
Oh, okay. But Daniel, but you are a nice young man. We're all proud of you.
We are proud of you, Daniel.
Well, thank you so much for your kind words.
Especially with your short hair.
I'm not, just to be clear.
Why not, Josh? No, I'm just kidding.
He wasn't kind of nice to the Proverbs guys yesterday. I was quite impressed.
They're fake.
I think I have a gangster still. Yep, I got it. I'll put it in there for you, bub. Yeah, I put it on there.
Oh, thank you.
We both did. Okay.
What do you think of this guy? He's a Jesuit.
Dominus ominous. I'm posing for Madonna.
It's a joke. Somebody's Luke would like to call him a Jesuit priest. He's not even Catholic, so it's crazy. Mark.
Well, it's 2:00, guys. I got to get out of here to make some money before I go eat. But I wish you all well. God be with you all. See ya.
Have a safe, wonderful day, Daniel.
Thank you for joining.
Thanks. See ya.
I still say get that cream for that burning bush, but anyway.
He's a good guy. What would you do if you what would happen if you convert to Christianity? What would you be? Which Christian would you be? Protestant, Catholic, or Orthodox?
If anything, I would be Jewish. To be honest, I think.
Messianic Jewish?
No.
Oh, okay.
I would be an Orthodox Jew.
Oh, okay.
First, because of my family heritage. I have some of my family is Jewish, and my grandmother was actually. And I've been told, and I've never researched this. I don't think that I can remember that I actually have rights to buy land in the Holy Land. And I was told that by I was told by a rabbi that. I don't know how that works, but anyway, not that I'm going there. I don't want to die.
You know who this guy is?
Who?
this alien, Jenny something.
I can't remember if it's a male or female. They've actually been on my. They came in the stream last night for a little bit, I think, and were nice. I first thought it was what's her name, Maud, but it wasn't because they were saying stuff that she wouldn't say.
Oh, do you think it's Josh?
No, Josh. I don't even think is a sub to my channel, so he would have known that I was streaming yesterday.
Oh.
Somehow they popped in. They said they just found the channel and enjoyed it. I told them about your channel. So they appreciated it. Yeah, they're nice. I mean, they're kind of like on the edge on some stuff. Not bad, but somebody might think, oh, that's a little bit cringy. And I don't think they're a mean person, whoever it is, man, female, or trans.
Turned out to be a cat.
It could be a cat.
Josh, turn out to be a cat.
No, he's more of a dog person.
Oh, okay. Right, Josh?
I have 3 dogs and 2 cats.
Oh, I was wrong. He's both. I've got one of each.
What's the name say he wants to come on here?
Wait, I
gave him the link.
I seem so hard to be a believer with so many Yeah. I don't fit into any of those. Just another number on the denomination. Hey, 40,000 denominations. Everybody can be right. What?
Oh, what if? Would you ever be a Scientologist?
I might be some branches of Baptist, but really the last church that I went to was a Calvary Chapel, which is kind of considered the hippie church that Chuck Chuck Smith started in the 60s out in California. But to go to to go to a Calvary Chapel, you would have to have probably some thick skin because they have so many denominations that pretty much anybody can believe anything and it's accepted. And I'm not trying to rag on them otherwise. So I might go back to that, but since I wasn't rooted anyway, and I thought I was when I thought I was a believer, but I knew I wasn't a believer, which makes no sense. I know, but probably, yeah, definitely. Either I'm Jewish, maybe some sort of Baptist that I can agree with my beliefs, or the Calvary Chapel. There you go. There's my answer.
Independent Baptist.
I would not be a fundy. No, there's no way I'm going to be a fundy. I'm not a King James only person by any means and never will be. I like my NSAB for my personal studies. I do use the NIV for casual reading and several other, and now I'm trying to incorporate the SBL into it.
Would you ever be a PGM only?
No, I'd be more of a Pikette than I would be a PG.
What about Josh? Virgin.
Yeah, Calvary Chapel is just about the worst church you could go to. Yeah.
Okay. Since you said that, Josh, that's what I want to go to Calvary Chapel.
Why you say that, Josh?
No, it has to be for at least for one of the reasons I said, because there's so many. Everybody believes what they believe. It's not
everybody's very pious at Calvary Chapel. Like,
oh no,
holier than thou.
Oh, guess who's here?
And I guess we've got different experiences from going to a Calvary Chapel. Not that it was all good in glory, but I'm just saying, if I was going to go back, I would probably start with Calvary Chapel and then decide, exactly where I'd go if I didn't become Jewish.
Guess who's here?
Mr.
What's up, guys?
Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
Pretty good. Enjoying a little time off for the holidays.
I forgot it was.
Every day's a holiday for me, unfortunately.
It was you.
Yeah.
I knew you as the Lion Dilemma guy.
Yeah, I've been messing around with trying to engage social media for a bit and have had a few different monikers and handles. And, and got a co-host for my podcast. So ended up roundtable just made sense. And I do appreciate people from different belief systems and worldviews. Just so you know.
Oh, that's good. How round is your table?
You know what, guys? It's getting a little bit more in diameter every day because of a lot of the conflict. Really, honestly, in the church, a lot of brother wars and a lot of things that are said about people that I don't agree with, and so I have found myself being a way more encompassing, I think, than I have in the past. I used to do a lot of street ministry and stuff, and I was big on evangelism, and yeah, man, I love talking to people who think differently. So yeah, but if I was, if I could, here we go. Now it's working. If I could, I would like to give you guys the gospel, just to start off. If I could just give you the gospel, can I do that?
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4.
Well, okay. So there's the Romans road. But if and certainly we're founded and grounded in Scripture. But so the gospel is that man, and when I say man, I mean mankind, is totally without any avenue of hope or salvation. Like there's nothing. You're not basically good in heart. Your heart will lead you astray. Okay, and so man is on a dangerous path, right? And what he needs is redemption, and he can't save himself. So enter the God-man Jesus Christ, who stepped into time and space and put on flesh like you or I would put on a glove. And he made a way where there was no way, because he is the sinless lamb, meaning he is God incarnate. And without that, we couldn't have any salvation, because it has to be an eternal sacrifice. Your sins are of eternal weight. They carry eternal consequence. So we need an eternal sacrifice. And it's not that he suffered eternally, it's that he is eternal and he suffered. And so that's why that payment is sufficient to pay for your eternal crimes. And he did that once and for all on Golgotha, on Skull Hill. He made that payment. And someone kind of tongue-in-cheek brought up vertical and horizontal. It's very important that it is a vertical justification, that God once and for all redeems a person and makes them whole, gives them a new will so that they can love, they can do good things. They have a free will before that, but it's only free to do as he wants, and he only wants evil. And then he's made new. And then we have a horizontal justification that is spoken of in James, that we need to see. I can only judge by what I see you doing, like feeding the homeless. And there are some failures of the Christian church. But if we got to see your declaration acting out, right? And that's what James is talking about, how justification is not by faith alone. But Paul over and over says it is by faith. Abraham was justified before he'd done anything. And that is God doing the thing, saving you eternally. And then from man to man, horizontally, it's what do we see? And then that salvation is flowing out, that good works will happen, and that you are saved for forever, and that is a free gift. The only ingredient is faith, and that Philippians 1:29, faith is literally given to you itself by God. It's been granted to you to believe and to suffer for the sake of Christ. And that without Christ, right, you are under the wrath of God and you are hellbound. And just like when Penn and Teller sat there and pled and said, hey, look, how wicked does a Christian have to be to not tell me about hell when he literally believes I'm going there? And so I care enough, I love you enough to tackle you out of the way of the truck and say you are hellbound without Christ. Hell is a very real place. We can talk whether it's, eternal conscious torment or not. I believe it is, but I've got friends that don't. But it is real, and it is a termination of your happy existence. But you are an eternal being, and will either spend it with Christ or forever in damnation. So come to Christ while the door is still open before it shuts, like it did on the antediluvians, right? During the flood.
Well, here's two things. Brother Pike told me to tell you, he liked you to come on his show tonight. He has a show at, I think, 7 or 7:30.
So we've had kind of a sporadic Thanksgiving. I'd had some with some family last week, and now we're having another one tomorrow or today. And so there's going to be some people here. What time is that?
At that, what?
Your time?
Oh,
Well,
Eastern
generally they're
Standard.
like what 7:30 usually, Gangster, or is this one different
Yeah.
tonight?
I'd love
7:30.
to. I've been trying to get on for 7:30.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What is
it's Eastern time. I don't know where you're at, but
Eastern time? No, I'm Pacific Coast. So,
Oh, goodness. It's has to be early for you.
yeah. No, you said 7:30.
Yeah. So that'd be 4:30 your time, I think, right?
Tonight.
3 hours difference.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right when everybody's going to be here, man. And,
Right. I know. That's like, it's the worst time during the holidays, but
hey, every time you guys invite me, and because Gangster Ghost keeps reaching out, I've got something going on, and I work a lot. So anyway, I do appreciate the channel, and sometimes it frustrates me sometimes, because sometimes I feel like there's so much talking, and you guys never land on something. It's great to have an open mind, right? But the mind needs to close upon something. Anyway, that's my stick. I'm sticking to it.
Well, can I have your email address? You can put it in the private chat.
Oh, sure. Roundtable Media at mailfence mailfence.com.
Can you put it in the private chat for me?
Oh yeah. No, I don't care. I'd take emails. I mean, I'm trying to build some traffic, and that's what, like, when I met up with Richard, because at first I was over there with generally specific, and just trying to build some some content, some traffic. It's time, and so I've got the podcast now, Roundtable Media. It's on Spotify. It's on a few other podcatchers. First, officially, will be on all of them, but I got a really cool podcast host. He was in Mad Max 3, the Thunderdome, and he's just an awesome cat. And but
he wasn't the Blaster Master, was he?
No. No.
All Mad Max movies, well, except the last.
Right? Oh man, dude, I couldn't even watch it.
I haven't even seen the last one. I'm talking about with Charlene Theron, and I love her.
I do too.
Garbage.
Yeah, it was. I know. Like, what we all want? Like, they made a meme. Just give us old Mel Gibson.
Right.
That's what we want. Why are they not doing that?
Off Jew hating, Mel Gibson going to kill everybody in the movie.
Why will they not do it? He just made one, the Monster Summer or something. Like, man, they need to make that.
Yeah,
but yeah, just anyway.
The previews of this last one, that doesn't make sense to me already. But I may go see it eventually when it comes out.
No, it was
not at the movies by any means.
I literally fell asleep.
Wow.
No,
I'm disappointed now, even more so.
But I don't see, like, this live panel stuff. I got to come off camera here. This live panel stuff just is so fun. It interests me because I don't even see how you guys drive so much traffic to it without. I mean, you just got to keep making videos, I guess. But I've been, like, cutting some stuff up into short videos, and that drove some traffic. And then I got all the stuff because I didn't want social media. I've been a prepper and an off the grid type dude. And so, I've just had Facebook, and man, I'm just like, hey, can't beat them, join them. And so I got TikTok. I'm doing 10-minute theology on TikTok. I got what's the one? Oh, Rumble. We're on Rumble. I'm on X, and a bunch of cool stuff. So, well, whatever. We'll see whatever one takes off. And I genuinely care about evangelism. I want to get back out on the street and start doing some of that one-on-one stuff. Not necessarily preaching, but I like to do one-on-one. And I never filmed it. Back in the day, people were shy of cameras, and plus I just did want to talk to them. So, and maybe doing some of that, but and maybe you guys will like this. I am doing First Amendment auditing. So I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Are you doing videos of that when you're doing
applause? Yeah.
No, I watch a lot of First Amendment auditors. Yeah, Chili did real well. I think he went a little too far many times, but
well,
they clipped him.
Doesn't he do?
Anyway.
Does he do Second Amendment auditing?
I don't know if I know he does like traffic stops and that stuff too.
Yeah, cop watching is where you really get the traction.
Yeah.
I mean, I genuinely have some stories that I want to do. Like where I'm from, oh, bro, there's been some stuff, and I've been watching police state, war state stuff for 16 years. For every terrible thing that's been done to a black man, you can find the equal opposite that was done to a white man, literally every single time. So the problem really hasn't been black or white per se. I think it's been a blue one. And so, we're seeing reform, bad or good, method. We're at least seeing some reform, but I love it. I like going up in these places. And this last one I did, the cop completely protected my rights. It was totally amazing. Surprised me, but I'm partnering with Liberty Troll. He's a good friend of mine down in Florida. And he's just going to put my stuff up on a second channel for that until he builds momentum, because I'm doing other stuff. So he's already, got the wheel turning. So I'm just putting my videos over to him.
Guys, what do you think of Calvinism?
Well, sir, I am a Calvinist, so I love it. I think it is just.
Are you a 5-pointer though?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I don't. You don't have to be 5-pointer to be a Calvinist. That's why I asked.
I just think it's kind of funny because it all coheres and it kind of falls apart. You take away one of those spokes, but anyway, I guess we can debate that. But I really do believe that is Bible distilled down, and and there's a lot of these hypers, like I've been arguing, because they are talking about Christians that aren't saved. And so we're going to be doing a show on that with a professor pretty soon and talking about essential to what. But that said, I guess I just want to give that caveat but I love it. I think dyed in the wool reform theology, that is just pure Bible. And
it's not, though. It's not.
I love it.
It's not Bible at all.
Yeah. Okay.
Why do you evangelize if there's people who are incapable and will never be able to believe? You're a liar.
Because it glorifies God.
It makes you dishonest. If you're telling people believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, knowing that some of them are incapable and never will be capable, it makes you a dishonest person.
Well, I'm just going to take that as I'm going to just turn that into a question. Good question. So it is because we don't know who the elect are. We don't know the ones Christ literally paid their sins for, but we do know that the gospel is powerful and it doesn't return void. So we just proclaim the gospel. God does the rest. And, the person that is never going to be saved, they're going to hear it. It's going to fall on deaf ears. I don't know who that is. I plead with people, that they crawl over my reaching arms to hellfire because I don't want them to go. And the death of the wicked does not please God.
Oh.
It's a boldness it's a confidence. Hey, friend, I would just say this. Someone who, is more a synergist, believing that they're really, participating in their own salvation, and that it's just kind of will-nil. Christ made it possible. Well, you go out to evangelize and no one ever says anything. What a downtrodden heart one might have going home versus the man who stands on God's sovereignty, knowing it did exactly as God intended. I can go out. We just went down to the gay pride celebration, and we witnessed there. My sign actually said, "If you love me, obey my commandments." It was not a bombastic statement by any means. It draws a lot of attention. People talk to me. So I had a lot of conversations, and to a man, brother, there was, 7, 8 people, but there was one that was not a Calvinist. The rest of them were Reformed guys. And it was kind of like, where's all the, where's all the evangelifish out here? Where's everybody that thinks it's all about me, my love, and my trajectory in the universe? Where are those Christians? They weren't there, because it's the Calvinist that stands on an unshakable confidence, and that is the sovereignty of God, that he will do what he says. So
what do you think of preterism?
What?
You said something about preterism in the comments. What do you think of that?
Well, my experience with it is been pretty rough. You know, my friend went full on from it into atheism. Now I'm not gonna just label that on everybody, but when we have a distinction, partial preterism, you know, and that is what we really believe that the Bible says. Yeah, Calvinism, resistance is futile. It's like
Nerdy.
you're going to be setting up Darth Vader is next. No, and man, hey, Calvinism gets a bad rap, bro, and there's a lot of people that's all they do is attack it. We just preach the gospel. If you want to talk about it, we will. But anyway, partial preterism it's just that, you know, much of salvation is prophecy is in the past. But also at the same time, prophecy does it's intergenerational, and it repeats itself at times, you know, and there will, because with Persia and the bear, you know, rolling over on its foot is Persia and Syria, and, you know, and then the four-headed leopard was Rome, and we see that happening again, and these prophecies that take place. But when Christ looked at his disciples and said, there are those standing here who will not die before this happens, man, you know, I've spoken with a lot of atheists, and they go to that verse, say, look, Jesus was a false prophet. Because the last 100 years, people have embraced what's called premillennialism and a futurist rendering of Revelation. So, but no, Jesus meant what he said. Those things happened. That was a horrendous, unbelievable, unimaginable time for those Jews as the temple was crushed. So that was an end of an age. The age ended, and the last age began when Christ ascended. So it's not a millennial kingdom. I see a messianic kingdom. He's ruling and reigning now. And that much of that prophecy took place, and that much of Revelation is talking about that prophecy taking place. But that there will be a final end to this when Christ returns, splits the eastern sky wide open with his saints together that have already gone to be with him, and he kills sin and death. Now that hasn't happened yet, and a preterist is affirming that in some sense it has. They're going to say it differently. But a preterist believes that all prophecy has been fulfilled, and this is it. Because when I was talking to Derek, listen to me, man. I mean, literally, he's driving around going, Dan, this is it. He's like, this is what we get. This is life. Christ has already done it all. And I'm like, brother, what? You know, please listen to me. And he was talking to some of the top, guys, for lack of it, in this thing, and they were having conferences and stuff, and I was giving him scripture, and like, man, no, you know, and he makes no, and he wouldn't mind if I said he fell back into heroin. He filmed his entire detox day by day, and then he built a online rehab channel, and then he built Myth Vision. But when he came out of that, he was no longer a Christian, and so we can talk about, you know, what I believe about that. I don't think he was initially. I don't think a Christian can be converted, guys. But, you know, if you walked away from us, you're never of us. But yeah, preterism is where it took Derek there, and preterism is heretical, because you can't say Jesus already come back.
Well, but people do.
Well, they can say it. They can sure say it.
But, hey, the thing about it is, I'm required to talk every few minutes or my head explodes. It's a medical condition. I got a note.
Excuse me.
I got a note from my doctor, so I can prove that.
I'm sorry, man. I felt like I was going too long for Gangster Ghost channel. I have been suffering, dude, 4 months of some kind of super bronchitis, and I'm a holistic guy, and my mojo ain't working. I was like, whatever you got, give it to me, and it will not go away. Anyway, okay, King James only fans. Okay.
Okay. Oh my God, Mark.
All right, you guys are awesome. Thanks.
Preterists are not smart. Jenna, you're not making, like, you are making friends. I'll just say you're making friends. All right, you keep playing, Jenna. I'm guessing it's a female.
Sorry. Have you seen? That's right. Have you seen any of the PG shows? Private guys.
Mm-mm.
They're. Well, this guy actually doesn't know.
Oh, I do. Oh, I do.
Oh.
I'm saying I want to let somebody else talk. You guys, I think you had a 9-hour show one time.
Yeah, it was crazy. Oh, PG's had a show yesterday. They're going to have one tonight. It says on here, don't let the devil make you stumble, something like that. Don't leave room for the Satan to make you stumble.
What do you think of
What do you
it?
think of that? Great. What do you
Well,
think?
I mean, I know. I think Christians probably. Well, I think it's kind of a trope that Christians blame too much on the devil, I guess. But I think it's actually at the same time it can be true. I would just say that the battle for a Christian is threefold. There's three fronts. There's the guy, the person, the woman in the mirror. There's the world system, because there's 10 uses of the word world in Scripture. Excuse me. And then there's the enemy of our souls. So that can look different in how we battle that. So our self is our worst enemy, and most of us, I think, actually know that, is our minds play tricks on us, and so I think that I think Satan can actually incept thoughts, and I think he can certainly mess with the mind of even a Christian, for sure. And for certain, in fact, those are his targets. People that are not in Christ, they can often live quite comfortably with no problems, because he doesn't have to do anything. So that's what I think a Christian viewpoint.
You ever heard of open theism?
Open theism?
Yeah, it's very open.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a heresy.
This guy said that. I remember this guy Bob something. He said that God can't predict the future and that everything's completely open.
Yeah. Does that sound like God to you?
I
mean,
it sounds crazy.
Well, and I always ask politely those I debate, can we at least define what we're talking about? Because we're not talking about Thor. We're not talking about the Easter Bunny, as much of a trope as that is in much of the atheist community. I'm not saying anything about the angry teddy bear.
No, I'm the atheist that's trying to act like a Christian.
well, and listen, the flying spaghetti monster was a brilliant thing, and it has gained traction. But I'm just saying, let's actually describe the God of the Bible, and he's the great I am. So he's the first cause, the uncaused cause, right? The first mover that set things into motion. So he actually has the beginning and the end within the bounds of his own hands, to use anthropomorphic language, since he's a spirit. And so he sees it all. And what happens is what was going to happen. So he's never surprised. He doesn't learn, and he can't do things that are not actual things. So, because this always helps people, it seems like, is that, the evil is a deprivation of a thing, like rust on a metal, or a moth hole in a garment. So those are non-things. When we ask the question, can God make a rock too big for him to lift? We're no longer speaking of God. We've left the conversation, because he doesn't do illogical things. He's the pure logos, and so he can do all things. Evil is real. It's just, it doesn't have a thingness. You would never know you can't have a lie without the truth, type thing. Okay, we wouldn't know a crooked line unless we know a straight line. So the straight line, the love, the truth, the beauty, those are the things. The warping of that is a non-thing. And so what was the question? Hopefully I answered the question, was open theism is he can't be surprised. So he can't improve upon himself, or he was never God to begin with. And so we would just say that he sees all things. He knows everyone and all things.
That's nice.
Oh, he's not bound to human ways. His ways are not our ways.
What do you think of Orthodox and Catholic?
Well, they had the schism, didn't they? The one true church. Now let's just think about this for just a minute. The one true church that gave us the Bible, that gave us our very thoughts, they had a schism, right?
Yeah.
And they split. Now, who's the right one? And I submit to you that when we bring these questions to bear, there's a lot of dancing around. We can debate doctrine all day, but I always ask, if somebody wanted to know which church is the true church, how do they know? Right? Is it the magisterium of the Orthodox Church, or is it the magisterium of Rome? And I think right there we see we've already got a problem, and it unseats a lot of their arguments of Protestantism and stuff. There aren't 30,000 denominations. There's only a handful of real churches that differ on some non-essentials that do argue a lot, but there's only a handful of actual denominations, and we just go to the Word to determine what is true. That's 66 books of inspired writ, front to back. Rome didn't give us the canons. The Christians already had that, so we go to it. And we find that this notion of the Pope, the notion of penance and transubstantiation, purgatory, they don't exist. They're not in there. So neither of them are right. The Bible answer man made a mistake for becoming Orthodox. He shouldn't have done that. And their fight reveals that. They literally cancel out each other. So,
what do you think of that? Angry
you don't want my opinion, Mr. GG.
No, go ahead. Let's hear it.
No, okay. The problem I have, and I'm not trying to push back too hard, because I really, because I even said something to Josh earlier about not turning this into a dumpster fire, and let's have a good day. But Satan can't read minds. He can't make you do anything that you don't want. And I kind of agree with what you said, but I don't agree with it. And I guess that's one that Satan can't do anything, according to the story, that God doesn't allow him to do. He can't create. He can't, any of that stuff. So I have a problem with, Satan being able to read minds, or, to me, it's all about taking responsibility for your own actions, sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he can read minds. I think he's 29 steps ahead of us. I think he knows us very well. I think he can lead us, but that's why it says we pray, please do not lead us into temptation, because God knows where we're going. And so he allows things to happen. He doesn't do the tempting, but for sure. Yeah. I think he's real. And we're responsible, though. We are 100% culpable for our actions. I want to make sure we say that.
Awesome. Yeah, Cass, what temperature is it where you're at? 31?
Why? I'm burning up in
31.
Here. Can you tell I'm sweating? Oh, no, it's not that cold right now outside. It's I don't know, in the 40s.
Oh, it's 31 where I'm at.
Yeah. You mean I'm colder than you are, GG? I'm 27.
Oh, shoot.
He's in Michigan and I'm in Indiana, but he gets all that, lakefront.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't even know exactly what temperature is. That's a good question. I should look, because I think it's 10. We just went to Shields and bought just a little outdoor fire pit. My wife's so happy. She's been asking that for years. So we got a little fire going outside.
Oh, have you ever seen any of the PG shows, the Power Guys? Oh yeah,
it's 36. 36. Yeah, go ahead.
36. Well, that means you're 5 degrees higher than me. Oh.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, Jack.
Crazy. But yeah, PG show, they're pretty good. You ever heard of Kent?
Oh yeah.
Have you watched any of his stuff?
Yeah.
Oh. You ever been to a
I
jail?
have. Yeah. Have I
Have you
been
ever-
to?
Yeah.
No, I
Been
don't.
there?
You kind of cut out. I haven't been to his dinosaur deal or any of his debates, but I watched a few. I really liked that one that he tackled those 3 professors at a time. He seems to be kind of a whipping boy for a lot of these channels. What I've noticed. I mean, he's a King James only guy, and he really kind of goes off the rails on some of that. But I love a lot of other types of teachers, but I don't necessarily draw from him. I am a young Earth creationist, but I'll listen. I've listened to some old Earth creation stuff. But yeah, why do you ask? I think he was wrongfully imprisoned. I know that'll get some feathers ruffled.
Everyone always has about him a lot everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think it's Richard said something. He said that the demolishing doctrine guy said that he's your first level to get through to start getting some traction online. You got to debate Kent Hovind first. So whatever, I guess. I like what his son's done, Eric. I think that's a pretty awesome facility they built.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I heard Kent was talking about building a ark.
Why?
Is that crazy?
Why?
I don't know.
We already built one.
Yeah.
We already got one
no
built,
idea.
man. They get a big enough hurricane come through there, we can see it floats.
Yeah. But I could fell apart. Right?
Go ahead.
Like it didn't happen, I guess. I built an ark. Yeah, but
Well, that's what I meant. I
it's
mean,
crazy.
Ken's already got one going. He caught a lot of flack, but that is built to biblical specs, and it's a means to explain to people that we can indeed fit all of the necessary animals that were needed into that. And one of the reasons is because those animals had all of the chromosomes in them. So we only needed one pair of dogs, one pair of horses, things like that.
Oh.
But, yeah, and so go ahead.
Oh, that's right. Have you ever heard of not only that, what else? Yeah, that full preterism.
You kind of cut out, but I think you're just the question. No, I definitely do not support full preterism by any stretch of the imagination. No.
Oh yeah, now I remember what I was going to ask. Have you ever heard of Ron White?
Yes, I have.
What do you think of him? Because I heard everyone talks about him a lot.
Yeah, well, there was another guy by the name of Bob Cornduke that wrote The Mountain of God, and that corroborates a lot of what Ron White was doing, and there's also Bob and Penny Caldwell that saw a lot of that, including the little place where Elijah hid himself on the mountain, the little clip, the little cave, and could see out from. They climbed up and found that. I think that I've seen a lot of the stuff that he's mocked a lot. Ron White is, but there are, I always say, try to vet something with 2 or 3 witnesses. And I think there are a number of things that do corroborate what we're talking about out there. You guys, last time I was on, brought up some things that made me think about that rock at Horeb. And it had me reading more about that, because that was one of my favorite spots. I still think that that does tend towards some credibility there, but there are other things like the mountain itself is charred black on top. the Jabal al-Laws, the mountain of laws, they call it, or the mountain of Moses. They're in Saudi Arabia. The Bible says that Mount Sinai is in Saudi Arabia. And so anyway, these are some things. I don't know everything about Ron White. I've studied more Bob Cornduke with the Mountain of God book and film that he made. I guess there's a bunch of stuff about Ron White, but which I was trying to get I forget her name, your guys' best friend there, the Egyptologist.
Miss
Yeah. I did bring up that wheel is on display in Egypt. She never really did speak to that, but last time I was on here on live, like I got laughed off the show pretty hard. But no, it's okay. It's all right. I've just been the whole time really, Gangster, trying to figure out what exactly it is that you do here. And so yeah, it's interesting. And I subscribed. I do. I think it's cool. You have a pretty interesting venue to allow people to speak. Anyway, so what do you I mean, yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. So I'm gonna stop there.
Ooh, I seen this guy, Steve Bolin. He said I seen him he has on his own Facebook. He showed him holding the rock he got from One White in them, and another rock hold from and he has a video, couple of videos he put on his channel where he talks to Kent Hovill about like the salt balls they found in about the from Sodom and Gomorrah, I think.
Yeah, that is interesting. No, I mean, where Sodom and Gomorrah is, nothing will ever grow again. And I guess there's some talking points against that here. You guys, your followers want to bring that up, but that place is covered in sulfur. I don't know where the wheel is on display. It's in Egypt. I'd have to look it up. Yeah. I'll tell you what the atheists always tell me: go look it up. But here's what I'm going to say, and I think Angry Teddy Bear had some things to say last time about not liking philosophy, but I'm not sure if that was you, but because I did want to say, when we get to evidentialism, it has its place, but it's been my experience that everybody will always come up with some kind of factoid, some kind of talking point. Because let's face it, both evolutionists and creationists have the exact same evidence, and they're coming to two different conclusions. So what I like is more of a classicalist approach, and together with presuppositionalism, who you're all familiar with and like to I'm sure badmouth, like Seitan, Bruggencate and stuff. But these three veins of apologetics can complement each other. But I think it's very important to make sure that we come down on the fact that we could not think or talk or even have these conversations without God, without the great I am providing logic for us, because that makes sense. You laugh at when we say blue sleeps faster than Tuesday, but I don't see anybody really ever committing to the fact that laws of logic are outside our minds and we can't just make this stuff up. But that said, the Kalam argument, which we landed on last time, and you guys ended up saying once I was offline before I left, you said, but no one's ever told me, what does that matter if we can't have infinite regression, but why not? And I'm surprised that's a disservice that's been done if no one ever explained to you why not. You can't have an infinite regression of events. We can't keep going back and back and back ad infinitum, because we would never have a now. We'd never be right here. We would never have a now. We can't go back infinitely in a regression of events. And we know that every action has a cause. And so there has to be a beginning cause. And since there can't be an infinite regression, that has to be an uncaused cause. Enter the great I am, the first mover, the uncaused cause. And then we can start looking at a lot of this evidence. But, that's where I would start. I always want to start with that, and the reality that by our reason, I'll give you your reason, which presuppositionalists won't do that. But the Bible says that no man has an excuse before God. You can perceive that he's there in his attributes. So God is there. He's not silent. And he's left a lot of clues along the way. And one of the things is how, fossils are all shoved up into places and big chunks of them. They're not spread out. The most minute animals are preserved. Most minute. I've never had anybody tell me, why didn't they just decay? Well, the reason is because they were buried quickly with sediment. And all these things just point to the flood all over the place. But, it's a denial because people do not want to bow to their creator. We don't want him in our stuff. We hate him. We want to do our own thing. They asked Martin Luther, how much do you love God? He said, love God? I hate him. Sometimes I hate him because he's requiring me of all this stuff and he made me. But then he came to Romans where it says the just shall live by faith. And it just hit him that it's God's power that's giving us the ability to love and to live. And then it's all him. And that the old quip, let go and let God, is more real than you might know, is that you can find total freedom in Christ, that his yoke is easy, his burden is light, that we are set free from the bonds of sin, and we can run our race with patience. Who runs a race with patience? Christians do, because we know that power rests in God. It literally says his energy. We're doing it in his energy. It's one of my favorite passages. You guys can talk. Angry Teddy Bear. What do you think?
I'm kind of eating. I've got something major to say. I'm not trying.
What do you think of that?
First, might be minor to you, but to me, it makes me laugh every time I hear it. But I got a question for you. Do you hate Santa Claus, say the Easter Bunny, and Bigfoot?
Man, okay. Nope.
Okay. Do you believe in them?
I think that some kind of cryptid could exist out there, but I definitely don't believe in Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny. No.
Okay.
So, I mean, I knew that Saint Nick exists. He slapped a heretic. He slapped him some heretic.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Saint Nick. I'm talking about the tradition or the commercial version, basically, that everybody doesn't believe in.
Of course not.
So now try thinking from an atheist point of view. How do you hate God if you don't believe God exists?
Mm-hmm. Well, if he does exist and you're told about him and you don't believe him, isn't that, listen, if I told you about my wife, what a wonderful person she is, and she does all these things for me, and you say, what a load of horse shit. I don't believe you, dude. That is a form of hatred as you reject the words that I'm telling you. And I can submit to you, we have far more than mere hearsay to prove the existence of your creator. I said earlier, we got to define terms. We're not talking about Thor, who's beholden to human whims.
And I'm talking about all gods. Period.
Okay. Yep. I know. Yep. So I'm an atheist too, because I don't believe in a lot of other gods, right?
Right. And I forgot was it Hitchin or somebody that said then you're just, excuse Jack. My dog's trying to eat my food. I'm trying to
okay.
Back. No. That you just believe in one more God than I do.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I hear you. Yeah. What is your biggest reason for not believing in God?
I read the Bible cover to cover several times over.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, I mean, literally, the Bible turned me. See, we do the current version of my story. For me, religion never stuck. I never felt it. I never, but I kept wishing I could believe, but it just wasn't there. I tried. I was making it fake it till I make it. Well, I never made it. So I grabbed the Bible to try to prove everything I was taught, was true through the Bible and more. I got all the way up to Was it 2 Kings, 2:23 and the ones with the she bears? I read that and it's like, whoa, that is awful. Well, then I started reading the Bible again from the start again and realized all the things that I missed that were awful in the Bible. So even if God came down and proved himself to me satisfactorily, I still would not worship the biblical God, regardless of how, he or somebody might want to sugarcoat it. That's my personal beliefs. I'm not trying to be insulting, but you asked a question.
Sorry. No, I hear you. I'm listening. I'm listening. Well, I was trying to find that passage. That passage when the bears attacked those young boys, they weren't children. Those
Yes,
were
they
young.
were.
No. Okay. No.
Go ahead. I'm going to, because.
Okay. Well, listen. Just listen.
No, I'm listening. Sorry.
The word is the same word used elsewhere. It's young men. So these were young men of age, and they were taunting and they were mocking a man of God. It wasn't that he was bald. It was that was a symbol of his priesthood, and so they were mocking him, and so yeah, God revealed his wrath as he did many times in the Old Testament prior to the God-man revealing the redemptive purposes of God to show his glory. But God, all these things were saying something about God. It's just that he doesn't come up. Yeah. Yeah. So if I was to, I would submit to you, if Christ himself appeared to you, you'd say it was an alien.
And probably would. You're honest. That's why I said. But if I believed or there's enough evidence, I still wouldn't worship them. And the thing about even if these young kids were adults, you're telling me that it's immoral to have 42 men, full-grown men, for sake of argument, because they called a name or because he talked to a man of God. That is.
I'm not saying that God is
moral. Let's put it that way.
Well, but see, you're building your own God there, and I'm just saying.
And you were too, to be honest. With
I'm just telling you what
the Bible doesn't talk about that. It may imply it, maybe, but it doesn't say it.
It doesn't have my name in it either. But it
doesn't have Bible or a lot of other things in it. But
it doesn't have my name in it either. It doesn't have my name in it either. But I exist. That's a silly argument.
Mine in there, donkey.
That's
according to my ex-wife,
dude. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is I agree with you, and that as far as you would never believe, you never would, until a sovereign act of God moves upon you to transform you. I just submit to you a simple story. Nicodemus, teacher of the law of Israel, he approaches Jesus at night because he doesn't want his buddies to see him, and he's like, "Hey, how can I see this kingdom you keep talking about?" Jesus says, "It's impossible. You can't do it." He doesn't give him a formula. He doesn't give him a little prayer to pray. He doesn't say, "Go listen to the Sermon on the Mount." He doesn't say any of that. He says, "It is impossible. You have to be born again." And then what does Nicodemus say? He says, "You mean it's impossible?" And he said that by saying, "You mean I have to go back in my mother's womb?" He wasn't stupid. He says, "You mean it's impossible?" And he says, "You must be born again." So this is a move of the Spirit, brother. It's a move of the Spirit by the Holy Spirit, goes where he wishes, like the wind. It's not your choice. And you must be regenerated so that you can then believe. And that's all over Scripture. So I'm just telling you what God says. Don't kill the messenger. Don't kill the messenger.
That's why we're having a discourse. I'm great. But a question I have for you: what if that same story about the she bears killing 42, say, grown adults was in the Quran? Would you defend it the same way that you would if it was in the Bible?
Well, no,
the same
of course
story.
Not. The Quran isn't the word of God, though. I mean, he made it up.
Okay, so you're saying that since it's in the Bible, it's okay that God was god awful, but
well,
that it's true. If it wasn't the Quran, it wasn't true. That makes no sense.
Okay, well, I'm not. So I'm saying that God is not god awful. Is that God does the right thing every time, And so
What you're
his
saying is God can play with his food. That's what it is. It boils down to God created us. He can do with us as he wants.
correct. Who are
Well, we're an
you to
ant
say
farm.
to
We're not his
God, why
children,
did
is what
you?
you're saying.
We're not what?
We're an ant farm, not his children. Then that's not love.
Not quite. No. No.
Okay, now I'm gonna have a cat and a cat and a dog fighting over my leftover turkey.
Well, no, we're more than animals.
No, we are animals.
We're creatures, but we're not
We're
animals. Well, the difference is what we can reflect the image of God. A dog can't do that, man. A monkey can't reflect the nature of God. We can perceive that God is there. I'm not saying mere compassion. I know we can see things like that. I'm talking about reflecting the nature of God, like understanding the person and existence of God and reflecting his image. That's why we're the pinnacle of creation. Angels long to look into it. We can reflect the nature of God. Many of us have a warped reflection, but we can nonetheless. We're more than animals, man. We're more than animals. We're humans. We're the most amazing creation.
There's scientific atheists out there, because this isn't my forte talking about biology.
Don't you ever? Well. I would just ask you: don't you ever? Does not eternity ever resonate in your breast?
No, not at all. Usually it's in my brain, but even then it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, but I understand. I can see how that you might find that a pithy statement, not worthy of your time. But
no,
I just mean
we're dialoguing. I mean,
okay, let me. Yes, sir. Let me just try to, if I could get my thoughts and formulate this. Okay, do you ever find that your mundane activities of your goings about ever coincide with the weight, the magnanimous, reality of eternity? Does it ever like resonate in your life? Like, whoa, like something's there that's outside of me and it's eternity. I guess I'm trying to grasp something here, but does that question make sense?
Not at all. I mean, I'm not being, condescending by any means.
Okay. All right. Well, fair enough. That's as best I can do, I guess. I mean,
yeah,
I can think about it more, but
I'm only like B level smart sometimes. So
yeah. Well, I'm right there with you, man. I make no bones. I'm self-educated. You know what? I've been having a lot of fun meeting with other guys that are self-educated, and I've got enough books to fill 3 walls. Like they're all packed away, unfortunately.
We got some in common.
Well, I love books. Hey, man, and it's real. And plus, we all know university costs way too much anyway. So
yeah, I know. I went.
I used to. Well, I wouldn't even ask you. The government has capitalized on that, and they're gouging people. In the 60s and 70s, a fella could have a part-time job all year or a full-time job in the summer, and have enough money to go to college, have a little part-time, or have an apartment, have a vehicle. That's gross inflation. They're gouging people.
Yeah.
But anyway, off topic. I did want to speak to that a little bit more, though, that because people do bring that up about the Bears, but the word is literally about young men. It's 42 youths, and it can refer to children, but it more specifically does mean young men. And so a lot of translations just say youths. It was, so you think of a large demonstration, okay, of young men who assembled for the purpose of mocking a prophet of God. And this is prior to Christ. And they say that, go on up, you bald head. It is more than making fun of him being bald. Because the shaved head was a separation, right? That he was a prophet. And or it could even been contempt for him if he wasn't even literally bald. But the phrase to go up was a reference to his mentor. Remember Elijah, who was taken up by the fiery chariots, and Elisha. So they're like, hey, why don't you go join him? Show us what you can do. And so it's a record of an insulting demonstration against God's prophet by a large group of young men. And yes, I stand by that. The Lord's punishment was the mauling, 42 of them by 2 female bears. The penalty was justified because, you see, here's the point, man. To ridicule Elisha was to ridicule the Lord himself. So the seriousness of the crime was indicated by the seriousness of the punishment. So it was an appalling judgment, yes, but it was God's warning to those who would scorn the prophets of the Lord. Now that is where I stand, and I think it's lost on a lot of people. Certainly Christians are unable to describe it like that. But we're talking about God who is holy, holy, holy. Islam doesn't have that. What does Islam have? Islam
the same thing you're saying, though. I mean, to be honest, everything you're saying is just as valid as they say, and vice versa.
Not even
based on a book I don't believe in. That
they've got no, huh?
No, I'm saying, to me, it's just both made up stories. There's you can't tell me that. I mean, I could say, like, with the Quran, there's no way the moon split in half. There's no way that Muhammad was on a winged horse and flew through the sky. But the same thing could be said about so many stories in the Bible that just there's no way. You say there's evidence for the flood. I say I know there's not evidence for the flood. There's way more evidence. I mean, you have evidence. It's just not good, in my opinion.
Well,
but whether whether Second Kings was, once again, whether they were babies, whether they were young men, whether they were adults, or whether they were senior citizens, almost like me, it still doesn't justify killing people just because they said a word.
But friend, there's a lot of things that we see God doing that are appalling, and because His ways are not our ways. He is trying to show us that He's holy, that it matters. He's so other than us. Uzzah, what about Uzzah? Uzzah wasn't fuzzy, was he? Remember Uzzah?
How is God being God awful prove that He's loving?
He's holy. Listen, Uzzah tried to steady the ark.
Ron or Teddy Bear, because I don't want you to say. Oh, actually, I forgot. I don't have asshole on here.
I wasn't. No. I was I was being funny about a particular Bible character named Uzzah.
Okay. Duh. What do you expect from a self-educated idiot like me?
It was just the Ark of the Covenant, very holy, and God had said, don't touch it. And they were hauling it. Most people do know this story. And it went to tip. And Uzzah stopped it from tipping. And God struck him dead on the spot. Now, to us, that seems very unjust. But the point is that Uzzah's hands were filthier than the dirt. So I just want to say this. In Islam, all you got to do is ask for forgiveness, and then you got to wait and see if Allah is going to forgive you. There is no holiness. There's no payment. There's no justification. You got to wait and see. Maybe He will, maybe He won't. What we're talking about in Christianity is something totally different, where God is the trifecta holy. He says it, I'm not talking about the Trinity, in Isaiah, holy, holy, holy. There's no other. He is other than. He is actually incomprehensible, but He's given us a lot of things to know, and that He has sent His Son, Jesus, to pay that price. So in all of history, in no other place, we see the king dies for the villain.
I guess you're talking about Jesus, right?
Yes.
Okay. The question I would have then is, how is it a payment or a sacrifice if He returned? That'd be like me giving you a gift saying, happy birthday, you owe me $37.50 for it. Did I really give you a gift, or did you pay for it yourself?
If He returned?
No. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the gift's eternal. It doesn't stop. Once you
No.
get
I'm talking about the ransom itself. Jesus dying being the so-called payment. Well, as soon as He raised, that did away with that sacrifice.
What do you mean? No, the sacrifice is worthy because he himself is eternal. The eternal God man suffered a humiliating death and died in the place of sinners. He who knew no sin was made into sin so that we might be the righteousness of God, right? 2 Corinthians 5:21.
Okay, but he
So
died to pay for our sins, correct?
correct.
If he raises from the dead, then that payment is null and void. Like I said, it'd be like me giving you a birthday present and telling you owe me $40 for it. Is that really a gift?
Friend, if he stayed dead, then we would have no victory. The
We
grave
don't have
couldn't
victory
hold
with him
him.
coming. No, just for a second. We have no victory with him raising if he really did.
Well, of course we do. If there is no resurrection, we as Christians are to be pitied above all else.
Then
It doesn't
No,
matter.
I'm kidding. I'm not going to start that.
Well, go ahead. Hey, listen, it doesn't. This is a very good rebuttal. It doesn't matter how much good I do, how much universe loves me. It doesn't matter, man. I just we ought to just go right back to Sci-10 and Joe and them guys, Jeff Durbin, and so what? Who cares if a bag of protoplasm bumps into another bag of protoplasm? Who cares? So what? And
Okay.
I think that's very valid argument, by the way, against evolutionary naturalistic thought. But also, so what? If we don't have a Christ that raised, then we should just eat, drink, and be merry. Paul anticipated your very argument. We're to be pitied above all other things. If there is no resurrection, we have no victory. What we get is what Christ showed us we have. When he rose from the grave, he was glorified. So I told Mary, you can't touch me. It's a picture of the final stage of salvation. Salvation is justification once and for all, and then sanctification while we live and get prepared for eternity, and then glorification where we spend eternity with Christ, where we finally see God and are in his presence. And so we are glorified. That's what Christ showed us when he rose from the dead. I mean, you can't honestly say, this sounds like the argument, well, he suffered on the cross for a few hours, but you're going to tell me I go to hell all my life.
Pretty much, that's my argument. He suffered had a bad week, and that's about it, literally.
Well, I'm trying. Okay, so my answer is, I'm saying to you that he himself is eternal. He is eternally holy.
And how do we know this?
He literally made you, and he suffered and died, and that sacrifice was sufficient to satisfy your eternal crimes against eternal holy God.
You committed no crime. This all goes back to supposedly Adam and Eve.
You might lie to a kid, get away with it. You can lie to your friend. He might talk to you for a couple of weeks, but you guys reconcile. You got to lie to a cop, you can go to jail. If you lie to the Supreme Court, you lie to the president, you can be up for treason and be executed. Now, if you lie to eternal God who made you, your crimes are of eternal weight. And I submit to you that every lie from the kid to the government is all against God ultimately. All sin is against God. It's called cosmic treason. And we've all committed it. We all have. That's why I always ask atheists, where do you go with your guilt? You are guilty. Where do you go with it? You know, your therapist, the atheist priests, those are therapists, psychology and stuff. I mean, really? I guess that can help for a little while. It's a balm. Give some dope to put a salve on it.
Psychiatrists and the whole mental health industry, what you're talking about here, or just make sure I'm taking this right before I reply.
I'm just saying, well, it was another question of where do you go with what I'm talking about is eternal guilt. And that
I don't have guilt. That's just it.
Okay, so you don't have any guilt. Okay.
What do I have to be guilty about other than maybe I yelled at my grandson last night, but I apologized to him and he understood because Grandpa didn't feel good.
Okay.
Not that it was right, but at least I apologized to him. No guilt there.
Okay. Yeah. So, well, I was just saying that all of our sin is of eternal weight. And so that sacrifice that Christ made is an eternal sacrifice because he himself is eternal. The eternal God made the sacrifice. And he is
once again, he did
saving people from eternal hell.
But he didn't commit a sacrifice, though, once he raised.
You know, I would beg to differ. Have you ever seen what the cross
we're going to differ on everything, Ryan.
Have you ever thought of what the cross actually does to a person and stops them from breathing? So we can certainly call that a sacrifice. Yeah.
Mark Stoney has one. Hey, Roundtree, did you sign the hyperpreterist.com? Jeff Durbin and James White did. I don't know what that's about. I just saw your name and don't know if you wanted to reply.
The
I know what that's about.
hyperpreterist.com.
Yeah, I know what it's about. They signed a thing that goes against hyperpreterism.
I did not. I missed that. I know they just came up with the Antioch Declaration. We're going to be doing a big thing on kinism pretty soon. I'm going to have a panel
Claude,
discussion.
if you don't want to listen to this clown, you can leave at any point. No problem there.
Okay. Well, no, huh?
I'm not to you, Roundtree. Somebody, something. Well, I can say this show has become very tedious with these two clowns. Okay, if I'm a clown, don't listen. I don't care. I'm not here.
Oh, no worries, brother. Hey, we all know they're talking about me.
Atheist that I'm getting kind of perturbed at.
Oh. Okay.
Yes.
Well, usually
it's right. I am a monkey. I'm a great monkey. But
I feel like I feel like in these days, if someone tries to be polemic and stand on something solid and not just kind of be all over, then they're just outed. What a nut, what an idiot, what a clown.
Right.
And in a time when words don't mean what they're supposed to mean, we got no common sense. You can be a cat, a dragon, a dog can be a girl can be a boy. It's asinine. But hopefully we can see some change in that. We see the DEI is going away. That's awesome. But who knows? Oh, the DEI, the inclusiveness,
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but anyway,
we all get along or something.
Yeah. Well, hey, I do want that. But
you
I mean,
can't get that through religion. You can't. That causes division. Brother versus verse. Even Jesus said you can't be a follower of his unless you hate your family.
Well, doctrine does divide. It's. I'm not going to make any bones about that. I just think that we
40,000 denominations. No, there's no way you can defend that at all.
There's not 30,000 denominations.
No, 40 plus actually. Yes, there is.
No, there absolutely is not.
Okay,
no.
You're right.
Name them.
I give up.
Name them. No. So when we are talking
doesn't take that
about
long to
Orthodox Christianity, what the gospel actually says. Remember, Paul very wisely said, if we or even an angel tells you anything different than what we just said, let them be accursed. Isn't it interesting that both Mormons and Islam were downloaded onto a couple guys by a supposed angel? Yeah, a demon. Muhammad was writhing around on the ground getting his translations. So there's only a few denominations of actual Christian churches, of actual Protestantism.
By your definition.
There's lots of cults by the Bibles. See, the difference between you and I, bud, is I have a ruler. I have a standard by which I measure all of truth. That's 66 books of inspired holy writ.
And you
Bible.
Can't even prove who wrote it. And the Bible
God wrote it.
It's not the evidence. It's circular.
God wrote it. God picked up
he can write a damn thing. No, sorry.
You or I pick up a pen, and he inspired the Bible. That's why the Bible will always win. It rises to the top.
Yeah,
you can never squash it. And one little word.
Excuse me, correction. Mark Stoney says there's 45 plus denominations.
Oh, for crying out loud! Name them.
You want me to name 45? Are you just too lazy to do Google and search for yourself? You said you're a self-taught man. Go teach yourself what the denominations are.
Listen, it says
there's over 3,000 gods. You want me to name every god that's in there? And I've got that book, and I think I have it actually on a website somewhere too.
In Isaiah 46, verse 8, remember this and stand firm. Recall it to mind, you transgressors. Remember the former things of old. For I am God, and there is no other. I am God, and there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning and from ancient times, things not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will accomplish all my purpose. So God is going to always be vetted, okay? These cults and these errant belief systems, they're easily uncovered. People are easily duped. We know that. I think there's a difference between the sheeple and the lambs of God. So the sheep hear Christ's voice. That's just it. But there are a few denominations that differ on non-essential doctrines. But we can't count all these cults and Baha'i and Hare Krishna. No. Those don't get included, guys. And a lot of it's just spin-offs and stuff. We're talking about actual denominations. There's only a handful. There's actually a Roman Catholic wrote a very lengthy article rebuking his own people to stop using that argument because it's so silly. Because Romanists like to use it a lot, but anyway.
I'm trying to find a list for you of all the denominations if there is a good.
Well, and I say that tongue in cheek because I always say that because it's just kind of silly. It's what people listen. I'm just trying to tell you there is a Roman Catholic. Roman Catholics like to use that argument, and there's a Roman Catholic on a Catholic site that says, listen, we need to stop using that argument because it's silly. I don't remember where it's at, but I had it pegged.
It's right next to my demon list. Oh my goodness. There you go. I just listed all the denominations on that link. If you really want to go look at it, I'm not going to name them all off. I don't have 47 days to name off these.
That's it. What do you think?
Okay. Were you in the private chat? Oh no. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry about didn't recognize you earlier. I didn't recognize you with the new name.
Oh yeah. No. Well, you wouldn't. I had a different name.
Yeah, seriously, I think if I were you, I'd check out the PGs guys. You guys might have a lot of the same beliefs.
Except for the Calvinist part. They're
Oh, that's true. Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that, Gigi. Yeah, forget that. You'd be banned.
Have you ever this guy?
Yeah, I had a turd once this long. Sorry, couldn't resist.
Yeah.
And I swear, Gigi, I had nightmares last night about Jason's nose hairs.
Oh, that one guy? Oh.
Yeah, the one that had the camera right in his nose and his. Oh.
Yeah.
We think of
well, I appreciate the discussion very much, you guys. Thank you.
No problem. I'm now a 5-point Calvinist. Hope you're happy.
I've swayed you all.
You did.
Yes.
Every
yes.
atheist
I knew
that's watched the scream is now a Calvi.
Yeah, if they haven't pulled their hair out all yet.
No,
hey.
head about explode because he wants to get some fighting. I'm just not in the fighting mood.
Round up.
Yeah, I told my mom
that this one day. Remember that time? Oh, you came on here.
Go ahead, Gigi. Okay.
That's all right.
How could I forget? Yes. Yep.
How he really likes you. They wanted you to be part of their show.
Oh, I didn't hear that. No, I missed that. Everyone was laughing and popping off pretty hard, and I just thought, well, I didn't want to necessarily start the dumpster fire, but it happened anyway, and so I was like, I'm out.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I went on. It was on their show. They Keely said he really liked you, and said you did a good job.
Huh. Really? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, I appreciate that. I am just, I'm serious about the roundtable media, and I'm excited to finally get this podcast going. So just been having fun with that, but and then.
Yeah, I'd still like to see a discussion between you and Carp, to be honest. Or Christian Pike. Sorry, I call him Carp because of his initials. It's CRP, so I just say he's a Carp. And his last name's Pike, so Fisher.
Oh, okay. Was that the guy that was on earlier talking about Unitarianism?
No, that was probably Josh, probably, because I don't think you were on when. Was Christian on here when he came in or not?
He was in the comments. He was talking about.
Oh yeah, because that's how they talk. Yeah, because he brought up doing the discussion if he was interested. Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, it was like he didn't believe the Trinity. He believed something different. He called the Godhead.
Yeah, and Richard doesn't either over there. And hey, Man, I just think that that's a dangerous one for Christians. If you are a Christian, because it does say in Timothy, excuse me, Christ says, if you deny me, I will deny you before the Father. And now he was saying he believes. I thought he said he believes Christ is God. Then when I brought that up, he said, "No, you said that." Okay, he seems like he sounded like he had a different take. But if we deny that Christ is God, then we don't have an atonement. A mere man couldn't make that atonement for eternal sin. Had to be a sinless offering, and we're all sinners. So.
And Rontry, I mean, I know you've got. I grew up with chronic bronchitis and asthma, so I know what you're going through. So if you've got to stop for a few minutes to literally catch your breath, do it. You can have the floor when you come back. Sort of thing. I hear you're kind of like wheezing a little bit. I'm just worried about you as a person.
Well, I appreciate that. I outgrew asthma. I think cannabis cured me of asthma, honestly, when I was a kid, to tell you the truth.
Me.
But everybody, no, serious. Everybody told me,
I'll be serious.
He grew out of it. Dude, serious. But, so now I've had, like, for the last 4 months, some kind of major super bronchitis. I've never had anything like it. I've been passing out. I thought I broke my nose. I plowed into the ground.
Wow.
I've got, my lungs are fine, x-ray wise. My blood works good. So anyway, it's less intense. But yeah, I know I'd like to get my voice back. Would be really cool. But I've just been throwing myself at social media anyway, because I've been wanting to start things up. But I really appreciate that. I got to get going with these. I got people coming and got to pick up a friend. So I will be listening as I drive. So, but I'm going to get off the computer here and say bye. I love you guys. Appreciate you. Love you in Christ, man.
Great combo.
Okay.
I send you a link. The link to the PG show if you ever want to watch.
Yeah, dude, send that. Put that in private chat. And but I see. Okay, real quick, people are talking about racism, dude. There is this insane thing in Christianity called kinism, and it's literally the worship of your kin, and it's actually in the Reformed circles, and so. It's been coming up lately as a knee-jerk reaction to a lot of what I call the woke mind virus. And so I feel like I got some balance in these areas. So we're going to be doing a large show on that. And I should have some pretty bright guys on with me. And I'm excited to do that because it's just disgusting. And I think that the family of God actually supersedes that. And anyway, it's kind of an in-house discussion in Christianity, but I think it's relevant to everybody.
Yeah, I've never heard of it before, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a fringe deal. It's a weird one.
Oh, there's a lot of them out there, and not necessarily Christian or religiously based, but coding itself as a religion of some sort. Does that make sense?
Almost it is. It's kind of hard to nail down because there's a lot of people that espouse it but don't want to be called kinists. But yeah, it's this.
Oh,
it's this
here.
blood and soil. Blood and soil.
Hey, everybody.
Okay. Hey, thank you, Gangster. I got the link. Oh yeah, that looks cool. Huh. You got a cool page. Well, this has been fun, dude, and appreciate you. I seriously, I do got to go. It's not a rage. It's not a rage leave. It's not a rage.
He's leaving.
Don't even try.
Oh, Aiden shows up and suddenly he has to go. What a coincidence.
And what's up, Aiden? Leave, don't take serious. I say it when everybody leaves. Already Gangster will say it.
All right, dude. Whatever you want to call me, I can take it.
Oh no, it's not even bad. It's just like as you leave, I'll say something, and it's it's my thing.
I'm literally getting phone calls. Aiden, I've been listening to you a couple times. You're a bright guy. Where do you land again? You're not a Christian?
I'm not a Christian. No, if you got phone calls and stuff going on, dude, I won't keep you. You go right on ahead and you head out, man. If you gotta go, then that's understandable.
I remember your voice. Yeah, on the last time, what were you saying to me? You were saying, oh man, I remember your voice, brother. I I can't remember. You were giving me a pretty major rebuttal on something. I think it was.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
it was Mount Sinai, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was Mount Sinai,
Yeah.
and I
that was
actually want to
part
come
of
on.
it. That was part of it. I just said that's what I think is one of the biggest things. The top of it's charred, but you said it's not.
Sure, no, it's a layer of basalt that can be attributed to volcanic activity, which makes sense because there's volcanoes very nearby in the area. The reason why the top of it has that color and the rest of the mountain doesn't, which by the way, it's not a unique feature to that one mountain. If you look at Google Earth and you go to the area where that's found, it's part of a large variety of different mountains that all have these kind of blackened tops within this region. Now, the reason for that is because the way that erosion works is it will wear down the bottom of structures before it wears down the top. Have you ever seen like photos of like Monument Valley? All those like really impressive like butte structures and stuff. And Monument Valley, that's caused because the bottoms of structures, especially buttes or mountains or things like that, they're closer to the ground, so they're going to be worn away by wind more than the tops of structures are.
Wind can't do a lot of that. Most of that was done by a lot of water carving it real fast.
Well, wind and water erosion are both they're both factors to geology, and they're both very important. I wish Big Bad Mama was here, honestly, because
have you seen? Okay, yeah.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. You speak, please. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask you if you've seen the other mountains that are blackened, like Mount Sinai or Jabal al-Lawz, as they call it.
Yeah, no, it's actually fairly typical of that region because, like I said, it's.
Have you seen them?
It's about 10 kilometers away. Yeah, you can look at them on Google Earth.
Oh, okay.
You can go and look in the region, and you'll find that there's a variety of different mountains in that region that have blackened tips.
Well, one of the biggest things that sets me apart is on this discussion is that the Bible says that Mount Sinai is in Arabia, and the one that's traditional Mount Sinai couldn't hold 1 million strong around it, and it doesn't have the characteristics as defined by Scripture. So I think, and we don't have the Hebrews crossing the Red Sea anywhere to get to it. So those couple simple factors, I think, at least points to that it's in Arabia. And as a Christian, I take the Bible as the rule of the word that we use to determine truth. So I mean, just those things at least point to it not being the traditional mountain that the Catholics have their monastery at. Would you at least concede to that or no?
I mean, as far as different mountains being claimed to be Mount Sinai is concerned, there's a couple different candidates. I know of the one in Saudi Arabia the most because that's one that's kind of been in more of a modern context been considered to be Mount Sinai, but I am familiar, the one with the monastery on it's kind of the more historically attributed. I would need to look more into that one, honestly, in order to speak authoritatively on it, because I don't want to speak from ignorance.
Okay, well, I like Bob Cornduke. He's at least not as attacked as Ron Wyatt, I guess, but Bob Cornduke.
Yeah, sure. My problem with Ron Wyatt is that he did not do any of his archaeology the way that archaeologists are meant to do it. And when I say meant to do it, I mean constantly making documents and notes about the layer that you found something at and the different things corresponding to that layer and how that contrasts with other layers surrounding it. None of the typical archaeological disciplines that archaeologists are expected to do were done by Ron Wyatt. He just kind of found a couple of things, made claims that those things that he found were things attributed to the Bible, and just kind of left it there for people. And it's just, to me, it comes across as a post hoc reasoning. It's a post hoc explanation. It's okay, the story gives these details that this happened here, so we're going to go and investigate this area, not from a neutral perspective, just trying to find whether or not that is the case here, but with the explicit purpose of trying to find these things that line up with the story. I just think going into a site with a preconceived notion of we're going to find this and we're going to find that, doing that from a religious perspective is not a very academic way of doing archaeology. From
Well,
my
I think it's,
understanding of it.
yeah, I don't know a lot about his methodology there, but I think it's less of a religious perspective in that just understanding that the Bible can be trusted. And it's been vetted so many times. It's been tried to be destroyed a lot, and it hasn't been able to. And it just continues to kind of rise to the top. There are no contradictions in it. You know, there isn't anything. Archaeology continues to vet it. You know, so I think that's just kind of the point. Is we're just following the Bible, following the Book of Acts like a map. There was an atheist who was raised an atheist and became an archaeologist, and went out to purposely disprove the Book of Acts. I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, but I'll try to find that for next time. But he became a Christian through the study of Acts and following it like a book, like a map. And
It's funny you say. It's funny you say that, because it was through a reading of the Bible that most convinced me to be an atheist.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
We could definitely talk about that another time. I know that you're pressed for time right now, and I don't want to keep you longer than you need to be.
Yeah, man. No, hey, good to talk with you, Aiden, and all you guys. Just be blessed. We'll see you on the next round.
Yeah, you take care, man. Have a good one.
All right, we'll do. Bye.
I need to show you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's received.
Yeah,
Proverbs is a piece of shit, and it deserves exactly the fate that it's received.
Proverbs is a piece of shit.
It's like a hymn. It's like a hymn.
You
It just
deserve what
repeats
you
itself.
believe.
Proverbs Guys Ministry is a piece of shit, and it deserves exactly what it has received.
Amen.
That was crazy what happened.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. I mean, like, that's all they deserved. They wanted me to come on there so that we could have some sort of long form discussion. But you know what? I've already done that before. All right. I've already tried to engage these people in good faith. I've already tried to do peace talks, quote unquote, with these people. I did that on 2 separate occasions prior to the one that they did yesterday. And you can go back and you can look at the video of both of those happening. And the second time it happened, I stated for the record, look, this is the last time. All right. I tried it once. It didn't work out. I'm trying it again. We're going to see what happens. I'm going to give you guys the benefit of the doubt. But if this happens again, and if we're just right back to where we began, then it's useless as an endeavor. And surely enough, it wasn't even done in good faith anyways. They only put one of the quotes that they were going to talk about up on there because it was clickbait.
Yeah.
It was clickbait. It was, oh, let's just try. What are they going to do on there? Are they going to try to make peace? Are they going to actually try to be reasonable people? And surprise, surprise, no, they weren't. It was just Dan saying, oh, well, yeah, it says to be peacemakers, but then it also talks about how he brought a sword. So we can actually be just reprehensible pieces of garbage to you guys because Jesus said he was going to bring a sword. It's like, okay, Dan, whatever you say. I mean, let's drill down to the bedrock of Dan Posey's ideology. His ideology essentially consists of, you need to believe exactly what I believe, and if you don't believe what I do, then you're a maggot and your life is worthless. It's like, oh, why is my life worthless? Because you said so, Dan?
And you forgot the part where he bitched about you calling him a retard and then calling everybody
oh my
names.
God. Yeah. Aiden called me a retard. It's like, Dan, you're not actually, I know for a fact that Dan does not really care about that. He does not care about the actual word that's been said. What he cares about is trying to leverage the social implications of that word and try to make me out to be a worse person because of it. Dan tried putting it out. He stated the exact same thing that he did on the show yesterday. He's like, you know, Aiden calls me a retard, but then I ask him what he's done with his life. What degree do you have, Aiden? It's like, if you think that a degree inherently makes you a smarter person, then you're even more retarded than I thought you were, Dan.
Or having a degree in lawn mowing.
Yeah, well, like,
that's any
seriously,
better.
I told him, and I'll say it again. I'm not going to tell him what freaking university I've been to or what academic progress I've made where, because I don't exactly trust Dan not to get on the phone with those people and go, Aiden's a bad person or all
Right, but it
this
doesn't
other
change
crap.
your argument if you didn't have the degree, though. He
No,
doesn't.
even if I was a layman, even if I was literally just somebody that just stumbled off the street and just drunkenly started making the same points that I did before, my points would still be just as valid and his points would still be just as invalid. It doesn't matter. All right? Like I told him on the last stream, Dan, if you had 10 Harvard doctorates hanging on the wall behind you every single time you do these shows and you still said the exact same things that you do now, then I would still call you a retard because, in my opinion, your position is a retarded one. It
Flame
is.
retardant, you meant, right?
Yes, of course. Of course.
Oh, wait,
No,
one
I
second.
do.
Before you finish, I got to say something because I think Roundtree's still out there. I got to ask him a question, or rhetorically, I guess. Roundtree, do you still think I'm an atheist playing a Christian? Now it's off the cheek there, bud. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Hey, Deviant, welcome to the show.
Hey, Deviant, how you doing, girl?
Thank you. I heard someone talking about archaeology, and I came when you called.
I was just talking about the laughable lack of any kind of archaeological discipline that Ron Wyatt undertook when he made his quote unquote discoveries.
Oh yeah. No, he. So there are kind of amateur archaeologists of various degrees, and there are like biblical archaeologists. Especially biblical archaeology is not. They do not follow the actual methodology that you are supposed to, because they start at the wrong end of the conclusion. They start with the conclusion. Ron Wyatt doesn't even qualify for that. He's not even. His methodology isn't even pseudo archaeology.
His methodology is finding something on the ground and then saying, oh, this thing that I found on the ground has to be the thing talked about in the book.
Yep. He finds something on the ground and goes, oh, this kind of maybe could looks a little bit like this thing. So therefore it is. And the only reason no one is agreeing with me and calls me fraud is because they want to hide the truth about the Bible. When in actuality, not even like other fundamentalist Christians supports him.
It's a post hoc explanation. It's people trying to justify the story with and you know what it does? It just betrays the lack of faith that these people have. Why do you need something to go back and physically confirm this if what you're doing is based off of faith? And that's not even to touch upon the fact that it's something that it rings similarly to me as the gentleman that was on earlier. What was his name? The gentleman that was just on?
Roundtree.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard him earlier today talking about the Ark and talking about how, oh, well, you know, all the animals that were on the Ark, they already had all the chromosomes that they needed, so they didn't need to have a bunch of different animals. Inbreeding wouldn't be a problem for them because they already had all of the chromosomes. And it's like, dude, didn't you just finish railing against the Catholics for saying purgatory isn't in the Bible, the filioque isn't in the Bible, dispensation isn't in the Bible, penance isn't in the Bible, this, and that isn't in the Bible? Where the frick is it in the Bible where it says, and thus the animals had perfect chromosomes, and then they were able to breed perfectly? We didn't even know what a frickin' chromosome was 100 years ago. We had no idea. We had no reference for any kind of genetics whatsoever. So somebody to claim, oh, well, they just had perfect chromosomes. It's a post hoc explanation. You're taking a story that doesn't make any sense from a scientific perspective and just adding things to it after the fact.
But wait a second, Aiden, because I think I missed something there. So the claim from the beginning was that they had more chromosomes back then. What?
Yes, no, they had all of the chromosomes, was, I believe, the direct quote.
What?
They had all of them. You know, never mind the fact that if you even have one extra chromosome, you have this little thing called Down syndrome.
Yeah.
This isn't exactly an advantageous thing to have. You know,
And
it doesn't exactly.
how many are all the chromosomes?
Oh, you know, more than 23, I would presume. I guess it's 23 for people. I don't know how many it is for animals.
I was gonna guess 27.
Depends. Well, it's a perfect example of the fact, because the reason why they say that is because they try to undercut the argument that if you take all of the species that we have on the planet today, and even a very conservative estimate of the number of species that are on the planet today, a very conservative estimate would be about 7 to 10 million species that exist on our planet. And if you took all of those creatures and put them in freaking Pokeballs from Pokemon, rather than just have them as their own physical cell, they still wouldn't be able to fit on the Ark. There's not enough room based
So
on the dimensions that are provided.
Every single day, not single day, I think it was okay, let's say year. It was less than that. We find a couple of thousand of new species. Sure, they are small, but still.
But that just raises another question, like, where was Noah's terrarium on the Ark for all of the insect species, you know? Like, where was Noah's little petri dishes where he was able to keep all of the bacterium that would have been drowned and just wiped out in the flood, you know? Like, you really mean to tell me that this huge amount of diversity that we see today came from this very tiny sample size over the course of just a few thousand years? Then you're just an evolutionary hyper-accelerationist as far as I'm concerned. You're just taking the process and just hitting it on a super, super fast forward to the point where it's absurd.
Daniel looks like his head's going to explode. Hi, Daniel. Welcome back.
Hi,
Hey, Daniel.
Why does it look like my head's gonna explode?
Oh, because I'm talking about the Ark. You're like, you just happened at the wrong time, like you were scratching your head or wiping something off your forehead or whatever you did just now.
No, I wanted to be on here real quick. I'm only here for a little bit because I had to stop and go to the bathroom, and I saw that Aiden was on here, and I said, if Aiden's on here, I need to get up here and yell at him for out orthodoxing me when he said meophysites versus monophysites. Like most Orthodox don't
for
get
the
that
Oriental
distinction right.
Orthodox, yeah. It's a really common mistake. People get monophysitism and miaphysitism mixed up all the time because they're pretty dang similar, you know? Like, monophysites take the position that, okay, Jesus had one nature and there was no human nature, it was just a divine nature that he had, because they find the idea of Jesus inhabiting a human body to be abhorrent and unworthy of the Godhead. Whereas, you know, if you have, that's their position, is that the Godhead could never inhabit a fleshly corporeal body, because to inhabit a fleshly corporeal body inherently means that you have some kind of sin. You're tainted in some
But
way,
that's
shape,
the
or form.
whole point.
I know. Look, I know. I'm just telling you their theology.
Whose theology is this?
Monophysitism.
Yeah, heretics,
Monophysitism.
not
So-
Orthodox.
No,
well, they got dealt with at the Council of Chalcedon, because there was a major bishop within the empire at that point that ascribed to monophysitism, that it was growing very rapidly and needed to be dealt with, and it was primarily growing much like Arianism in the Levant and Egypt kind of region, which is not much of a coincidence considering that's where most of the population of the empire was. But anyways,
I can only think about Star Wars every time you say empire.
Empire. But yeah, the Miaphysites, or sorry, I'm not quite done. The Monophysites, the biggest problem with the Monophysite theology outside of what you brought up, Deviant, is the fact that it kind of takes away from the fact that Christ suffered on the cross and like died and dealt with the fit. It really doesn't make a lot of sense to say that he really paid anything for us if he was just a spirit man and it was all pretend, basically. So that's why it kind of defeats that from a Monophysite perspective. But the Miaphysites are different because they believe that that there are there's one nature still, like with Monophysitism, but that one nature isn't just divine; it's divine and human, and that they commingle. Yeah, they commingle with each other in a way that the Orthodox disagree with. To the Orthodox, he is fully human and he's fully divine, but those natures are separate from each other. They have two distinct kind of natures to them about them.
Right. It's
Yeah, I
just with
think
Jesus, they were always in conformity. You know, like they never went against each other.
Right.
I think that's the position of the Church of Sweden as well, and I mean they're Lutheran, so Protestant.
Yeah, Protestants inherited all this stuff from the Orthodox, but we had to like actually find out the nuts and bolts of our doctrine, and like people just take it. And unfortunately, you'll see people re-enter into these past heresies. Like it's not uncommon to hear a Protestant say, "Well, Jesus was possessed by the Holy Spirit," and I'm like, "Oh, no, he wasn't. That's not what that means at all."
I mean, being possessed is usually kind of a bad
Burr
thing.
Pike said that.
Yeah, and even if they didn't use that problematic language of being possessed, you know, even if they were just like the indwelling of the Holy Spirit, like Christ is the incarnation is such an important part of our theology, and our icons are a reflection of the incarnation. So people who go against our icons don't understand its connection to the incarnation, that it's always been in God's loving plan to consummate with the material cosmos. And we're like designed for that. We're worshiping creatures that are both spirit and material.
Yeah, I mean, I might be misremembering or misconstruing it, but I have this idea back in my head about what's happening at the baptism, since we, as I say we, but yeah, just as the Orthodox and the Catholics do child baptisms.
Yeah.
That what's happening is kind of a seed of the Holy Spirit that's injected or inserted. Don't make that like literal, but into the child.
There's definitely grace conferred. That's what we
I've
believe.
never
Like the sacraments are full of grace, and when you do an infant baptism, it's like dedicating your child to God.
Right,
every
exactly.
every single person who always brings up infant baptism never wants to talk about confirmation. They always talk
Why
about
not?
infant baptism. Well, they don't want to talk about confirmation because confirmation is exactly the thing that they basically do as far as the
Oh,
idea
you mean
that, okay,
everyone who is against
yeah,
child
everybody that's
baptism?
against
Oh, yeah,
infant
yeah.
baptism. Well, because let's face it, if you look at it from a biblical perspective, infant baptism at the absolute worst, even in your worst possible interpretation, is a spiritually neutral action that doesn't profit you anything. But much like circumcision, just because it doesn't profit you anything doesn't mean it's inherently bad. There can be neutral actions that you do, according to the apostles. So at the very worst, an infant baptism would be a neutral action. It wouldn't be negative. There's no way you can put a negative connotation on it. So what they will then say is, oh, well, the thing that's negative about it is that people will get baptized as infants, and then they'll say, oh, well, I'm already saved, so I can just act however the heck I want. I can do however the heck I want. And that doesn't make any sense, because when you look at confirmation, what confirmation is basically the idea that, okay, you've reached a certain age, or you've achieved a certain station in your education. Some churches do it differently. Some it's age based, some it's education based. And at that point where that has been reached, you have a choice. You can either become an officiated member of the church and receive your confirmation, or which includes a rebaptism, or you can reject the church and say, you know what, this isn't for me. I don't want this. I've made that decision because I'm old enough now that I can choose that for myself. That never gets brought up in the discussion of infant baptism because it flies in the face of their idea that, oh, well, infant baptism is just a license to sin whenever the heck you want. No, the church also acknowledges that it's important that somebody make a choice to accept themselves into the church. They just do it differently than you guys.
Well, it's really good that you brought up circumcision because just like circumcision, there is no expectation of knowledge. Just because John the Forerunner was baptizing people, they didn't even know who Christ was yet. So this idea that you have to understand the doctrine of Christianity before you can be baptized legitimately, it makes no sense at all.
Well, their argument for that is that none of John's baptisms actually meant anything until after Calvary, is the argument that I've heard made for that.
Yeah.
Which I just like, why would he be going around doing them if they were useless? Like, why would he go around baptizing people if it just really was just a pointless endeavor? You call him a prophet, right? In order to be a prophet, you have to be ordained by God to go and do and say certain things. So I'm pretty sure him going and doing that was because God wanted him to go and do it.
Yeah, the same people will use John as an example of why you don't have to be in the church. They're like, well, John wasn't in the church; he was out in the wilderness. It's like, oh, okay, well, you can compare yourself to John. I hope you can. You know, I don't know your deeds, but that's a pretty arrogant and boastful thing to say. Like, I'm the same as John the Baptist.
I mean, like, even in the example of John the Baptist, he was still part of the body of Christ. You know, like, he's still part of the ultimate of community of people who worshipped God, the God of the Bible, and who dedicated their lives to his service. I mean, like the Desert Fathers, you know, like all of those people were people that basically either lived out on their own in huts, absent of anyone else, or lived in monastery environments where, yeah, it was basically that, just with a community of other people who were also ascetic. Like, there's always been a role throughout the history of the church for people to be isolated and on their own and doing their own thing. But if you're going to go do that, then that's basically you saying, I'm going to do nothing with my life but dedicate myself to God every single moment of my day. That's what John the Baptist did. That's what the Desert Fathers did. So if you want to just go out and do your own thing, then don't think that you can do that and also just go do whatever the heck you want. That means you've committed yourself to a total service.
Yeah.
Oh, the round table guy came on earlier, Daniel. Do you see any of that?
I only catched a little bit of it. You know, I was kind of like out the door. You know, when I have passengers in here, I don't play this, but sometimes I'll tune in when I'm driving over to get a new one. And I think I heard him talk about the vertical versus horizontal justification, and it always makes me laugh. It's like, man, that is not a simple faith at all. Like, you got you got to add some math charts to this thing, huh? You know, why not just join the Orthodox Church? Why not just join the if you believe the Bible is inerrant because the Holy Spirit, then why don't you think the church is inerrant because the Holy Spirit? It's just so inconsistent. Well, you know, I got to come up with these new ideas. They were all waiting for me, everybody. All of the saints were waiting until I came along and came up with these graphs and charts.
Right. I mean, like I was pointing out earlier, I wish he was around so that I could have. I didn't bring it up, not because, you know, I didn't want to say it to his face or anything, but because I knew he was about to leave, and I knew that it would open up a totally new can of worms for another discussion, and I didn't want to do that to him when he was about to leave. But he brought up the idea that, well, you know, the Catholics are wrong because penance isn't in the Bible, and the transubstantiation isn't in the Bible, and purgatory isn't in the Bible, and the Pope isn't in the Bible, and this and that and the other thing. Basically making the criticism of, okay, well, you don't see that in the Bible, therefore it's a false teaching.
Yeah.
But then when he was talking about Noah's Ark, he was talking about how, oh, well, the animals had all the chromosomes perfectly intact, so they didn't need to bring other animals besides those two animals without any fears of inbreeding or anything like that. It's like, don't you realize that you've just added to the Bible? Like, you just put something in the Bible that has we didn't even know what freaking chromosomes were 100 years ago. And now you're going to say that that's in the book, even though it isn't? Like, I think people do that way more frequently than they think. They justify biblical narratives with knowledge that was not available to the people writing the book, as far as scientific knowledge was concerned.
Yeah.
Adding to the text, adding to the text.
It's okay when I do it, but if you do it, you're a heretic.
Yeah, it's sola scriptura.
Mm-hmm.
A hairy tick.
Yeah, I could be my own pope.
Well,
I just got a picture of Aiden walking around in his house in a bathrobe
And a mitre, like a mitre made of toilet paper.
Yeah.
It's not his robe, it's
Like,
Brianna's.
I'm my own pope. I do what I want.
I'm missing mod. I do what I want. You know what, Deviant? That's correct, because I stayed up past my bedtime last night, and there was nobody around to say anything about it. Nobody came and was like, "You better get to bed, Aiden." I mean, Brianna tried doing that, and I ignored her, but that's not important to the story.
Do you stay up past 8 p.m.?
8 p.m. No, you know what? I typically go to bed at like 11 because I'm lame. But yeah, 11 is when I typically turn in. But I've been going to bed at like 1:30 lately, and I've kind of been paying for that.
Yeah,
Because I still wake up. I still wake up at 7. My mental alarm clock is 7 to 7:30. I always wake up around then. And when you go to bed at 1:30, yeah, that's it's not the best.
Oh. Daniel.
Yes.
What would he said he knows Richard too. The destruction of something. I forgot. He knows him for a while.
Demolished Doctrine?
Yeah.
Demolished Doctrine, yeah.
You know him for a while too.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a weirdo, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Richard.
He's an interesting guy for sure.
Yeah.
He if you talk to him long enough, he'll open up about himself. And that's some of the things that he almost did. I won't speak for the man. But he's pretty open about like his own stuff. So
Hi, Daniel.
Hi, Daniel.
Just as Orthodox saw the church at Rome went against the Bible and split. Now we have 3 Orthodox churches. Which one is led by the Holy Spirit?
What do you mean by 3 Orthodox churches?
He's probably talking about the Greek Orthodox, the Russian Orthodox, and I don't know what other one he would be talking about, because there's more than 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's like 7.
Isn't there an Eastern Orthodox?
As many as
Well,
there are
by that
continents.
definition, by that definition, there's technically more than 3. There's the Oriental Orthodox, there is the Greek Orthodox, there's the Russian
Coptic.
Orthodox, there's the Coptic, the Armenian Orthodox.
Yeah, and
So
is it not Sudanese, but Ethiopian?
right,
Yeah.
that's the Coptic. That's the Coptic
No,
church.
it's
but-
different.
It's not
Those two are
yeah.
different.
They are different because the Ethiopians are in communion with the American Orthodox Diocese, and they all agree with the 7 ecumenical councils. The Coptics still are holding out because they're Oriental.
Yeah.
So, in any case, outside of like Oriental Orthodoxy, which has been separated from the main body of the church even longer than Rome has been separated, I really don't see what your point is, Dan, because the Greek Orthodox, the Russian Orthodox, American Orthodox, they're all in communion with each other. They all agree. Like, they all think that 7 ecumenical councils are legitimate, and they all reject papal supremacy, and they all reject sola scriptura. They all reject all of the doctrines that you guys hold so close and dear to yourselves. That's universal amongst all of them. So I don't really know what you mean. Which one is led by the Holy Spirit? You're basically talking about different dioceses. You know,
Yeah.
like the Bishop of Alexandria. You know, even though he is the Bishop of Alexandria, he's also known as the Pope of Africa, because the way that we think of Pope is not the same as the actual context of the word in church history. Like a pope is supposed to be just a regional bishop that has control over a certain region known as a diocese. Okay, so Alexandria, he's the Pope of Africa. The ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople, I believe, is the Pope of Europe. You know, the Russian Orthodox Patriarch of Moscow is the Pope of Russia and all of Asia, I believe, including certain churches in China, Japan, things like that. So, like, Pope in that context doesn't mean the same thing as the Catholic Pope, because none of those people claim that they're the vicar of Christ. You know, none of those people say, oh, well, I've got these special extra dodeca powers that came from the donations of Constantine. Don't look into the donations of Constantine too hard, though, because you'll find that the Latin that was used to write it doesn't match up with the Latin of Constantine's time at all. Anyways, total tangent, but yeah, your criticism doesn't really make any sense, Dan, and I'd recommend that you open up a book about orthodoxy and read it before you start criticizing it.
Well, I have a question, Daniel. Have you heard about this thing where they're not? I think it's these. It's happened a lot of these different Orthodox. I think. Well, I'm not sure. Where they're not allowed to move this ladder at the holy place.
The Holy
Have you heard?
Sepulchre.
Yeah. Have you heard of that,
Oh,
Daniel?
yeah, but that's not just about the Orthodox,
Oh yeah.
though.
No.
Christian in general.
No. I think they have it's either 5 or 7 churches officially share the Holy Sepulchre. Like, it's not any one church's property, and that is a product of Ottoman law, actually, because for the majority of the time, at least in this millennia, that Jerusalem has been occupied. It's been occupied either by the Ottoman Empire, or before them, I believe it was the Mamluks who held that region. And under the Ottomans, they basically came to the conclusion that, well, we don't want to give this place to any one church because that's going to anger all of the other churches, plenty of which have subjects in our empire. So we're just going to say, okay, you guys all equally own this place. And what that results in is that if anybody wants to make any kind of change whatsoever, even if it's as silly as moving a ladder, every single church has to agree on that unanimously. And if one doesn't agree, then nothing can be done about it.
Oh, I have a
So that's why that ladder is in the same place.
Oh, so it's not only Orthodox, but all 3 main Christian things.
So
Orthodox, Protestant, Catholic. We're fighting over there. Is that?
I don't believe the Protestants have an ownership share of it.
Not the Protestants.
Too new to the
Yeah,
school.
they are. 500 years too late, guys. Sorry.
Damn it, you took it about a ladder.
But like, Dan.
Oh, go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Gigi.
But yeah. So it's fight between Orthodox and Catholics. Is that it?
So there's like the different dioceses of the Orthodox Church, the Oriental Orthodox Church, and the Catholics are the primary owners and proprietors of that place. But yeah, the idea was essentially that, well, if we just give everybody an equal share, then nobody can be mad. And I mean, to an extent, that's kind of true. But it just means that you get silly instances like a ladder that hasn't been moved for 3 centuries.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's like mostly in the Jerusalem's Antiochian diocese. That should be in their jurisdiction mostly.
It says I looked it up because I couldn't remember. I actually looked into it not long ago because of a video that Claude put up on his channel. It says the main denominations sharing property over parts of the church are the Roman Catholic, Greek Orthodox, Armenian Apostolic, Coptic, Syriac, and Ethiopian Orthodox churches. Directly adjacent to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is the Church of the Redeemer, making a Lutheran presence at the site.
So they tried they tried butting in later. They're like, "Hey guys, we're relevant too."
Kinda sounds like it.
We can buy land in the Holy Land.
Right.
Yeah, isn't that all in the West Bank too? Is that in the occupied west part of Israel?
Oh, don't talk about that. We're gonna get Bruce in here.
Oh no.
The genocide is okay because think about that music festival guy.
Yeah.
So stupid.
After the siege of Jerusalem in AD 70, so that was a time ago.
Wait, you said 1870?
No, AD 70. So
AD 70. So,
yeah.
oh boy, now we're gonna get Mark in here.
I know. That's why I said it. I'm hoping.
What do you think of this, Daniel? What Jackson Storm 2/0?
Thanks, Aiden and Daniel. But if they are the same, why do we have all three around me? Why do they have different churches around you? Why do you say you could say the same thing about Protestants or Catholics? There's just a lot of churches. There's not enough Orthodox churches, that's for sure. And there's different dioceses. So like there's the Greeks, there's the Russians, there's the Americans, there's Old Calendar, there's New Calendar, but they're all Orthodox, We all believe the same thing.
If you're a Russian immigrant to the United States, then you're going to want to hear the liturgy said to you in your language, or at least in the old Church Slavonic that I know some Russian Orthodox still do. But either way, you would want the language to reflect more closely with the one that you are familiar with. So that's typically why you'll find different churches, because it appeals to the communities of people who they would have come from. Because up until now, like over 90% of all Orthodox in America were transplanted from a different country. They immigrated here from an Orthodox country. We're beginning to see in the last couple of years that people born and raised in America are beginning to convert to Orthodoxy in really large numbers. But prior to even just a few years ago, most people that were Orthodox in America were immigrants from somewhere else.
So the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is located in occupied East Jerusalem.
It's been occupied by the Israelis ever since the conclusion of the 6-Day War, I believe, because prior to the 6-Day War, East Jerusalem was occupied by Palestine, was it not? I believe that Jerusalem was shared between them in an agreement prior to that.
Possibly.
I could be wrong about that. You're more than welcome to fact check me.
It's very difficult to find since because of the format we're on now. I can't really dig deep, and I would like a succinct or cohesive. Like this is how it was, and this is how it is now. But okay, so damages.
Look at Deviant. She claims like she's such an intellectual, but she has to think before she speaks in the language that isn't her native tongue. Like, wow.
Wow.
Whatever.
Yeah,
I had to get it in. You've been here for like 10 minutes and I hadn't gotten one barb in, so I had to.
I know. Do you feel better now?
A little bit.
Good.
A little bit.
I'm happy for
it. It was pretty low tier. I can do better than that.
As I told in Assos chat yesterday. I'm not just stupid, I'm also a woman.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. People like Joseph won't ever let you forget that.
And I will never let him forget that he is a...
Cold
I
out
just...
there.
Yeah, go ahead.
You there, Dan?
Yeah, sorry, it's cold out there. I shouldn't have said that, but
Oh,
it's
I thought
true.
you said hold on. I thought you said hold on there, like I just said a horrible thing that you were about to
Hey, hold
rebuke me
on there,
for.
Aiden.
Hold on there,
Yeah,
Aiden.
now,
It's like,
which
oh crap.
Orthodox church did you tell them to go to? Is it the American one with the new calendar? That's mine.
Daniel.
You probably think old calendar is a heresy.
You're probably sitting there over there thinking, that I've sinned today.
Oh
But
my
you're
god.
right. You're right. I have. I've sinned today.
Stephen Boland's saying it was like a few months back, but he was like, I haven't even sinned once this month, I don't think. It's like, wow, all
Oh
right.
my god, that lacks self-awareness.
Mm-hmm.
He that says he is
Especially
without
with that
sin
guy.
is a liar. The Bible literally directly says that he who says he's without sin is a
Yeah,
deceiver.
if you say that you don't have sin, you've literally just committed a sin.
Ooh,
He
Daniel,
admits it.
would you like to
I guess
have
according...
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Gigi. I'm sorry. No, you go ahead, Gigi.
In a Dan debate, Dan versus Dan, you
A
talk
Dan
to
bait?
Dan date.
No. You can't call Daniel Dan. That's... I don't know if he's called that in his regular life, but it is forever forbidden for him, because we cannot put this poor, nice, smart, artistic man and just dunk him in a cesspool.
Thank you.
Daniel's like the Pokemon evolution of Dan. Dan is like Charmander and Daniel is Charizard, So
Pokemon.
he's the natural evolution.
What's a Pokemon?
I still feel like that's the generate the degradera.
Degenerated?
No, degradation. It's a degradation of Daniel's character to even propose that they would have been on equal footing once.
Oh. So no
Dan.
Like from an evolutionary standpoint, we all have, and I guess that's what's inherited sin is all about. We all came from Dan posing. No, I'm kidding. That was a joke.
He's my dad.
Did you see yesterday on PG's Dan addressed the whole plane crash thing on his stream yesterday? He's like, yeah, at one point Ryan, a former Proverbs guy host, was telling Dan about this horrible event that happened where like a Christian band like died in a plane crash. And Dan's response to that was that he should be dancing for joy. And we've been using that ever since. It's like, oh, Dan crashes. He dances at plane crashes because that's Dan's way of dealing with that problem. And it really does clearly peeve him a little bit when we bring that up. Because yesterday on the show, he went into this whole like 20-minute diatribe about how, well, I'm saying to dance because they're alive. They're alive in the Lord. And it's like, really? Well, why don't you ever say they're alive? Why don't you say they're alive in the Lord when we talk about praying to saints, quote unquote? Why
Yeah,
isn't
I
that
was
the
gonna
case
mention
then?
that. Yeah, in my next breath there. Thank you for saying so.
Yeah, it's like, hey, Achilles, didn't I just have like a 30-minute long debate with you about that like just last month? Why aren't you correcting Dan when he says they're alive in the Lord? Aren't they supposed to be basically in purgatory light according to you? Because that's what he said. He was like, "Oh, well, they can't hear you because they're not truly alive until the judgment. They're basically sleeping right now until the judgment." It's like, where's that in the Bible?
Yeah, it didn't look like they were asleep on Mount Tabor. And another person, like I don't know who it was. I don't think it's a PG guy, so this isn't about them. But somebody said, if I was in heaven, I wouldn't want to hear the prayers of my loved ones. I'm like, why not? Why not? You're in paradise. You can help them. You can say to Jesus, "Hey, can you help these guys out? Can you help them see? Give them a little comfort here, or like show them that this place is real." I if when I'm dead, I'm going to be praying for all of you people. I hope you know that. I'm not going to be a piece of shit like that and be like, "Well, I got mine." I'm not going to worry about the people that are still alive in the world.
Like, sucks to be you guys.
Yeah. Dan's gonna be dancing up there in heaven while Armageddon is happening down here on Earth. Yeah.
All these people were covered in stores, like begging for mercy, and you're just like, "Yeah, well, they'll figure it
I
out
seek
eventually."
death, but I can't find it. Oh my God, please help me. Dan's like, yeah, up in heaven.
This is the best. I don't care about these people at all. Yeah, love suffers with those that they love. I mean, that's what true love is that you suffer with people. And Jesus wept, even though he was about to raise Lazarus in like 30 minutes. He still wept.
Of course. I was about to make a very poor joke in
Do it.
this
Do it,
context.
Deviant. Do it.
No, he wept because he wasn't sure he was gonna make it.
What, Lazarus?
Yeah. I mean, the first time you raise someone from the dead, you have to be like, "Oh boy,
Oh boy, I don't know. Hopefully I don't mess this up. Oh crap.
yeah, I hope I get
Imagine how
all the
embarrassing
parts
that would be.
back to him."
You only revive like 90% of his brain and he's just like a zombie. He's like
I'm, I'm sorry, Daniel. I'm sorry.
Guess who's
I hope
here?
you don't take
Messing
offense.
people up.
No,
I
I'll
hope
try
you
not
would.
to. I'll try to see the lightheartedness of it. Because imagine if
Yeah.
if it was just a person up there and you're just like, Jesus. If you're like Lazarus, wake up, and Lazarus just stays dead, you'd just be like, "Oh man, I just made myself look really stupid, and this is a really
Yeah.
cruel joke in front of these people." But of course, he was God, so
Yeah.
he is God. So,
He didn't have
No,
any doubt. Who is this that joined us?
Mr. Wayne, Mr. Wayne's here. Hey, Mr.
Oh
Wayne.
no.
So
We
things are
did
gonna go
summon
up.
him. We did
Hello,
summon him.
everybody. Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wayne. How are you doing?
Oh, hello, Aiden.
Have you gotten the pickled fishing?
Huh?
the pea.
No, I don't think so.
You're not Nordic enough. Doesn't even know what
No.
pickled fish are, and you're gonna call yourself a Nord? What the hell?
I didn't know Mr. Wayne could change his voice.
Oh,
It's called
hello.
inlagd
Oh, he's
seal,
not
and it's
very
very
good
good.
in
Oh
at it,
my!
but he tries his best.
So nice to see you.
It's also called surströmming, and it's very good.
Bruce, your Tony Soprano was better. I'm just putting that out there.
I was watching a documentary on James Gandolfini, I think his name is, and turns out he's actually like his actual personality in person is nothing like Tony Soprano. He's more into like humor and kind of comedy than like killing people. He said like all them scenes
Oh,
and stuff
really?
where he'd have to like strangle people. He'd have to like really get to a dark place
Is that
to.
genuinely surprising to you, Bruce? You're like, wait,
He
he
really
doesn't
doesn't like some
actually kill
people.
people in real life? What?
That's what
Well,
he's
it
into.
was hard for him to really portray such a violent character, is what he was saying.
Oh, I see. Next thing you know, you're going to tell me the guy that played Hitler in Downfall didn't shoot himself at the end of production. What the hell?
Oh, they never did find his body.
Oh boy, is this a Bruce conspiracy that we're about to hear? He went to Argentina.
He might have. They
No,
never
he went
found. They
to the
never found some
moon.
subs either. There's several
Oh, he went
subs
to the
missing from
moon.
the
That's
fleet
true.
that they never located.
Haven't you seen Iron Sky?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, see, the problem with subs is that Berlin is a landlocked city, so it's a little difficult for Hitler to escape out of a landlocked city in a submarine.
Yeah. He burned in a ditch.
And they didn't even burn all the way either. It was such a rushed botch job.
Yeah.
I mean, they were getting shelled. I can't blame them too much for that.
I was watching this other documentary during the Cold War. These Soviet subs, they went from like Russia to Cuba, and when they hit the warm water, the submarine turned into like literally a sauna, because they were designed to like reflect cold water and Arctic water. But when they got in the tropical water, it turned into like 150 degrees in the submarine.
That's horrible.
It sucked to be Soviet Russian, let me tell you.
Yeah, especially if you were an Orthodox Christian. I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah.
Those aren't real
I met an
Christians, though,
evangelist
according to
one
Bruce.
time. He said he went to Moscow for a mission trip. He said like some Russians, they would cling on to just like a few pages of a Bible or just like a few passages of scripture that maybe they were able to keep and stuff. But he was surprised that just no one really has a Bible out there.
No, they were burned. They were burned in mass. Yeah.
You know what I found really funny? It was a few years back before the conflict began in Ukraine, but like 15 years ago or so, there was this guy from America that went to Ukraine to go and try and spread the gospel there, because I guess he was just like super underread and just didn't understand. You think you would look into things a little bit more, but like there's literally a video of this guy. He's like standing out there on a street corner, like trying to street preach like you do in America. And this old babushka walks by him and just starts giving him all this crap about how we're already all Christians here, dude. Like, what are you doing?
Why don't you go to a Muslim nation and try that? If you're really brave.
Go sit on a Libyan street corner and do the same thing. I might have a little more respect for you.
Go to Palestine and do that.
Oh yeah. Well,
LGBTQ for Palestine, man.
never mind all the Christians that are in Palestine that are getting horribly oppressed.
There's Christians there, there's Jews there. It's not just Muslims. And, the Muslims don't really have time to persecute any LGBTQ members because they keep getting bombed by American bombs.
They'll get to them.
God.
And I'm sure if there were
You're
any
a
gays over
lovely
there,
human
they're
being,
dead
Bruce. You
now.
know that?
Thank you.
You're a lovely human being. Just a shining endorsement of the human race and everything positive that we're capable of doing.
I really wish we weren't of common descent.
Bruce, have you ever taken the time to look at Al Jazeera for like just maybe 5 to 10 minutes?
Look at what?
Al Jazeera, the news source Al Jazeera.
That sounds Arab. I ain't gonna look into none of that crap.
You get the English-speaking Al Jazeera. They speak in English, and just watch that for 5-10 minutes. That's pretty much all you'll need, and then you'll see for yourself what's going on in Gaza. You'll look at it and you'll go, "Oh my God, how am I supporting this with my taxpayer money? This is awful."
No.
Well, Dan needs to dance over
That to
something.
be the case for Bruce, but the actual reality is that he will break open some watery. No, he doesn't drink. Okay, he will break open like a soda can of some sort and celebrate, dance naked in the streets.
I don't think so. I believe that Bruce Wayne actually has a human heart, and if you saw these women that are crying because their child has been torn to pieces, and you'd go, "Oh my gosh, this is awful," I think you would see it.
I have no doubt it's a terrible catastrophe what's going on over there.
What Israel's doing, yeah, it is a terrible catastrophe. You're right.
It's a catastrophe on all sides. And the biggest thing they have in common is they're not.
You're right. Think about the rocks that have been thrown at IDF soldiers. That's true. At one time, an IDF soldier did have a rock thrown at him, so
Or the
that does
suicide
justify.
bombs.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and like all the PDAs that they sent out to the Palestinians that just like killed a whole bunch of people indiscriminately.
You
Yeah,
know, their
that
family
was
gets
really
a ton
good.
of money when their family member does that.
Oh, really? Really? I'm sure
Yeah.
that's why they did it too. That'll make everything okay if they just go to sleep crying on top of a big stack of money. That'll make everything all right, right, Bruce?
Well, when you're indoctrinated from a child that you sacrifice your life for Allah, then it's normal.
Once again, that's just Muslim. That you're panning them out to only be Muslims, even though there's a very large Christian population among Palestinians.
And you got
I
to keep in mind,
somewhat
Bruce,
doubt that. I'm sure there is, but
You somehow doubt that the people that are living in the region that Christianity started in, that there's Christians there. Is that what you're saying to me right now?
in Palestine, in the Gaza Strip,
yeah, there's
yeah,
still
I mean,
Christians there.
You know,
I'm
there
And
are
sure
there's a
there
church
is,
churches that
there
have
but
been
too.
like destroyed. Like
There's an
there are
Orthodox church.
churches.
Yeah, an Orthodox church that basically got destroyed by Israel. That because they were keeping people inside, and they were keeping women and children. But the IDF said, "Well, these are terrorists, so we're going to blow up the church."
yeah, it wasn't like wasn't Hamas like wasn't their headquarters, and weren't they like keeping hostages like
Yeah,
under
their headquarters are literally anywhere that the bombs fall. Have you ever noticed that? How many headquarters do they have to have?
like
Right, right.
what didn't they keep hostages like underneath a hospital?
That's what they
Wasn't
claim.
Hamas's headquarters wasn't Hamas's headquarters this play school full of children? Like when you
Yeah,
really think about it,
I
wasn't
think
that
it was
the
like a
Hamas
children's
headquarters?
hospital or something.
Right, right. That's why they bombed it, because of that. They didn't just say that
I
after the
actually think
fact
they
to
didn't bomb
justify
it
it.
for that reason. And
They
I think
didn't just
that
bomb a
was
hospital and then
one of the
say,
factors
"Oh,
why
well,
they
we
couldn't
did
get to
that
the
because there are
hostages.
people there."
I
You know,
think
that's still against the Geneva Convention to bomb a hospital, even if enemy combatants are stationed there, right?
that's true. It's against international law, no matter who's there, and they've done it to pretty much every hospital that's there. So it's not even a matter of one hospital that could have been an HQ. They've bombed all the hospitals.
Yeah, if you literally get like a staph infection in Gaza right now, or like anything else that you could very easily survive in the Western world, like you're just dead because there's no medical treatment available to you because your staph infection isn't as important as the 3-year-old who just got their leg blown off.
well, maybe the government shouldn't have used all their financial resources on terrorism then.
Oh, that's all they. Oh my god.
I mean, isn't that what they did?
Bruce,
Like,
are you addicted to arguing? You really do love to argue, don't you?
Well,
Yeah,
you
he
really
does.
do.
It makes him
but isn't
feel
that a
bigger
fact though?
because
Didn't
he's a
like the
very,
Gaza
very
government
small
like
individual.
fund Hamas and all the terrorist organizations?
So the
He's
Hamas
very
What
small
government is
evidence
and
do you
very
have for
scared.
that? What evidence do you have for that, Bruce?
the Hamas government was elected there, and it was elected because the Israelis funded Hamas so that they could be elected over the PLA, so that the Palestinian state couldn't be unified between the West Bank and the Gaza. So really, Hamas was propped up by Israel, the same enemy that attacked them.
Wow.
Well, Fox News doesn't say that, so that's a bunch of crap.
Yeah, but the New York Times does, and so does
I
the Reds.
watch BSNBC. That is my preferred outlet of news. I like Joe Scarborough. I like Rachel Maddow. I like Rachel because she's a lesbian. That's why I watch her.
Sure.
I trust lesbians more than straight women.
Oh, Ellen must be your favorite then.
Ellen's she's mean.
Why did you say that exactly like a housewife would? Helen, I don't like Ellen. She's mean.
I don't like how she treats her staff.
Sure.
Or
care.
I don't like how she interviews people. She makes her interviewees uncomfortable. She asks them very personal questions, and they're almost invasive.
Do you think they're as uncomfortable as the 3-year-old Palestinian child who got their leg blown off? Do you think like that's a similar level of discomfort?
I don't know.
No, you don't know. No, you're kind of a piece of.
I would say it's more
So I'm not
uncomfortable
surprised.
to have your leg blown off.
I would say that. Oh yeah, I'd agree. I mean, but
Yeah, you know, Bruce is put in such a morally reprehensible position that he has to answer, "I don't know," when he's asked whether
that
somebody
threw me
was
off
made
guard. I mean,
uncomfortable on
what's
an
worse,
interview is the same as
working for
somebody with a
Ellen or being
child's leg blown off.
I don't know what's worse, working for Ellen or being a Palestinian child with their leg blown off. That's
Well, which one is worse? Like, just
you know,
objectively, which
I
one do
would
you think
probably have
creates
to
more pain,
say
Bruce?
getting your leg blown off.
Oh, probably.
Because that would
He's
probably
not
hurt.
quite sure. He doesn't want to make a definitive statement on that because, I
No,
mean, who knows?
I agree. I think that'd be worse.
Are you okay? Well, thank you. After qualifying it like 4 different times, Bruce has
So if we got
accepted
that
the very
ceasefire,
controversial position.
yeah. So if we got that ceasefire in Lebanon,
With
why don't we have a
convincing.
ceasefire in Gaza? I'll tell you why. Because the people in Gaza can't fight back. The people in Lebanon could, and Israel said, "Uh-oh, maybe we bought off a little bit more than we could chew."
Oh my God! These people actually have guns instead of rocks. Uh-oh.
Yeah, they can
I
actually
know
attack
some.
Tel Aviv.
I know some nice Christian people. They planned a vacation to Israel some time ago, and they told me the
And
other
now
day
they can't go. Oh, poor.
they had to cancel
They're
it.
persecuted, aren't they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're thinking about where else they can maybe travel to.
Yeah, imagine if you couldn't leave that place, and that's what it's like to be in Gaza because they're in a concentration camp.
I would be terrified.
You are terrified.
Yeah, I've never traveled internationally, and I don't know. I think it'd really be outside of my comfort zone. I would be very stressed out if I was in a land where I didn't speak the common language. That'd give me some serious anxiety, I think.
Yeah, and even if you did, like, imagine, think about it. Even the hostages that were speaking in Hebrew, they were saying, "Please don't shoot me! Please don't shoot me!" The people were so trigger happy that they killed their own hostages when they found them, that they somehow freed themselves. So, like, really, there's nobody safe over there. It wouldn't matter who you were.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here in Arkansas. You know, it's safe out here.
It's just a kill zone, man. I mean, and that's supposed to be where Jesus was. I mean, that is where Jesus was incarnated. You know, this is a holy land, and they're killing a bunch of kids and women there. It's not like just
Have you
any
ever
place that
heard
they're
that
doing
song "Holy Wars" by Megadeth?
this. No.
That's what it's about. Holy Wars.
Hi, Bruce.
The ignorant
How are
Venus
you
has
today?
spoken. What did you say, Gigi?
Hi, Bruce. How are you today?
Hello, Gangster Ghost.
How are you
How
today?
art thou?
How are you today?
Oh, you know, it's awfully cold out here.
Yeah.
I bet it's often cold where you are as well.
Yeah, 29 degrees now.
Oh,
Thanks to you.
boy, it's awfully cold. It's quite chilly. I'm sure it's nothing to Aiden. Leaving
Your
Davey, and I'm sure
your accent is absolutely horrible, mate. It's horrible.
Crikey, it's cold.
It's bloody horrible.
Is that supposed to be Manchester or Essex?
Well, you don't know, mate. One day you're sweeping chimney in Manchester, next day you're sweeping chimney in Essex, you is.
You know, I remember
From the
one
river
time
to the
last
sea. No, that's
Thanksgiving.
good. That's good. I'm glad that Dan brought up From the River to the Sea, a piece of Zionist propaganda that's typically used to try and act like Israel needs a giant super state in the Middle East. That specifically they need a super state all the way from the Mediterranean Sea to the Tigris River, because that's
They need breathing room.
yeah, they need yeah, they might even call it Lebensraum, you know? Right? You might even call it something like that.
There's so many of our enemies around us. What can we say? We gotta
My
have
Uncle
war.
Scooter and my cousin Billy Bob, they all used to be members of the Ku Klux Klan, and they said not to be friends with Jews.
Yeah, that's his actual accent, people. Most of you might not know that, but that is his actual accent. Everything else you have heard from Bruce the Deuce is just it's play
And putting on a
acting.
voice.
Yeah. So it's Well, it's very nice when someone like has
Do
the
you know what
courage
Ku
to
Klux
be
Klan is, David?
themselves. Huh?
Do
We
you
don't want
know
to hear
what the
about your
Ku
book club.
Klux Klan is?
We don't want to hear about your book club, Bruce.
No.
You
The
ever
I
seen
can't.
the movie?
Hey, I'm a woman. I can't read.
Ah, well, that explains everything then.
the schizophrenia of American Christianity used to hate Jews and now they love Jews, but they don't really love the Jews. What they want is for Israel to bring about the end times and for the Jews to cry and weep and lament when Christ returns.
Palestinians are locked into Gaza because Egypt won't let Palestinians out. No, they're locked into Gaza because they have a genocidal state as a neighbor that has been constantly trying to deny people access to basic human rights. And you trying to blame Egypt for not dealing with that the right way?
Let
It's
all the
just you trying to
radical
put the shut up,
indoctrinated
Bruce.
terrorists
Shut
from
up, Bruce.
Palestine into
So,
Egypt.
anyways, like I was trying to say, the idea that Egypt is somehow at fault because they haven't provided enough, like that's basically just you asking to widen the conflict. You realize that, right, Dan?
Let
Because as
all
soon
the
as
terrorists
Egypt,
into
because
Egypt.
hey Bruce, could you shut your stupid mouth for a second? Thank you very much. I'd appreciate that.
No,
So,
I
anyways,
wanna yell at
as I
Dan
was
too.
trying to say, as I was trying to say,
Steven,
um,
Steven.
if Egypt gets involved, if Egypt gets involved and they start taking people in the way that you're asking to, then Israel is going to view that as a sign of aggression, as they've already openly stated.
Yep.
So basically, what you're asking for is for the conflict to be, yay, more people to be dead that I can dance about, yay!
And beyond that, it's also would be kicking them out of their own land. So like you mentioned Israel as a neighbor. I would just like to slightly correct that and say they're an occupying force. The Palestinians have always lived there. And then the Zionists
Correct.
came in during the 1920s and were like, this is our land. This is our homeland. And they bought half of it from the British and they were supposed to respect the Muslims there. They didn't do that. And they decided to take the whole darn thing and they want even more than that.
Yeah,
And
respect
they're
these
trying to kick
Muslims
out the
that
natives.
secretly want to kill you. Yeah.
They're trying to kill the natives.
So why didn't let me get this straight, Bruce? No, wait. I want to say something. So Bruce, you know that the Jews have been living in that region for thousands of years, right?
I believe so, yeah. I think even the
You
Bible
know that the Muslims have been living in that region, not for thousands of years, but for over 1,500 years, right? Or sorry, a little under 1,500 years.
And Christians for about 2,000.
So the Muslims and the Jews have been cohabitating this region for over 1,000 years now, Bruce. So why was it that they were able to live in peace amongst each other for 920 of those 1,000 years? But then all of a sudden, about 80 to 100 years ago, all these Muslims just irrationally, for no reason, just became bloodthirsty savages that just wanted to see all of those people killed for no reason.
Aiden.
Like, what happened?
Aiden. Are you there?
You know, Aiden, I don't really have an answer to your question, but I
There might have been some
imagine
kind
that
of
there's
grievance, maybe some kind of something that they saw as
maybe
a
some
slight
sort
to
of
them.
instigator of some sort.
Yeah, something like a government coming in and saying this is all our land and we're going to kill you if you don't leave your own home.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I imagine something like that would create like multi-generational resentment within the people who lost
The
their homes. Go ahead, Gigi.
Al-Nakba.
Gigi, go ahead.
When did
I have a
Muslims
question.
start hating Jews?
Hold on, wait. Gigi got cut off. His mic got cut off.
Is Jerusalem that part of Palestine?
Judaism?
No,
Jerusalem.
Oh, Jerusalem. No, Jerusalem used to be shared between Palestine and Israel until after the 6-Day War, I believe.
Before Israel came back.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be east and west, and they occupy the east part of Jerusalem as well. But they won't
Gigi,
allow Muslims.
Sorry, I'm
they
trying to
won't allow
answer
Jews.
Gigi's question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, to answer your question, Jerusalem has been shared between Israel and Palestine in the early part of their history. There was East and West Jerusalem, but after the 6-Day War, Israel moved to occupy East Jerusalem illegally. So weapons go through. Before Israel came back? Well, before Israel came back, that region was occupied, I believe, by the British section of that area, because it was split between the British and the French.
Oh, I heard, this is what I remember hearing, that the president of Jerusalem was buddies with Hitler. He said this, that he wanted to start his own Middle East Holocaust if Hitler won.
I mean,
there's the transfer agreement, the Rivalry agreement.
The original plan that the Germans had before they came up with the final solution as we know it now, like that being implemented the way that it was a product of the war. Now, their original plan wasn't all that much better. You could even argue in some regards it was worse. But unironically, if you look into their original plan, it was to gather up all Jews within the Reich and basically deport them all to Madagascar and let them live there and just leave them all there.
Oh, you talking about Hitler?
Yeah, the original plan was to literally just transplant all of them over to Madagascar and just leave them there.
Nah, let's just build a death camp and just kill them all.
Well, they did that because of the war. They did that because they didn't have the resources to enact their original plan. Now, neither plan is exactly a good one. I'd say that the one they did enact was still significantly worse, but neither one of them is exactly a good plan.
So something to add to all this is the Rivalry agreement, where the Zionists made an agreement with the Nazis and Hitler to buy their farming equipment so they could finance the war. And part of that deal was to send Jews over to Palestine instead of Madagascar. And they had a reasonable agreement with that the rest of the world disliked, because everyone else boycotted the Nazis at that time so that they couldn't get power.
Great job, GG. Muslims tried to exterminate the Jews in the 6-Day War. They didn't try to exterminate the Jews, Dan. That's absurd. They weren't trying another Holocaust. That's literally like Zionist propaganda. I'm not surprised that Dan is a milk-fed, ignorant Zionist. That's really not surprising to me. No, wait, let me finish. So, in the 6-Day War, the motivations of the surrounding countries to deal with Israel was the fact that this was a new country that was artificially created. It was a colonial endeavor that was done in the Middle East that took a bunch of land that used to not belong to the Jews or the British or the French, and they tried taking that back for themselves. They weren't trying to exterminate the Jews. They were trying to take land that they saw as rightfully theirs. And they would have done that against the British and the French as well if they had the resources to. But the British and the French are kind of global powers. So a local power like Egypt or Jordan or Palestine or Syria, they wouldn't exactly be able to contend all that well against them. They can contend a lot better against a colonial vassal state. And that's what Israel has always been, a colonial vassal state.
When did the Muslims start wanting to annihilate all the Jews? When did that start?
Okay, first and foremost, the dichotomy of them only being Muslims for the umpteenth time is not correct. They're not just Muslims. There are people that are Christians living within that region. There are people that are Jewish living within that region.
When did the Muslims start having the agenda to destroy Israel and annihilate all the Jews? When did that when did that mindset start? If Israel's the primary aggressor.
The party murders were love fest, Aiden? What? Are you talking about the music festival that precipitated a giant genocide that's happening right now as we speak? Oh, so I have to think that was. This is the stupid false dichotomy that all of these freaking bubbleheads always try to get you into. Either you just have to support every single Israeli death or every single Palestinian death. You can't just be against the total indiscriminate murdering of a group of people just because they so happen to inhabit a certain portion of this dust ball of a planet. No, I'm against that as a whole. I'm against the fact that those Palestinians were killed those Israelis were killed in that music festival. But I'm especially against the auspices of that event being used as an excuse to go and genocide over 40,000 people.
Well, thank you for acknowledging that, Aiden.
I'm against both of those. Those are both reprehensible things. But you know what? One of them has stacked a lot more bodies than the other, hasn't it?
And also, it's got to be said that the Israelis, the people on the ground, saw this attack coming, but the people on top said, it's okay. It's all like, we got this covered. And it almost makes you wonder, because like the people that got attacked were the ones that were the most liberal in Israeli society. They were the ones that were most likely to grant Palestinians rights. And they were the people that were massacred.
Argentina was a close second to Israel. That's a very good point, Ilona. That's a very good point. Argentina was a very similar conflict where the Argentinians wanted the Falkland Islands because they had a rightful claim to the Falkland Islands, and the British said no, so they fought a giant war about it. Nobody's trying to say that because they fought a giant war about that the British were trying to exterminate the Argentinians or the Argentinians were trying to just exterminate the British. Same auspices for a fight. And yet, for some reason, one of those fights has the narrative of one side trying to exterminate the other as a fundamental component of it. You know who's trying to exterminate the other one? The group that's bombing all the hospitals. The group that's denying any basic human aid to come into that region.
Yeah.
The Falkland Island conflict, that was the 80s that took place, and I believe that was under the Thatcher government.
What a very cool land, the Falkland Islands.
What do you know? Where are the Falkland Islands, Bruce? Could you find them on a map for me? Hold on. You know what? I want to see this. I'm going to my computer just so I can pull up a blank world map. I want Bruce to find the Falklands. Bruce is vigorously typing away at Google.
Bruce just left, by the way. He's like, I'm out of here. I got to figure out where the Falkland Islands are. It's going to make me
Bruce, you said that the Falklands are like a really cool place. Could you show them on the map? Oh, crap. I got to go, guys. Mark, we are talking about two godless peoples. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Jews and the Muslims are just God. See, this is my problem with you, Dan, is that you basically just view everybody that doesn't ascribe to the same worldview as you as maggots and worthless and like second-class citizens that are below your notice.
I didn't hear Dan call anyone maggots.
No, he did. He's called people maggots on several occasions. If you haven't heard Dan call people maggots, then that's not my problem. You can go back and watch him.
You need to pull up Matthew 5:22 and point out that you're not allowed to be angry as a Christian.
Well, if you're not allowed to be angry as a Christian, then I think that
my Bible
you and Dan both have some explaining to do.
See, my Bible says, be angry, be not angry without cause. But Dan's Bible says not to be angry at all. So Dan's not allowed to be angry. Otherwise, you're in danger of hell.
Christians are allowed to be angry, but you're not allowed to be angry at people. You can be angry at actions.
Angry without cause.
And angry with, like, demons and bad deeds and wickedness.
Without
but
cause. You need to have cause to be angry.
You shouldn't be angry at people.
With thy brother without cause. That's what Matthew 5:22 says.
He doesn't see them. He doesn't see others like brothers. He doesn't recognize them as not even other Christians.
Well, Deviant, if you were a president of a ministry, you would see things from the same perspective.
No, I wouldn't.
Dan is the president.
I have actually had that position.
Lord help us.
I'm the president of Burning Bushes channel.
See? There
I'm
you
the
go.
president of the office that I'm currently
I-
inhabiting right now.
I was the president of the youth section of our church for 6 years.
And you don't even
And
believe
I
it.
can promise you, I didn't look at people, regardless if they were believers or non-believers, women, men, gays, trans, whatever, old, young, anything, as less of.
It's a good thing you're not in youth ministry anymore with that mindset.
Well, I would say it's a good thing I'm not in youth ministry anymore, since I'm not a believer anymore. So that would be very
Yeah, I think you got your
dishonest of me.
priorities a little out of whack there.
Well, frankly, Deviant, you never really were. You were just in the flesh, kind of going with the flow of things, and then you
That's very, you
fell into
see,
that
things like
position.
that. When you say things like that, that's why I say that you're a perfect endorsement of everything that's good about humanity, Bruce. Because when you make a claim that you somehow know Deviant's mind and thought process better than she is, that kind of makes you out to be like a piece of human waste.
Well, she doesn't believe she can choose things.
I'm not eating.
Hi, Dan.
Who
How you doing, Dan?
Who says I believe that back then? This is like
You said it in
25,
Christian Pike's video
26
3
years
weeks ago, and he
It's like
confirmed it for you. He also said, no, belief is not a choice. I don't believe so. That's what he said. And his little Jordan.
I wasn't in that position last week or 2 weeks ago or even 10 years ago or even 15 or 20 years ago.
You're actually choosing not to believe.
No, I don't. Why would I? How would that benefit me? Why would I make such a choice?
Well, if you
I was
chose,
gonna be a priest. I was gonna go to seminary. Did you
you
know that?
can't.
No,
You're
you
a
didn't
woman.
know that.
Women can't be priests.
Yes, they can.
No, they
No,
can't.
they can't, because Magic Book says they can't, Deviant.
Well,
for one,
according
priests
to
are not even in the New Testament. That's first
exactly.
of all. 2, only men are to be overseers, pastors, bishops,
Well,
deacons. It is not a
that's your
woman's
interpretation.
position.
That's not the interpretation of the Swedish church.
That's the interpretation of the Bible.
Are you
The
the
Bible
overseer of
says
being
that.
a faggot, Bruce?
No, I did not tell the clerk to bag my groceries, Aiden. I said I will carry them out myself. I did not tell him to
any
bag
sense as a response to what I said, but yeah,
Well,
all right.
it kind of does as a veiled admission of something that we all know, but not all of us know this. But yeah.
Methinks Bruce doth protest too much.
Yes, exactly.
But I want to, because Phantom reminded me. Thank you, Phantom. Here's a blank map of the world. Can you guys see? Hold on, Gigi.
I think it's by Argentina. Am I right?
Can you pull it up, Gigi?
Is it by Argentina?
So here's
mega comment before.
Here's the world map.
Get
Dan,
ready to
that's
ban
really
them.
great. Dan,
Get
that's
ready to
really
block
great
them.
that you're trying to interrupt the show, but we're trying to do something else at the moment. Can you try?
Aiden, it's by Argentina, right at the bottom of South America.
Okay, so it's right over the bottom of South America. All right. So where in this region is the Falklands?
I just said, right on the bottom of South America, along the coast. I think it's actually, I want to say 300 miles off the coast of Argentina, but it's just a little hunk of islands on the bottom of South America.
It's not on the bottom, but you know what? That was actually closer than I expected you to get, although I am beginning to suspect a little Google foo might be
Got a question for you, Aiden. Where is
Google
Haiti?
foo.
Where is
Where's
Haiti on the
Haiti?
map?
Haiti is right over, let's see. So here's Jamaica.
Okay,
Here's
answer
Puerto
that. Where is
Rico.
Vanuatu?
Vanuatu?
Vanuatu, yes.
Guy.
Are you talking about Venezuela? I don't think there's a
No, not
country called
Venezuela. The
Vanuatu.
island of Vanuatu.
Is it a country or is it just an island of another country?
He
I
doesn't
think
know.
it is considered a country. It is.
Oh, okay. Vanuatu. That's a good question. I don't know.
I know, right? You never heard of that one.
Wow.
Where's
Aiden doesn't know everything.
But you know, it's funny. It's funny
Find
that that's
Timor
the case
Leste.
because I never made any claim about Vanuatu one way or another.
I know. It's just
place or
no, most people haven't heard of that area. It's
Ask me another country. Give me another
No,
one.
let's not. Can I just do
No,
my
no,
next
Dan.
thing?
I don't want to hear what you have to say, Dan. Quite frankly, so
Get ready to
Bruce, name me another
Does
country.
anybody else want to hear
No,
my
Dan,
meg-
that's great. That's great, Dan.
explanation?
Nobody cares, Dan.
That's
No,
rude,
no.
Aiden.
So,
Dan is a
anyways,
guest of this show.
Wait,
Logan wouldn't appreciate that.
Could you name a different country, Bruce? Could you name a different one?
JJ, can I just
A
butt in
different
for a second?
JJ, can I please? JJ, can you control the show the way that I want you to control it, JJ?
No, I'm just asking, JJ, can
I manipulate
Yes.
you real quick,
It's
JJ? Is it okay
the
if I
Aiden-
manipulate you?
It's the Aiden show. Yay!
That's mean. How rude.
I know that
You
you're
know-
not dancing as hard as you dance over death, Dan. So
Hey,
don't
that's
act like you're getting that
so-
excited. Come
Okay.
on, it's
That's
not
not what
like, it's not like we're
GG's
dealing with
about.
it's not like we're dealing with a plane crash full of dead Christians here, Dan.
Yeah,
No need to
I
get
guess
that
in
excited.
private chat. you can
Anyways,
just-
like I was trying to
private
say,
chat,
so
Aiden can just say
what
some
country would you like
all
to
good
name next?
stuff,
What other
but
country?
on GG
Aiden,
Name another
Aiden,
country.
Aiden.
Wow.
Gigi is trying to talk.
Oh,
Okay,
Gigi's trying to talk. Okay,
Shut
shut up,
up!
Here, I need to. Are you done sharing this?
Dan. No, I wanted to ask Bruce another country.
Okay,
Bruce,
one more
name another
thing.
country.
Actually, it's my turn. Where's Uganda,
Right?
Aiden?
Shut up. He just said he had one more thing to say.
No, I mean,
he had one more thing to say. Go ahead.
After you ask him that question, then it's Dan's turn. Okay. After you're done asking the question. Okay, go ahead.
Where's Uganda, Aiden?
So Uganda is, I think it's not this small, and it's not this one because that's South Sudan. This is Sudan. This is Ethiopia. This is Somalia. So it would be this one below South Sudan, right?
We can't see any change on the screen, just so everyone knows. Like,
Oh, you can't see my
tell.
mouse cursor? You
Oh
can't
yeah,
see my
yeah,
mouse
yeah.
cursor?
I can see it,
Oh,
but
you can?
I have a but I have a computer screen.
I think
okay.
you're
Yeah,
right. It's in that area somewhere. Where's
So, yeah,
Kuwait?
Kuwait, I believe is no, that's Djibouti. I think that's over
No,
there.
you're
Where's-
right.
Is this
Where's
Kuwait?
Kazakhstan?
Kazakhstan
No,
is
no.
over here.
Sorry.
This
It's
is
up there.
Kazakhstan.
Djibouti.
Where is the former Yugoslavia?
Yugoslavia is over here, or at least used to be over here.
Would Djibouti live on uranium?
That's right. That's right. That's correct.
Have you figured out where Vanuatu is?
You know what? I'm gonna look it up. Hold on. Give me 1 second here,
Okay.
because I am
Was
genuinely
that-
curious.
Anyways, can I make this all about me,
Was
guys?
that
Is it
one
time to make this
question?
about me?
Well, I guess
I
we
love
go
to
back
see
to
that
grammar
Aiden
school
isn't
and
only
do-
a jerk.
I guess we better find some other way to be able
Let's
to complain
go
and
to a
drag the show
grammar
down
school.
with a bunch of irrelevant nonsense.
Yeah, that's great, Dan.
Okay.
That's great. Everybody really cares about the stunning relevancy of that comment that you just made.
Okay, so GG, how much
Get
longer
ready
do you
to ban
want
them.
to do a grammar school geography lesson?
Gigi, can I make
Ban
this
'em.
about me? Can I make this about me now, Gigi? Is that okay, buddy?
Well, it's been the Aiden show. Somebody else should
Has
have
it
a
been the
turn.
Aiden show? Well, how's it been the Aiden show?
Somebody
I
call
think-
Steven. Get ready to ban him.
Someone call Steven,
Bruce-
please.
Bruce has been talking. I've been talking. Aiden
Yeah.
been talking.
I think you're the only one here that thinks that it's been the Aiden show. Dan, why do you think that is? Why do you think that you're the only one that has that opinion here? It's not because you have a narrative to push, right?
No,
I've
could never
listened
be.
to
Could
too many of
never
the
be.
Not because
Guys,
you have a
let
narrative.
Dan say what he's going to say. Dan,
Dan
you have
probably
the
has-
floor, but we're ready to block you at any moment's notice.
That's right. By the
Thank
way,
you,
I
Bruce.
found out that Vanuatu
Aiden?
is... No, you
Aiden.
asked about Vanuatu, so I'm just saying that I looked up where Vanuatu is, and Vanuatu is over here.
Aiden making my point. Thank you.
In southeast Asia. Is that right?
Aiden making my point about, was your point about the geographical location of Vanuatu, Dan? I wasn't aware. I didn't know that you were
having
such
the
a
Aiden
Vanuatu enthusiast.
You having the Aiden show. Okay, so you guys done? So I can just correct your lie,
Dan, you can bellyache. Go ahead.
Can I correct your lie, Aiden? So
I already said you could bellyache, Dan. Go right on ahead.
Okay, well, let everybody else judge if this is a bellyache or correcting your lie about me saying everybody else is a magnet.
A magnet?
So
Good
yesterday,
wording, Dan.
and you were listening to my show yesterday, and where I did the testimony is that without God, we're in darkness, we're blinded, we are all no better than maggots, just like I was before
Filthy
Holy Spirit
rags
came into me. I was filthy rags before.
Do you think that you're able of? Do you think you're capable of doing righteous things now, Dan, or do you think that the only reason that you're able to do righteous things is because it's the Holy Spirit working in you?
Through Christ, I can do all things.
Okay, so then you didn't do anything. It was Christ that did it. So then you didn't do anything, so you can't take credit for any of this stuff.
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful, but his delight is in the law of the Lord, in which in his law doth he meditate day and night.
Oh,
You
wait
do
a minute. I
take
think it's
credit for it.
still
And
my turn.
whatsoever he doeth, he shall
is it?
prosper.
Well, I'm going to talk.
I think so.
Hey.
I don't. I think
Everybody,
Gigi
shut
said
up. Let Gigi
everybody
talk.
can.
Dan,
Go
shut
ahead.
up. Hey, Dan, shut up. Thank you.
Okay,
Hey,
everybody.
Gigi, you should just
one
mute
at a
Aiden.
time.
Hey,
He's
Bruce,
being
shut
very
up.
rude.
He said it's Dan's turn. Shut up, Bruce.
I would mute Aiden. He's being very obnoxious. Get ready to ban him.
Go ahead.
Thanks,
Okay,
Gigi.
go ahead,
You're
Dan.
such a great guy. So, was there any questions on the lie that Aiden said that everybody? I say everybody else is a magnet. No, I said I was a maggot too. I was
you called us a
away.
maggot.
Wait a minute, Aiden. You can have your turn when I'm done. So,
Mute him. Mute him.
Nope.
Yeah, this is yeah. Anyway, so do you see how your statement that I said everybody else was a maggot?
You keep doing it.
I do. I'm playing with little magnets right now.
Come on. Think of the words that you're going to say before you say them, Dan, and you might not keep encountering that same problem. See, most people, when they think about things, they actually like process it through their mind before it comes out of their mouth hole. I would recommend that you practice the same.
Wait a minute, my turn. So, Deviant.
Oh, is it still your turn?
Deviant,
Is it just your turn into perpetuity? Is that the case?
Does that have to do with every person? Deviant?
Dan, you've called us maggots before. You've called us maggots.
saying
you called us maggots before.
Aiden, shut up for a second.
Thank you, Deviant.
My head is about to explode.
So, he just said that if I thought properly or thought before, I could say the right words. And your experience with people that have trouble, is that kind of a mean thing to say for somebody who has been blessed with a great mind to be able to think things?
Wait. Back up a bit.
Yeah.
And say that again. I'm sorry. I was distracted.
Yeah. Don't you think what I did was a bad thing is what he's trying to say to you? Let me just distill it down to his essence. He's trying to make me out to be a bad person.
Okay,
well, Aiden, you can repeat what you said to me about when I said magnet.
I said most people think, like most people process things in their mind before they actually speak them. I think that you should probably practice that same discipline, Dan. That's what I said to you. So me saying that you should practice that is actually me saying that you are capable of doing such a thing, which is not an admonition of you whatsoever. So good try, Dan. Swing and a miss.
So, Deviant, is that possible for everybody in this world to do that?
I would say everyone has, not everyone, there will always be, like there are people who are severely, what's the word?
Mentally deficient.
Yeah, with severe disabilities that can't do much. Unfortunately, that's true.
Yeah. Is that what I said? Is that what I said about Dan?
Can I finish my answer, please? So, I would say everyone can, but it is true that it's harder for some people. It takes more energy from them to do it. And I also think that all of us sometimes say things that's not really thought through. But I would say everyone who is like not severely disabled has the ability.
So when I said that Dan was capable of doing that, does that mean excluding Dan from that group of people, or is
No.
that me saying that
No.
Dan is capable of doing that?
Of course you say he is capable of doing that.
So you see, Dan, when you like tried to make me look like a worse person in Deviant's mind when you said something like that, and do you see how like that didn't work? Even though you tried to make it work. See, this is what happens when you try to endlessly recontextualize the narrative. And then it just doesn't work. It would be much better if you just worked within the actual framework of reality as it existed, rather than always trying to recontextualize and rebuild the narrative to something else. I think you'd find that a lot less taxing.
Now,
Dan, you have to be civil with the person that's being a complete jerk to you, okay? And if you're not, it's all your fault, is what Aiden's saying.
Deviant.
That's, you know what? You captured the
that is
exact
the Christian
essence.
way.
Yeah, that is correct. When someone slaps you, I don't think you're supposed to
Yeah, you're
slap
supposed to
them
turn
back.
the other cheek.
Well,
You're just supposed to stand there and keep letting them slap you, right?
That was in the context of Jesus with the arguing style of the day. So, Deviant.
Oh, so it doesn't matter
you
nowadays.
have
All these
heard,
things about the are directly applicable.
Jesus said not to cast your
but not
pearls
that.
before the swine.
Well, what are you doing right
Yeah,
now?
then what are you doing here?
So, Deviant, you have heard me talk before. Hours and hours of me talking.
Yes,
do you think I have the capability of giving a speech in front of a college or university audience, and I could really do that, Deviant? Do you think that?
No.
Sure.
No. We need Deviant to give the answer that Dan wants in order to advance his narrative.
Well,
so Deviant, for the sake of Dan advancing his narrative, because I do want to see where he's like trying to lead with all of these very leading questions, I do want to see the end result of that. So which one is the answer you're looking for, Dan? Is the answer you're looking for yes to advance your narrative, or is the answer no to advance your narrative? Which one will be easier for you?
Ding, dong, dong, dong.
No, but genuinely though, Dan, which one would be easier for you, Dan? Would yes be an easier answer, or would no be an easier
I
answer?
would like to answer the question.
Thank you, Deviant.
So I started to answer it before, but I then realized that I had muted myself because I was just given ice cream and I didn't want to eat in all of your ears.
Ice cream!
It's my ice cream.
But my answer would be, I think that Dan would have the capability to do that, but I also think that if he did, he should write it down first and then practice at home and then read it out, as most people do when they hold a speech.
Oh, wait. So your
unless
stance,
you're Christian
Deviant,
Pike,
your stance
he doesn't prepare sermons.
Is that before you say something that you find to be very important, that you should prepare yourself ahead of time before? Wow, that's crazy, because that's exactly what I was saying to Dan. Now, Dan, can you please call Deviant a horrible, ableist piece of maggot garbage? Can you do that? Because that's what you're trying to make me out to be just a moment ago. So isn't Deviant also horrible then, by your logic, Dan?
Aiden, you're the garbage.
No, Bruce, I'm not going to let you deflect. I want Dan to answer that.
Ding dong.
I want Dan. No, Dan, I want
you're
you
the
to
garbage
answer
that got forgotten to take your herb and sat in the can for
Aren't
next
I
week.
just as awful as Deviant if Deviant is making the same point that I did earlier, that you should prepare yourself before you speak?
Oh, great. Okay,
Tell
so
Christian that.
Great. What did I say? What did I say, Dan? Can you repeat what I said back to you?
Not with my mental state.
Oh, yeah. No, so you weren't paying attention.
In that. So, thank you,
Deviant,
Deviant, for thinking you haven't heard me read. So, thank you for that. Number two, this is a live show that somebody's coming in, and I got to prepare this. I got to write down. I don't know what you guys are going to say. So, Deviant,
No, he's saying that
Steven, under
before
the
you
thing
make a
of an
statement, under the
spontaneous-
context of what you were talking about. No, Dan, stop trying to recontextualize.
No.
That wasn't what you asked. That wasn't the question you asked.
Now
you
I'm
dummy.
re-asking because she
No,
thinks
yeah, I know
could
you're
go in
re-asking.
front
You're
of a-
re-asking because she didn't give you the answer you want, you charlatan. That's why you're re-asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, go
You're
ahead
bad,
and furl.
Dan.
Go ahead and furl those caterpillar eyebrows some more, Dan.
Yeah.
Your camera's off, but I can.
Yeah, you have caterpillar eyebrows.
He does. Have you seen him? Have you seen him? They're freaking massive. They take up half of his freaking.
So more ad hominem. Thank you. Thank
Dan,
you.
you haven't presented an argument.
Dan.
How can
Yeah.
Dan, how can I
Thank
refute
you.
your argument when you haven't even had an
Thank
argument
you,
to refute
Aiden,
against?
for your
how
ad
can
hominem.
I
This
how can
is
I ad
great.
hominem you when
So,
there's no
Dan,
argument
hey,
to
Aiden.
address?
Hey,
An
Aiden.
ad hominem means that
Dan,
you're addressing the
you
person
don't
and
have
attacking the
to
person rather than the argument, but you haven't made an argument
your
that's actually
speech.
sufficient
Hey,
to
Aiden.
be
Stop
attacked.
for a second and
So,
Hey,
think.
Aiden.
Okay,
Aiden.
so
Hey, Bruce.
here, Phantom
Hey,
has a good
Bruce.
question. Can you put Phantom's question
Bruce.
up there since Aiden will just babble? So
He can
right
just
there.
babble on and on and on about
Hey,
things.
I got a
and
funny
just be way
story.
more
I got a
articulate than
funny
I could ever
story real
hope to
quick.
be.
I got a funny story. I shared this channel with a Christian friend of mine, and you were on one of the shows, Aiden, and I was kind of
Well,
joking.
sorry,
I told him.
I tried to come onto your show like you
No,
asked,
no,
but
I'm
Hang on,
not
I have
gonna
a
get
funny
my
story.
way.
later.
I got a funny story. Come on, y'all get a kick out of it.
I'm not gonna get my way, so I'm gonna leave.
Hey, hang on, I got a funny story. Oh, let's see.
My
No,
line of questioning didn't get answered the way I wanted it to, so
I showed my friend of mine the show here,
funny story.
and Aiden was on there, and I was kind of joking with my friend. I'm like, man, I don't remember the last time I actually got called a effing faggot, like as an insult. It's like we were kind of joking about that. Like, man, I haven't been called that in years, and I kind of showed him like, this is the guy who called me that during the show. He's like, if I was to guess, he kind of sounds more of a faggot than you, man. I mean, just listen to his voice. He's like whiny and really high pitched.
I don't think that's like even true, Bruce. That's like you can't even even say that and it'd be like
I know, but that's
accurate.
just what he said. He's like, man, if I was to guess,
Well, I'm sure he said it, not you, because then you have plausible deniability. This fake friend that totally exists in the real world, he said it, not you. So you can't be held to account for that thing that you actually thought, but you're putting in the lips of somebody.
He said you sound like the sexual slang term that you called me.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah, he said you actually
would you
sound
like
like
it?
one.
Would you like it if I called you a metrosexual? Would that be better for you? Would that make you a little less? Would that make you a little less butthurt?
I'm hetero. That means different. I'm not.
You're hetero? What's heterosexual? I know of heterosexual. What's heterosexual?
That's what I said.
I'm heterosexual. I'm a hedge maze.
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't hear me through my iPhone 6. It's heterosexual. I'm sorry.
You just need to
I should have wrote it down and gave it much thought and consideration before I spoke. I'm sorry.
You don't even have to write it down. All that I said to Dan as a criticism is think before you speak. That's literally the sum total of my criticism. Of course I'm giving him a hard time. He's a piece of garbage. Of course I'm going to give him a hard time.
What makes him a piece of garbage?
Oh, boy. You want me to get out the list? Okay. Hold on. Let me get out the list. So, no, I don't actually have a list. That's for comedic effect. Dan Posey is a chronically insensitive. No, you asked me, and I'm going to give you the reason. Unless you don't actually want the reason, and you asked that in bad faith. That couldn't be the case, though, right, Bruce?
Well, okay, what grounds do you have to be a total jerk? Let's hear it.
So Dan has made comments about people who have nothing to do with this community at all whatsoever that are disparaging in nature.
Like how so?
Well, I'm not going to get into that because that's what Dan wants me to do. However, if you want the evidence, then, it's out there for you.
Is it like a big deal or something?
No, it was. He said a very personal remark.
It definitely wasn't. It was totally uncalled for.
So he said something that offended you.
No, he didn't say something that offended him. He said something about someone else, someone who has nothing to do with this community.
So what?
And then he tried to blame it on Aiden, even though it was him who said this awful thing about another person.
Well, who was this person that has nothing to do with the community?
It doesn't matter. It
doesn't matter. But he said it. He said something about this person who's not
About the
involved with the
person
community, and it
who's
doesn't
not
matter at
in-
all. So what's the big deal if it doesn't matter?
No, no. What
I
Deviant is
say it
saying is the
doesn't matter
identity of the
who it
person
is.
doesn't
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter who it is.
because Dan,
Doesn't
what
say who it
Dan
is.
wants, what
Yeah.
Dan wants out of me is to tell all of
So
the
what did he say
specific
that was so
detail.
bad?
No. Let me finish, Bruce. What Dan wants out of me is to name names and to give all of the specifics, because that way he views me as somehow a lesser man for simply exposing him for the actions that he partook in. So I'm not going to do what Dan.
I'm still failing to see what is the big deal with what
Bruce,
was done.
if you don't see the reasoning, that's quite frankly not my problem. So
Yeah, you're not helping me see it. I'm sorry. All I see is you guys.
No,
just...
but you're not gonna see it either way.
Yeah,
you know
I
how
mean-
you work, so
Oh,
there's no
you
point.
do? Oh,
Yeah.
See, you're defining the terms as you go along, and they're overall just based off your emotions anyway. So it's like, grow
Oh,
up.
as opposed to you, Bruce, who is a stagely figure of objectivity
in
and
United
his
States,
ivory
You know
power
that
above
having
all of
emotions
humanity.
is a good thing. You do know that.
No, you need to understand, Deviant. He's a man that was born and raised in America, so he's been taught that emotions.
Yeah, we have
are like the worst
freedom
thing
of
ever.
speech in the United States. So we
You're being
have freedom.
emotional as a man. You're a
we
pussy.
don't have that. Never mind
So yeah,
that Sweden is
I
more
don't know. In
democratic
Canada,
than
you
the
can't say
US
anything
is.
insulting or hating or derogatory to transgender LGBTQ people or whatever. But in America, we do have free speech. So we could say whatever
I'm
we
gonna
want
say a bunch
about
of
whoever
negative
we
stuff
want.
about a community that I don't even know
Okay,
the
so-
pronunciation of.
No,
Here's
you
the
can't
deal.
name the community. You can't name what was said. You can't name the person. I guess which is
I don't want to
gay,
name who it
trans,
was about
bi,
because it
straight,
doesn't
whatever.
matter. And you're such a tiny brained man either way, so you wouldn't
Says the person
understand.
who believes they can't choose something.
Yeah, and every
okay.
single time that you've
I
been
never said I
confronted
can't
with the
choose something. I said I don't think I have free will. I cannot choose what to believe in. That's very specific. I
You're
can choose
choosing to
whether or not I'm
believe
going to
that there
have
is
this
no
ice
God.
cream. That's something very different. I cannot choose to believe I don't have ice cream
You
next to me
choose to
because I can
believe that
see it.
trans men
It's
are women.
there, and you're just too ignorant to
Do you
understand
choose
it.
to believe that trans men and trans women are actually men and women?
What does trans
Do you
trans
choose to believe that
have
though?
anything to do with this discussion? Absolutely nothing. You just want to try
You're
and drive me on and
defining
lead
your
me away,
terms as
but
you
you
go along.
He's just trying to be argumentative. So
Yes.
You're defining your terms based on your emotions
Let me
as you go
provide the
day by
example
day.
that was given in the stream that you were in that you could not refute, Bruce, because whenever Christian Pike is actually in the room and you guys talk about this, you always talk a big game when Christian isn't around, that his beliefs just don't make any sense. And yet whenever you two are in the same room, you never have any actual argumentation to refute what Christian is saying. You just have
That's because you talk over us half the time.
you have nothing but incredulity, Bruce. So
when
the
me and
example
Christian
that
are
was
actually
provided. No, I wasn't even there, buddy. I wasn't even there when this happened. So you can't
when
use
you
me as
are-
an excuse. No, you can't use me as an excuse here, Bruce. I'm sorry because I wasn't there.
You're always the loudest
let
guy
me
in the
give
room.
the example that was given to you the last time that you were here. You cannot choose to be hungry. You cannot choose. Your stomach will send you those signals to your brain. Your brain will inform you that the contents of your stomach are empty and that you need nutrients, and that is interpreted as hunger.
But
So
you
you
could
can't
choose not
choose.
to
Hold on. You can't choose to feel hunger, but you can't exactly, Bruce. You can choose whether or not to eat, and you can choose what you want to eat. The very same is true of belief. You can't choose what to believe, but you can choose what to do with that.
Okay,
belief.
all right. But Deviant also says that she can't choose to believe in God because she doesn't believe God is real. So it's the same concept of being hungry. The reality is that you're hungry.
No, it's not.
The reality,
Excuse me.
The reality,
The
reality
if
is
you
that
want
God.
to give an analogy that's actually factual, because the truth is that when I'm hungry,
God
tells
exists.
me that by giving me a sensation in my body. that tells me I am hungry. It's not a choice. I cannot stuff my face and until
But that's the reality. You're hungry.
Hey,
The
Bruce,
reality
remember when
is
you were
that
complaining
God
about
is
me
your creator
interrupting,
of
Bruce?
heaven and
Remember when
earth.
you were
until it
belly...
bursts, and then believe, oh, I'm hungry again, and fool myself into that, and then start eating again unless I puke.
Oh, we didn't get created by this Big Bang theory that came out of the
Can
1800s.
somebody mute
God
Bruce,
actually
please?
created
Can
the
somebody
earth.
mute Bruce, please? He's being rude. Bruce is
I mean,
being
you got to
rude right
come to the
now. He should
reality
be
of that.
muted. Gangster Ghost,
There
can you
is no
mute Bruce,
reality
please?
in that.
There's no reality in your life. You define reality as you go along based on your
There's
emotions.
no reality in your life.
There isn't.
What a
You have no
patently
concept of
absurd-
reality.
Bruce, this is why you're such an absurd human being. Because you make statements like that.
You
so
claim you're
brazenly.
bisexual because you had a crush on your 8-year-old friend. I mean, that's your reality. That's
Oh
how
my
you
god.
think.
Grasp at the straws a little harder, Bruce. Just keep grasping at those straws.
Choke on it. Because I think what comes out then will be much more substantial than the fucking crap we're doing now.
The verbal diarrhea that's just pouring out of his mouth like Niagara Falls. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Bruce.
You know,
Bruce, you were
people of
literally
Sodom and
just
Gomorrah,
complaining, Bruce. You
they
were
had
just
great
complaining a
amusement.
minute ago about how I was interrupting and being interruptive, and yet 5 separate occasions Deviant was trying to say something to you there, and you just couldn't help but interrupt, could you?
Well, go
so I
cry
don't want to
about
hear
it.
you. I don't want to hear you complaining about me interrupting when you engage in the exact same behavior. You hypocrite.
It's an unwinning
You're a
battle
hypocrite.
with you
You're
guys.
a
You have no
hypocrite,
morals.
Bruce.
You have
Bruce,
no
you're a
grounds.
hypocrite. Bruce,
Everything I
you're
say,
a
you
hypocrite,
talk over
Bruce.
me. Everything I say. Whenever I see my microphone highlighting, I see
You're a
yours right
hypocrite.
after.
You're a hypocrite, Bruce.
He's very
I know
scared.
this is all a game to you, Aiden. This is what you do for fun in your spare time. You just argue with people on the internet.
Bruce, what does the
Basically
Bible
just
say about
very
hypocrites?
empty, frail, and scared little boy. We should all feel for him.
Yeah, says the person who doesn't believe they could choose to believe something. Yeah, even though, but you choose to believe that trans men are actually men.
You realize without actually getting into a refutation of how that's wrong, you just saying because you choose to believe it. So that's not actually an argument, right? That's just you saying words.
She does. She believes to believe. She
Yeah,
chooses
that's not
to
an
believe.
argument, Bruce.
No, hang on, Deviant. Do you actually believe that trans men are actually men?
Don't even engage with him on that.
I know,
Don't let
because
him get
you
off on another
choose to
topic.
believe that.
Don't let him get off on
You
another
overlook
topic.
the reality that this person actually has a uterus,
nothing, and I
but
have
you choose to acknowledge him as a man.
I have never stated anything to that sort. You, on the other hand, have told me that I believe that. I don't know how many times.
Do
I've
you?
never said that.
Do
Whether
you?
I do or I
Do
don't,
you?
I've never
Do
said
you?
that.
Do you?
It's
Do
not.
you?
It has nothing to do with this conversation.
Do you acknowledge trans
It has
people or
nothing
not?
to do with this conversation.
It
Why
has
would I
nothing to do with
answer
this
Do you
anything you
choose? No,
say?
you
It has
say, "Hey,
nothing
I
to do with
can't
this
choose to believe
conversation.
something."
It has nothing to do
You
with
say
this
it over and over.
conversation.
I can't
And no
choose to
matter how
believe. I
hard
can't
you
choose to
try,
believe.
no
I can't
matter
believe in
whatever the
something
fuck
that
you
you know
want,
I don't believe.
because you're an insecure man and you are scared.
That's
I'd
why
like
you won't
to-
answer my
I would like
question.
to. I would like
Because
to
I'm
read from
scared.
scripture. I'd like to read from scripture.
Please
The
do.
scripture that you don't believe in.
So Matthew 7:5.
I about had enough.
Matthew
Goodbye.
7:5 says, "You hypocrite! First take the log out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to take the speck out of your brother's eye." That's what scripture says. I find it interesting that Bruce left when I quoted scripture. I think that's
Exactly
kind of
what I was going to say.
You know, the wicked flee when no man pursueth, but the righteous are as bold as lion. That's from Proverbs. That's from the book of Proverbs. That's from the good part of Proverbs, you know, not Proverbs guys. Wow, you know, this room just feels so much cleaner now. Dan's gone. Bruce is gone. I can breathe again.
Yeah.
Know? It's so nice. I
I'm
loved...
a bit sad that Daniel seems to have turned into a car seat.
Yes, yeah, he's actually vanished before our eyes. I think the rapture might have taken place. I mean, that would make sense.
I can't do this, and it just transformed and became part of the seed.
Yeah, it's like Homer in the bush in that one meme.
Right?
Just fades into the sea. Oh my goodness! You know what's funny? Dan sent me a message. He was like, "At least I corrected your lie of me looking down on others as maggots." It's like you didn't correct anything, Dan. Everybody on this panel has heard you call us maggots. Everybody on this panel has heard you say that you have a maggot heart until you give yourself over to the Lord. That's you calling everybody who doesn't believe what you do maggots, Dan. That's what you do. That is your genuine belief. And if you want to try and qualify that and try to act like that's not a bad thing, then that's just you admitting that that's a horrible, abhorrent position to take. You recognize it as abhorrent. You recognize that it's not something that you ought to be saying because it makes you look like a horrible person. But then you want to have your cake and eat it too. I know for a fact that's what you believe, Dan, because you've said it publicly and you've said it in private.
Don't say that name again. He's gonna come back.
I almost want him to. I really do love chewing Dan out. It's one of my favorite things. It really is.
Asso! The angry teddy bear.
I was muted. Sorry, but you got a potty mouth deviant.
What? Me?
You said asshole.
No.
Believe it or not, I had to run to the store real quick just for eggs.
She also said to Bruce to eat shit and choke on it. I believe was the words that she used.
Oh, what did I miss?
I love you.
Nothing, Daniel.
Don't worry about it, Daniel. It was a good-hearted conversation.
I walked out for a little bit, came back. What, Bruce isn't here anymore?
No. He didn't want to read some from scripture, so he had to run.
Yeah, one of the guys in your seat was talking bad about you, Daniel.
No, I literally just wanted to read scripture because I proved that he was a hypocrite about the fact that he was complaining about me interrupting all the time, even though he interrupted Deviant 10 separate times while she was just trying to say one thing. So I was just trying to quote Matthew 7:5 to him that says, "You hypocrite, first take the log out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to take the speck out of your brother's eye." And he didn't let me get that out there before he left for some reason.
The interesting part with him is he always wants to ask me questions, but he never wants to listen to the answer. And then he comes to his own conclusion about what my answer that I never got to say was, and then he comes back later, weeks later, and believes I have said those things. So it's truly a
Bruce.
It's a I won't say marvelous mind because that puts too much of a positive spin on it. But
I mean, a train wreck is a marvelous event, so
well, true.
I just, that's
I wonder if he lives high up on a mountaintop where the air is really thin.
I was guessing under a bridge, but I guess I'm way off. I shouldn't say that. I like Bruce, except when he gets that way. To be honest,
he gets on this sort of rapid fire attack line where it's it doesn't even matter if if he'll concede one point, let's say you say something and he says what you don't expect, whether he might just give the answer for you or he'll just go on to the next thing and he'll be like, well, then what about this then? Where it's I'm pretty sure he's just there to have a rise out of you. But there was one thing that I kind of liked out of that conversation. The only thing that I liked about it was this idea of hunger. And I do think that we have a hunger inside of us that is a spiritual hunger. And that's why we love people. That's why we seek people out. And that's the love. This love is something that was planted in us from God. And I think that is evidence for God, because there's a type of, we don't want love to ever end. And we have this yearning for something that doesn't exist in this world. But, it's not a hard logical type of evidence.
I just want to say,
and it doesn't have to be if, if it's sufficient to you, then that's sufficient to you, and it's not up to me or anyone to tell you otherwise. I mean, anyone can say, "Go." It's okay to tell someone that's bad logic or whatever, but at the end of the day, why? What good would it do? It won't change things. It's like Bruce telling me, you know God is real. Like,
right.
That doesn't change anything.
If I knew for a fact God was real, I would be a Christian immediately, because
Yes.
why would I want to go against that?
Also, if I knew that God was real and that he sent his only son, Jesus Christ, to die and rise again, to deliver mankind from sin and give us eternal life. If I knew that to be true, that means I am a Christian. How could I not be? If that was something everyone knew, then they would be Christians. Because what is a Christian? It is someone who acknowledges that God exists and the whole what's the word?
Believe.
No, the message, the gospel. The gospel. Who believes in the gospel? Yeah.
Oh, can I show you guys something? But just all calm down, watch some calm videos.
Yeah.
Sinai would be the type of stone God used to write the Ten Commandments on.
Yeah, and it's
Look at Ken. He's very calming.
nothing like we picture it in the old Ten Commandment movies, but this mountain, Mount Sinai, is riddled with these stones inches thick, and it's flat as can be. It's perfect for scribing things on, and this is the type of stone from Mount Sinai that God would have engraved the Ten Commandments on.
And then he handed it to Moses. Moses went down, saw the people dancing naked, and got angry. And
people dancing naked.
What?
Is that true, Daniel? Were people dancing naked?
I don't remember that.
For what?
Hold on, let's look.
When Moses came down from Sinai in the Bible,
No, I don't know if people dance naked. I know that he had to put a veil over his face because he was shining with God's glory. So he was showing the glory of God through him, through the Holy Spirit.
But wasn't
The
that
saint.
the second time? Because he came down and they had done the whole with the golden uh, Trump statue.
The golden. Did you say the golden Trump statue?
Yeah, because that's the
I have
only
the
thing
best
that came into my mind. I tried to. It
You
was
will
a
bow
calf.
down and you will worship
It was a
me.
calf. It was a calf.
Yeah, the golden calf.
Yeah.
Can I say something, please? Because
Okay.
in a rare moment, I haven't had an opportunity to say anything for like more than 3 minutes. So, in the interest of my head not exploding, I would like to say, I'd like to point out. That's right.
4.
That's right. I just want to point out that Bruce's tactics are just a more overt version of Dan's tactics. That when Bruce asks you a question and then immediately interrupts you because he wants to interrupt with his own preconceptions of how your question ought to be answered, that's just a less subtle, more overt version of Dan asking you a question, and then when you don't answer the question the way that you wanted him to, rephrasing the question to get you to answer the way that he wants you to.
Yep.
It's this.
But anyway, why are you so not calm right now? We're watching a calm video.
I'm calm, damn it!
Logan, I love you so much. You are.
Oh, thank you. What do you think, angry teddy bear?
I'm very calm. I'm trying to find out about if they were naked. There's so many things that popped up under my nothing for dancing naked. So I tried to revise it. I just said golden calf, and now I've got to go through those or these two and try to figure out which one's which.
Oh yeah, that was the point of the golden calf. He comes down and he gets angry and he smashes the stone tablets.
Yeah.
And isn't it? Then it goes up again.
That was the original
when
one
he
that had
comes
a
back
commandment
that
against slavery.
he has to hide his face, or is it the other way around?
I think it's when he comes back a second time. He has to hide his face.
Yeah, well, yeah, it might have. Who knows? Who knows what happened between the two commandments? You know, I wonder if like they had to write that in. It's just like it's time to write that in that thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Well, you know, the original commandments were things like, you know, thou shalt not keep slaves, thou shalt keep women on an even social standing as men, for they are all God's children. You know, things like that. So they didn't make the cut, unfortunately. We had to put much more important things in there. Like
Well, the Jews actually they were always very respectful to women, and that's something that's kind of lost in some forms of Christianity.
It was still a patriarchal society, though.
Well, the queen was always the mother of the king, always in the Bible. And you know you trace the lineage, the genealogy by women too.
Why can I not find?
Well, watch some more calm videos about a calm guy.
He broke all 10 commandments at once.
All at one time.
He's the worst sinner in the world.
Reason. Oh, God, I just hate God, that entity that I don't think is real. Oh, I hate him so much. Oh, crap, I'm unmuted. Sorry, guy.
That's all right.
I'm going to mute up now.
Kent here's to help you with your problem. As a calm guy.
Then he went back up, and 40 more days, God said, this time you write them down. So Moses had to chisel them on the stone. I think that was wise of God to do that, because if they had the actual 10 commandments, that with God's finger writing them, they would be analyzing, trying to find God's fingerprint, instead of reading what it says. A stone taken from the Mount Sinai would be the type of...
Ken, has it ever struck you that they could do both? Like, has it ever struck you as a possibility that, like, you could look at the content of what something says while also trying to examine the thing for evidence of the claim that it's making? Like, it doesn't have to be one or the other, right?
Also, look at Kent once again putting his own, not just spin of the Bible, but his own intentions onto God.
Good point, Devian.
Yeah, that if you were to glean anything from that, it would be like Orthodox teachings, like the incarnation, like God uses people. He always has used people. That's, you know, we're designed for that.
I have a recommendation for you, Daniel.
Yeah.
I am currently reading, and I'm only about 20 pages in right now, so I've got a very preliminary review, but Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. I'm currently going through that right now, and I think you would really appreciate that because it has a lot of writings from an Orthodox perspective, but not necessarily dealing just exclusively on like theological matters. As a matter of fact, it primarily deals with just practical issues that people deal with every single day in the real world. I think that that would be a really good one for you because it's a very interesting book from what I've read so far.
In the Orthodox worldview, I mean, it definitely enters in whenever you get like a Russian writer like that.
Right. Well, Dostoevsky is like one of the most, if not the most revered Russian writers. So I figured if I was going to delve into Russian literature, that he would probably be a good starting point.
Well, the first one that I delved into was the guy who wrote Metro 2033. I forget his name.
I know the guy who wrote Roadside Picnic, which that's
Same one.
But
yeah,
is it the same
author.
one? Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
same
then,
author.
yeah, it's that guy.
I have his book too. Yeah, I haven't read through all Roadside Picnic yet, but I did read all Metro 2033. And I have the game on Nintendo Switch, and it's like 1-for-1 with the book, which is really cool.
That's awesome. I haven't played the book. I haven't played the game I haven't played the book or watched the game. So
You haven't
But
played the book or read the game.
the game, that's right. That's right. You can't play a book, but you can read a game. That's some Aiden philosophy for you.
Yeah, you can play a book.
Oh, you know what?
But I mean,
Woman alert!
it sounds
Woman
pretty
alert!
bad.
Brant, brant, woman alert! Brant, brant.
Shut it down.
That's right.
Yeah, right.
It's not like we have overwhelming evidence from our earliest stages of history that women had like a monopoly on religion in its earliest stages or anything. No. It's not like some societies kept that trend up, like the Iroquois and their system of clan mothers. Like, people always think that like a patriarchal society is just the natural order of things. Everywhere you go on Earth, it's just people being led by men. But the Iroquois had one of the most successful societies in all of world history, let alone in the New World. I would definitely rate them above that of the Aztecs. I would certainly rather live in the Iroquois society than the Incans or the Aztecs, quite frankly. I mean, sure, they built nice, big, impressive cities, but it kind of came at a cost.
Aiden, you're missing something.
What's that?
They weren't Egyptian.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
And they didn't walk like Egyptians.
No, but the clan mothers are really interesting. There's a video on YouTube by a guy named Historia Civilis, who he talks about the Iroquois society and goes into detail about their system of government. And it's very, very interesting. Like, it's very unlike what we're used to here, because we kind of have this idea that, oh, well, we're a democracy or we're a republic. You know, we value the opinions of everybody here. And yet, I'd say the Iroquois took that to an even bigger extreme, because in Iroquois society, you needed an absolute consensus in order to move forward. You had to have a situation where everybody agreed on something in order for something to be done. And you would think that would create a situation where like nothing would get done because nobody would agree, but that just wasn't the case with the Iroquois. They built a very, very successful society for themselves.
The Orthodox are similar to that with the synods, where it's just like all the dioceses had to agree, and that's why we've never had anything beyond the Seventh Ecumenical Council. It's like you can't get us all to agree on a new thing. So we're just good with what we already have.
Yeah,
and another thing to add in is that Orthodoxy has the feminine in our divinity. It's like there's a missing part of where are women in Protestantism. You know, like, why do they not care about the blessed Theotokos? She's supposed to be blessed from all generations. That's what it says in the Bible. And for whatever reason, they don't like her. They're just like, yeah, we don't have anything to do with her.
I mean, there's people that go so far as, well, what you've heard people like the Proverbs guys call her before. And it's just like that's taking it so far in the other direction, to the point where like you're genuinely at that point from a biblical perspective putting your salvation on the line if you're going to say things like that. Like, it's just
the mother of our Lord. You can't call her a whore.
Well, it's just like,
what are you calling Jesus then?
The example that I would give is like, would you say that to her face? I somehow doubt it. I somehow doubt that you would walk up to her and say something like that, because something tells me your son might have something to say about it.
If they would shit themselves if they saw the Theotokos in front of them. They would not have anything to say. They would just be trembling.
So, question, Aiden. What did you say? What was the name of the
society or the YouTube channel?
No, the society.
Iroquois.
Okay. Yeah, you see, there's an issue there. I could never like study them, or even like just do an internet search or anything, because I have no freaking idea how to spell that.
Oh, well, don't worry, because that's actually an exonym that was provided to their society, much like how we call the Greeks Greeks, even though they call themselves Hellenes. Their name that they gave themselves was the Haudenosaunee, which should be much easier. Much easier, yes.
Thank you, Aiden. Yeah, that's awesome. Awesome.
I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay, thank you.
But
Yeah, I was just talking to some folks about Thanksgiving and how it has to do with immigration, and like how the pilgrims that came over, they were going to die, and the Native Americans took pity on them. And it's just like, when a lot of them wouldn't have in the past, like Roanoke Island probably was a lost colony because they all starved. But like these Native Americans, were kind to them. And it's like, in hindsight, was that the right move, uh, for them as a people? I mean, it was, I think, good for history, I guess. But, we're the poor Native Americans that had no idea that we were going to bring over all this disease.
Not at first. But anyways, Daniel, burning bush. Do you get that from the Moses story?
Yeah. So the burning bush is a prefigurement of the Mother Mary. She had God inside of her, which is just like the bush that's being burnt that isn't consumed by the fire. So why I call my channel Burning Bushes is that we're all supposed to be like that. We're all supposed to have God inside of us. We're supposed to look at her as the model of our own Christian lives to keep ourselves pure as she did.
Oh, that's nice. But Cash, have you ever been to a Catholic church?
I've been to them. Yeah.
What's the difference?
Oh, there's a lot of differences. So at the time when I went to one, I couldn't take the communion. But I've learned since then that you can't even take the blood. You only are able to take the wafer, and that's insane to me. First of all, Orthodox, we have leavened bread because we believe that the bread should have life in it, and that's what the yeast does. But
No, it needs to be unleavened. That's what the Jews did. We're Catholic.
yeah, well, see, the Jews did that for a specific reason. They did that because they had no time. They had no time to leaven their bread, so they do that out of tradition. We have time. We have time to leaven the bread. We have all the time in the world. God gave us time. But yeah, so with the Catholics, there's a lot of differences. They have the double procession of the Holy Spirit. The Pope is now saying that all religions lead to God. They have initiatic orders like the Jesuits, so they have occultists inside of their own religion. There's like a bunch of different reasons why I couldn't be a Catholic, but I do hope one day that we get reconciled to them.
There's that. There's the fact that Catholic churches will typically have pews. Orthodox churches almost universally don't have pews. The faith.
Well, mine does have pews. Now I'm an American Orthodox, so we have pews actually.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
See,
and we also use the new calendar, which is the same as the Catholics.
Right. Yeah, most Orthodox, the one that I went to didn't have any pews, and they made a very, very big deal about that. They were like, we don't use pews here because you shouldn't be resting while you're serving the Lord.
They're so proud of it, man. They are. They're just like, and it's like, I get it. It is more traditional, and yeah, it's a little bit more pious, but I got to tell you, it is nice to have those pews, especially for the older folks that can't stand.
Right. Well, like they do make exceptions for elderly and pregnant women and things like that. They are allowed to sit during service, even in the more traditionalist ones. But yeah, no, the idea that, if you're sitting down, would you be sitting down if God was in front of you right now? Is the one that I've heard a bunch of people say. Or would you be standing before him? It's like, I'm pretty sure I would be trembling on my knees is what I would be doing, but.
Yeah, and we stand for most of the service. It's just there's a few times when we can sit. Like during the homilies, everyone sits down because it's time, and it's to make the priest feel more comfortable, I think. So like he knows that everyone's sitting now, like he can take a little bit of time, although he never goes beyond like 3 minutes, really.
Right. And then there's the fact that the priest in most Catholic churches will face the congregation when they do Mass, whereas in the Orthodox Church, they face the altar because it's the understanding of the Orthodox Church that this is not meant for people. This is not meant to be a service to gratify and glorify people. It's a service to glorify God. So why is the priest facing away from God while he's conducting the service?
Well, during the homily, though, he will turn around and
Right.
he will do certain things to bless us and then turn back around towards the altar. Yeah.
Exactly. He does things, but they're specifically done in like a brethrenly kind of fashion. Whereas like the reasoning for Vatican II, and one of the changes of that being that the priest can now face the people rather than the altar is, well, people were feeling alienated when the priest wasn't facing towards them.
Here's a question for you, Daniel. Come there.
Well, I haven't seen that much evidence of that, although I do know of a few others that have gone through an occult background that have entered the Orthodox Church. I don't know if there's an exact connection there to be made. Although I will say this, as somebody who was an occultist because I did not get enough from religion, like the Protestant religion of Christianity was, it felt very fake to me, and it felt very surface level and superficial and corporate. And so I went to the East and I wanted to learn about Buddhism and, Hinduism and even Islam and Sikhs and all these other religions. And they weren't even enough after a certain amount of time. So I went into the occult because I wanted more. I had this hunger that couldn't end. And, I think when people find the fullness of the faith in Orthodoxy, they realize that they can sink their teeth into this and that there is always going to be more than they have time to go into. So there's not enough life that we are given to go through all the saints' lives and to read all the prayers and to learn everything. There's just so much there that you are immersed in something that's so ancient that it actually has a lot more to it than the occult does. Because the occult, is a lot of that stuff you can't really back it up with history. Some of it is just straight up made up, especially these neo-pagan stuff like Wicca.
Yeah, like I was about to say the Wiccans and stuff like that. Yeah.
It's a reconstruction. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up Eastern religions because the book that's next on my reading list after Crime and Punishment is the Tao, because I do want to read into Eastern philosophy. I do think that there is, much like the Bible. I read the Bible and there was bits of the Bible where I was like, okay, you know what? That's wisdom. That's something that I could pick and take with me and I could use that in my everyday life. That's a valid part of the Bible, right? I feel like I'm going to get the same thing if I read the Tao, because even parts of it I've read and they seem very, very interesting.
Saint Nikolai of Ohrid, and there's been a few other saints that have said this, that like these other religions out there do have truth in them because God isn't stingy about the truth. He's giving the truth to everybody, just in partial ways. We have the full truth, but you're going to find a lot of good stuff in there. The Bhagavad Gita is a really excellent book. If you're not already, if you were a Christian, I wouldn't tell you to read it, but if you're not a Christian yet, I would recommend it before switching over to Orthodoxy, just so that you have it under, something that you know about, because it's a beautiful book. I was a Krishnaite for a little bit, where I was just like, man, there's so much truth here. But when you look at that and then you compare it back to ancient Christianity, you see all the truth that was in there is also in Christianity. So basically, the biggest fruit that I got from it, and I'm using the fruit very specifically, because Krishna said to Arjuna in a time of need to do action not for the fruits of them, but because of its own righteousness, for what God wants out of you. And it's just like they just did a really good job of showing that in a parable. Because like Arjuna didn't want to fight. He didn't want to fight against his own family members. But like it was shown to him that the gods wanted this fight to happen. And so he had to do his sacred duty.
I appreciate you having that approach, because I feel like, especially for the PGs type Christians, if you were to go to them and just say, hey, I'm thinking about reading the Tao, they would all be like, oh my God, don't do that. You shouldn't read that. That's a bunch of nonsense. You shouldn't even touch that. It's like, I think it's a very good idea to equip yourself with more philosophies than just the ones that came out of this tiny little peninsulas made out of peninsulas that we call Europe.
But once you get Orthodoxy, though, you'll have so much more that like you'll never have enough time to read all about all the saints. So it's like, get it in while you still can. There would be some books that I'd say don't read, like the Book of the Law, like Liber Legis. That's written by Aleister Crowley. Like I would say that spiritually will hurt you it hurt me. I felt sick for 3 days after reading it. And that was when I was like 20 years old.
Aiden, be fair. Be fair to the PGs. If you said you were gonna read like the Bhagavad Gita, they wouldn't say, "No, don't read it." They would say, "Yeah, of course you will read it." Men.
I'm pretty sure what they would say is, "What's the Bhagavad Gita?" Is what I
Yeah,
think they
true,
would say.
true. I gave them, even though I tried, I gave them too much. Dang.
You know, I will definitely do that. I'll definitely, once I've read the Tao, I'll be like, "Hey, have you ever heard of this concept?" And like, "You ever heard of this?" And they'll just not know. And you know what? And if somebody asked me the exact same thing, I'd have to deal with it the exact same way. But the difference is that I'm endeavoring to try and educate myself on that.
What education? That's dangerous, Aiden.
Don't do that. Don't do that. If you educate yourself on something besides the monopoly we set up on this peninsula made of peninsulas, then that might be bad for you because we said so.
Are you peninsulacist?
I'm peninsulist. That's right.
Yeah.
Don't tell me that Europe isn't a peninsula made of peninsulas. It absolutely
No,
is.
it is. It is. It is. But it's just the tone, the way you say it. I feel you have something against peninsulas, and being on one of the many peninsulas of the peninsula, I feel personally offended.
Look, Constantinople was built on a peninsula, and that's like my favorite city ever. So, I mean, like that city is the topic of the only "They May Be Giants" song that actually hit mainstream popularity. So, come on.
True. Everyone knows that song. Yeah, and Elder Paisios, Saint Paisios, he predicted that we're going to get Constantinople back. That he believes that the Russians are going to take it for us and give it back to Christians.
Sorry, I'm having too much fun.
Yeah, that song came into my head immediately as well, and I tried to block it out.
It's such an earworm of a song. It really is. It just gets in your head and stays there for a day. No, but the reason why I call Europe a peninsula made out of peninsulas is just to emphasize the fact that, yeah, is Europe culturally diverse? Sure, but it's a tiny piece of the planet. And if all of your philosophical knowledge basically comes exclusively from that tiny part of the planet, then I think you're doing yourself a disservice as far as I'm concerned. I think that you should look into a more wide variety of thought than just what you would get from England and France and whatever that place is north of Germany is called. Those places.
Yeah, like the only ones in Europe who could withstand, the only ones whom the Roman Empire tried desperately to get their hands on, and they couldn't.
When did they try to conquer freaking Sweden?
They couldn't.
Yeah, they were too busy with Germania, which
No,
is
they're
way
afraid
to
of that
the
Air
south.
Force. Ain't that right?
Exactly, yeah.
Thank
So
you.
exactly.
I think they were afraid of Miss Outcast.
Oh crap! I have 4 minutes until I need to work. I just realized I'm gonna go, guys. So
I'll
see
it was fun being here.
May God be
Thank
with
God I
you.
work from home. Thank you. Yeah, thank God I work from home because I'd be really screwed right now if that was the case. Talk to you guys later.
We need to finish that review.
Yes, we do.
Yes,
let's look into doing that soon. I'll probably email me about it.
Okay, I will. All
right. Talk to you guys later.
Take care.
Yeah, I got about 10 minutes before I'm over and eating dinner with a Thanksgiving dinner with my godparents.
Well, I feel like I'm watching a 70s or 80s movie, a cop show, and the cops driving around in the dark on the camera, and you can't hardly see them half the time, and it's the street lights that keep illuminating them. Oh no, I can see. It's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, we just need to play some good synthesizer music right now.
Yes. I'm confused.
pretty confused about.
Big Bad Mama said Crowley is not the Tao Te Ching. Did someone say that?
I have no idea.
Or
Get
no?
that angry teddy bear. He was sure.
Oh, that's above my pay grade.
What? You
Mine.
serious? What?
Do you have a pay grade? That's kind of fancy.
Well, if you weren't a woman, you'd get paid by Gangster too for being a mod.
Yeah, we're all paid to be here. What, you're not deviant?
Oh,
Wow,
no.
you are a woman.
We're getting paid $50 an hour to be on here.
I hate to tell you this, Mr. Soot's been getting paid. He didn't tell you?
No, but I kind of figured. I mean, that's kind of self-explanatory.
Right.
Said that religious texts can be harmful, but brought up by the cow.
Crowley, Mr. Crowley. Is
That
that a
true?
song? Mr. Crowley. Ozzy Osbourne.
No, it was a
Probably not. I thought Daniel said that religious texts can be harmful and brought up by Crowley. Oh, well, yeah, like Liber Legis would be very spiritually harmful to somebody. That's a book that literally has instructions in it that you don't talk about the contents of the book to anybody afterwards, and you burn it.
Oh, like the
Yeah. So the fact that I even talk about it, like, technically puts me at a curse, but I have God
I
on
was
my
going to say,
side. So.
don't burn yourself.
That's like that. Like they say, no. Only rule about the Cowley book is no one talk about the Cowley book.
That's rule
Yeah,
one.
like
It
Fight
is.
Club.
Rule number 2, whatever Gigi says, refer back to number 1.
Classy.
But basically, that book, for people to know to stay away from it, it basically trains you to say no to Christ when you die. It's basically attempting to program you to say no at your death. So it's a very harmful thing. It's not a good thing to read.
Oh, Cowley. Is that the? Oh, that's not this other guy I was thinking of. Levian guy. I hear about.
No, LaVey is so he's not even a real Satanist. He's just an atheist. But that's edgy.
Kind of like Aiden.
Aiden is a future Orthodox. I trust that. See, I wouldn't say that to everybody. I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, read the Bhagavad Gita. But Aiden, I trust that he has a mind that eventually he's going to come to Orthodoxy. He's going to see it. The more that somebody who's intelligent sees other intelligent people talking about God, the more they realize, wait a second, all these people can't have been confused. They can't all be under delusion. There's something to this. Like this many people having these experiences, there's no way that there's not something to this statistically.
But do you think even if we were to say that was true, do you think you would have come to that to do you think you would have come to Orthodoxy unless if you hadn't had your personal experiences? It had been only like not word of mouth, but a mixture word of mouth and reading.
Yeah, right. So that's a fair point. I don't think I would have gone to Orthodoxy if it wasn't for what happened to me. I think God had to approach me on my level. So I had to be broken because I was too stubborn. So I hope that most people don't have to go through something like that. I don't think he would. I don't think he's that stubborn.
No, but I mean, you don't. You kind of added a different layer to it there, which was you were broken.
Yeah.
But and I'm more focusing on the having a personal experience that you interpret to be. Because so I would say on the topic of, 1 second, I had to cough. I would say that on the topic of books and literature and what have you, I wouldn't say there are any literary works that in and of themselves can harm a person, like a blanket statement. I think it can be harmful for certain people to for instance, I know of people who has read books made by L. Ron Hubbard, and from reading those books have gone into the Church of Scientology, and yeah, that's very, very harmful. So in that sense, it was harmful for them to read that book. If I read the same book, which I have, in this specific case, all
Dianetics.
I got from it was, yeah, this guy is obviously not in his right mind.
Yeah.
So I think it's more a
It
case.
depends on the audience, right?
Yeah, it depends on the audience and how susceptible you are to certain types of thoughts and thinkings, and there are so many variables involved in it, I think, because humans are complex creatures. We have a complex psyche, but on the base, like base level, blanket statement level, I don't think, I won't say words can't hurt you, because they can, but that's because of who says it and when they say it. And again, we're into this whole the complex depth of it all, circumstances, etc., etc.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Aiden, I don't think is in danger of becoming an occultist. I don't think he's going to become a magician.
No.
I think if he sees that God exists, he's not going to try to play around
Oh,
with God. I think he's going to be
no.
like, okay, well, if God exists, then I need to figure out which one's the right religion.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. And out of all of them, Christianity is the only one that I think is worth worshiping, because of the nature of Christ and what he did for us. You know, a God that actually cares about people and, you know, wants to fix us on a level that, we can't understand logically, but it does make sense, spiritually or holistically, like that he had to assume our nature in order to save it. How he actually mechanically does that, we don't understand, but we do. We understand theologically that that makes more sense than, say, like Islam or any of these others, where it's like, well, you're following what you think God's will is, but what do you do with human weakness?
Have you ever, I mean, not now, of course, because you have your faith, but prior to that, did you ever
Taking me
consider the possibility of there being more than one God?
in my past, yeah, I used to
Yeah.
be, when I was an occultist, I believed in a pantheon of gods.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and they were essentially like thought forms. They were archetypes, and
Oh,
you
okay.
you would invoke these things inside of you, in an act of purification. to increase your light body.
Ah. So
Yeah.
were those archetypes kind of, because my mind, even though I know, like, what's the first thing that pops into my head when I think about pantheons? It's of course going to be
1 second, I gotta make sure I'm going to
oh,
the right place.
yes.
Okay. Right. Still hear me?
Yeah, I can
All
hear
right.
you.
So I
Yes.
was going the wrong direction.
Oh,
Oh.
sorry.
Wondering what was going on here. I was like, I don't feel like I'm in the right spot.
Well, I would.
I'm 28 minutes away now, so that's
Daniel,
fine.
let Jesus take the wheel.
Yeah, well, it's probably better anyway because I think they want me to show up like 30 minutes late. So
Okay, good.
Oh, angry teddy bear.
Hey, Gigi.
Uh, did you see that short I put up there about when he jumped out PGs?
Oh yeah, I saw that several times. I see you posted it too.
That's great.
Yeah.
I got one where repeat.
Of course you did.
So, like in the quasi zone of knowing that like supernatural phenomenon exists, but not knowing exactly where it comes from, you can get yourself into a situation where you're like, well, what if just your mental constructs are the things that are causing the change in the environment? You know, something's causing this, and it can put you into a level of spiritual prelapse, where you're basically now the plaything of demons.
Wait, you said spiritual
Prelast.
I'm not sure I know pre-last.
Prelest is it's a very specific word, but it basically means self delusion.
Oh, it's spelled with C-Y.
C-Y?
No.
No, prelest. Prelest.
Oh, P-R-E, pre-le. P-R-E-L-E-S-E.
EST. Yeah.
I searched for it on Merriam-Webster, and the only word that comes up is a noun.
Yeah.
And it's P-R-E-L-E-S, and it means horse tail.
No, prelest with a T. You need a T in there, and that should come up.
Yeah, it doesn't on what's the Merriam-Webster.
Oh, well, maybe type in Google prelest, and
Yeah.
it should come up.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I did so, and the first answer is from Wikipedia that says it says an Eastern Orthodox Christian term for
Correct.
spiritual say. So that's why it doesn't show up in Merriam-Webster, because it's specific.
Very specific to orthodoxy, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
So it's like using your imagination and making yourself feel like you're holier than you really are.
Oh.
Yeah, it happens to a lot of monks and stuff.
Sorry?
It happens to a lot of monks and a lot of people that, you know, they try to dedicate so much of their life to God, and they start getting ideas about themselves that
Yeah.
great vainglory and pride.
Yeah, it even says prelest, also known as spiritual delusion, spiritual deception, or spiritual Illusion is an Eastern Orthodox Christian term for a spiritual state of false holiness or deluded self-righteousness, believing in one's own spiritual superiority. I think we can point. I think we know of a couple of people that suit. It says prelest should not be confused with mental illness, but is a spiritual illness caused by vainglory, pride, and demonic suggestion.
Yeah.
It's said to be cured by humility and the holy sacraments under the guidance of one's spiritual father.
Yeah.
In a broad interpretation, prelest afflicts everyone, as everyone has wrong thoughts without fully understanding the meaning of life and the gravity of their sins. In a narrow sense, it refers to a person initially on the path of a pious Christian life, instead becomes proud and conceited about his or her own sanctity and triumph over sin. Got it. I learned a new word. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, but that's a nice one to keep in the back pocket, because a lot of Christians will know what you're talking about. Be like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, it's a very old Christian term.
Is this what it's talking about?
What does that say?
Don't leave room.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Don't leave room for Satan.
Yeah. Instead, make room for Jello. Oh. What do you think of that?
Well, I think a good example of that could, for instance, be Stephen saying he hasn't sinned for an entire month.
Yeah, on a sin-free diet. Oh, sorry.
I haven't
I
sinned in
wonder
about
when he's
25
going to
years myself.
start be one of these like Cat Kerr types of people who believes that God takes her to heaven.
Yeah, but Kat has that staff, so maybe that's what helps her fly around.
I think so.
Must be. If that
She and
staff can control
what's his
hurricanes.
name? Robin Bullock, whose wife's name is Robin Bullock.
Are you serious?
I think that's a lot of bullocks.
Yeah, his wife has the same name as he has.
Oh,
They're both named Robin.
Yeah, my step uncle, all 4 or 5 of them in that group, all their initials are the same, JLC. That to me, that's just kind of crazy.
What do you
Jeremy
think of
Lynn,
that?
Jamie Lynn, Jerry Lynn, Judy Lynn, or maybe it's 4. 4. God, what am I doing?
Judge Udilin.
Yeah, the Flutelin. The Förderheinz.
Oh, you have German ancestry.
Da. Oh, no, da.
That's
Ja.
Russian. Ja.
Ich sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Oder genau. Genau.
I don't really speak Spanish. You're talking about German and I'm saying Spanish. What an idiot. Yeah, I took 2 years of German in high school. I don't remember a lot of it, just bits and pieces, but I remember how to count. I guess that's going to be something.
I took German for 6 years. I even had books in German as source literature for my thesis, and I could probably not even order breakfast in German now.
Wow. So
You don't use it, you lose it.
Exactly. You don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah.
That's why I do this little translations in ancient Egyptian and play around with it.
Do you know how to write in Demotic?
No, unfortunately not. So
I learned a few things back in the day.
Yeah, demotic is that's started to be used quite late. I did start on hieratic but I mean, first of all, it was very, very, very little that we touched on heretic, and I no, I can't, I couldn't.
At least I
Just
can
like,
still play hide and go seek in Germany.
well, you could if it wasn't for the fact that I have actually instructed your cat since a couple of months ago
Oh,
to
that's the reason.
inject you with a little chip.
It sounded like she said little shit, with a little accent to it. Oh, speaking of accent, deviant, my mom said, I thought she was talking about Mod at first, but hold on, I got a cough. She said, "Who was the lovely lady that you were talking to the other night?" And I said, "Who?" She had a lovely voice. It's like, it's hard telling. So I said, "Mod," and then she said something about what she heard, and I said, "Oh, you're talking about deviant." Yeah, I remember you saying that a lot. I said, "Yeah, that's deviant." So she thinks you have a lovely voice, and
Oh,
she's thinking that I'm demon possessed myself, because she said, "Yeah, yesterday I was listening to you and you were so nice to everybody. What was going on?" I just didn't feel like arguing, fighting, kind of like today-ish.
I like your mom. I believe, I don't know her, but from your interactions with her that I've heard in the background and the way you have described her, she sounds like
A
an
battle axe, yes,
awesome
exactly.
badass.
No, battle axe, not a badass. Don't make her head get, that 4'8" body of hers. Yeah, no. Her head's big enough. I want to make sure she can get in and out of the house.
Well,
She might have tipped her head to the
if
side to get in.
what you need to understand, also, is that she's gonna get in. That's what make her a battle axe.
That's why, like I said, I sleep with one eye open, not just because of the cat and the dog. So actually, both of them are open while I'm
No,
sleeping.
you obviously failed on that one, because
Well,
I'm getting
obviously.
signals right now from.
Yeah. Uh-oh. We have a pike in the house.
No, we have him in the chat.
We're going to teach him not to use caps. That's not very Christian.
We have a singing Daniel.
Neverland. Made me think of Enter Sandman.
Oh.
And I can't even sing it. I'm not going to try. Oof. Yeah, that's my second favorite band of all times, even though the whole Napster thing. Oh, yeah. Did Jens ever get his wrench, Mr. GG? I think Christian's giving you permission to give him one. I think Jens is wearing him down.
You have to ask for Chuck.
Oh.
Up, Chuck.
He's the boss.
Oh, when did that happen? You got demoted?
No, he's one
Did
of
your pike
the
get
top
demoted?
guys. No, he's one of my top guys.
He's your tech guy, right?
One of the top guys. Barb Pike, then Mark, then my two elders, that'll be Far Chuck and Miss Papal. And then my House Senate, that'll be you, Miss Fireball, Dan, Aiden, and all the ones were my moderators.
But I'm the head of the
Yeah.
head of the house. Yeah, good.
Yeah, because I'm just a standard mod.
Just want to verify, so
yeah.
Because I don't want to claim that title on if I had been demoted or there had been like a change of cabinet or something.
Yes, you're now president of the United States, Miss Deviant.
I don't want to be that.
Too late, you got it. It's your mess now, girl. We're all going to Sweden. You're coming here.
No.
But next year,
I mean, I'd like to go to that old place.
Well, next
one
year,
day.
going to the UK. I can't wait. July. That'll be a couple months from now.
Once again, I tried Jen's. I still can't believe he don't have one and I've got one.
I forgot. I completely forgot Roar Pike has a show tonight. Sorry, everybody. I had to shut the show down because in a couple instances he started a show. Sorry about that. Thank you all for coming.
Thank
All right, see ya.
Thank
See ya.
you.
God be with you.